This idea, however, had numerous disadvantages and could not be carried out immediately. Hence the idea of a preliminary meeting between the imperial legation and some envoys of the Pope to essay their respective positions and to draw up the agreement for a further encounter, at which the safety of the Italian visitors would be guaranteed. To organize this first meeting, William of Baskerville had been appointed. Later, he would present the imperial theologian's point of view at Avignon, if he deemed the journey possible without danger. A far from simple enterprise, because it was supposed that the Pope, who wanted Michael alone in order to be able to reduce him more readily to obedience, would send to Italy a mission with instructions to make the planned journey of the imperial envoys to his court a failure, as far as possible. William had acted till now with great ability. After long consultations with various Benedictine abbots, this was the reason for the many stops along our journey, he had chosen the abbey where we now were, precisely because the abbot was known to be devoted to the empire and yet, through his great diplomatic skill, not disliked by the papal court. Neutral territory, therefore, this abbey, where the two groups could meet. But the Pope's resistance was not exhausted. He knew that, once his legation was on the abbey's terrain, it would be subject to the abbot's jurisdiction, and since some of his envoys belonged to the secular clergy, he would not accept this control, claiming fears of an imperial plot. He had therefore made the condition that his envoy's safety be entrusted to a company of archers of the King of France under the command of a person in the Pope's trust. I had vaguely listened as William discussed this with an ambassador of the Pope at Bobbio. It was a matter of defining the formula to describe the duties of this company, or rather defining what was meant by the guaranteeing of the safety of the papal legates. A formula proposed by the Avignonese had finally been accepted, for it seemed reasonable. The armed men and their officers would have jurisdiction over all those who in any way made an attempt on the life of members of the papal delegation or tried to influence their behavior or judgment by acts of violence. Then the pact had seemed inspired by purely formal preoccupations. Now, after the recent events at the abbey, the abbot was uneasy, and he revealed his doubts to William. If the legation arrived at the abbey while the author of the two crimes was still unknown, and the following day the abbot's worries were to increase because the crimes would increase to 3, they would have to confess that within those walls someone in circulation was capable of influencing the judgment and behavior of the papal envoys with acts of violence. Trying to conceal the crimes committed would be of no avail, because if anything further were to happen, the papal envoys would suspect a plot against them. And so there were only two solutions. Either William discovered the murderer before the arrival of the legation, and here the abbot stared hard at him, as if silently reproaching him for not having resolved the matter yet, or else the Pope's envoy had to be informed frankly, and his collaboration sought, to place the abbey under close surveillance during the course of the discussions. The abbot did not like this second solution, because it meant renouncing a part of his sovereignty and submitting his own monks to French control. But he could run no risks. William and the abbot were both vexed by the turn things were taking. However, they had few choices. They proposed, therefore, to come to a final decision during the next day. Meanwhile, they could only entrust themselves to divine mercy and to William's sagacity. "I will do everything possible, your sublimity," William said, "but on the other hand I fail to see how the matter can really compromise the meeting. Even the papal envoy will understand that there is a difference between the act of a madman or a sanguinary, or perhaps only of a lost soul, and the grave problems that upright men will meet to discuss." "You think so?" the abbot asked, looking hard at William. Remember, the Avignonese know they are to meet minorites, and therefore very dangerous persons, close to the Fraticelli and others even more demented than the Fraticelli, dangerous heretics who are stained with crimes. Here the abbot lowered his voice, compared with which the events that have taken place here, horrible as they are, pale like mist in the sun. "It is not the same thing," William cried sharply. "You cannot put the Minorites of the Perugia chapter on the same level as some bands of heretics who have misunderstood the message of the gospel, transforming the struggle against riches into a series of private vendettas or bloodthirsty follies." "It is not many years since, not many miles from here, one of those bands, as you call them, put to fire and the sword the estates of the Bishop of Vercelli in the mountains beyond Novara," the abbot said curtly. "You speak of Fra Dolcino and the apostles." "The pseudo-apostles," the abbot corrected him. And once more I heard Fra Dolcino and the pseudo-apostles mentioned, and once more in a circumspect tone, with almost a hint of terror. The pseudo-apostles, William readily agreed, but they had no connection with the Minorites, with whom they shared the same professed reverence for Joachim of Calabria, the abbot persisted, "and you can ask your brother Ubertino. I must point out to your sublimity that now he is a brother of your own order," William said, with a smile and a kind of bow, as if to compliment the abbot on the gain his order had made by receiving a man of such renown. I know. The abbot smiled. "And you know with what fraternal care our order welcomed the spirituals when they incurred the Pope's wrath. I am not speaking only of Ubertino, but also of many other, more humble brothers, of whom little is known, and of whom perhaps we should know more. Because it has happened that we accepted fugitives who presented themselves garbed in the habit of the Minorites, and afterward I learned that the various vicissitudes of their life had brought them, for a time, quite close to the Dolcinians." "Here too?" William asked. "Here too. I am revealing to you something about which, to tell the truth, I know very little, and in any case not enough to pronounce accusations. But inasmuch as you are investigating the life of this abbey, it is best for you to know these things also. I will tell you further that on the basis of things I have heard or surmised, I suspect, mind you, only suspect, that there was a very dark moment in the life of our cellarer, who arrived here, in fact, 2 years ago, following the exodus of the Minorites." "A cellarer? Remigio of Veragine? A Dolcinian? He seems to me the mildest of creatures, and, for that matter, the least interested in sister poverty that I have ever seen," William said. "I can say nothing against him, and I make use of his good services, for which the whole community is also grateful to him. But I mention this to make you understand how easy it is to find connections between a friar of ours and a fraticello." "Once again your magnanimity is misplaced, if I may say so," William interjected. "We were talking about Dolcinians, not fraticelli, and much can be said about the Dolcinians without anyone's really knowing who is being discussed, because there are many kinds. Still, they cannot be called sanguinary. At most they can be reproached for putting into practice, without much consideration, things that the spirituals preached with greater temperance, animated by true love of God. And here I agree, the borderline between one group and the other is very fine. But the Fraticelli are heretics," the abbot interrupted sharply. "They do not confine themselves to sustaining the poverty of Christ and the apostles, a doctrine that, though I cannot bring myself to share it, can be usefully opposed to the haughtiness of Avignon. The Fraticelli derive from that doctrine a practical syllogism. They infer a right to revolution, to looting, to the perversion of behaviour. But which Fraticelli? All, in general. You know they are stained with unmentionable crimes. They do not recognize matrimony. They deny hell. They commit sodomy. They embrace the Bogomil heresy of the Ordo Bulgariae and the Ordo Drigontiae." "Please," William said, Do not mix things that are separate. You speak as if the Fraticelli, Paterines, Waldensians, Catharists, and within these the Bogomils of Bulgaria and the heretics of Dragovica, were all the same thing. "They are," the abbot said sharply. "They are because they are heretics, and they are because they jeopardize the very order of the civilized world, as well as the order of the empire you seem to me to favour. 100 or more years ago, the followers of Arnold of Brescia set fire to the houses of the nobles and the cardinals, and these were the fruits of the Lombard heresy of the Paterines." "Abo," William said, "you live in the isolation of this splendid and holy abbey, far from the wickedness of the world. Life in the cities is far more complex than you believe, and there are degrees, you know, also in error and in evil. Lot was much less a sinner than his fellow citizens, who conceived foul thoughts also about the angels sent by God, and the betrayal of Peter was nothing compared with the betrayal of Judas. One indeed was forgiven, the other not. You cannot consider Paterines and Catharists the same thing. The Paterines were a movement to reform behaviour within the laws of Holy Mother Church. They wanted always to improve the ecclesiastic's behaviour, maintaining that the sacraments should not be received from impure priests, and they were mistaken, but it was their only error of doctrine. They never proposed to alter the law of God, but the Paterine preaching of Arnold of Brescia in Rome more than 200 years ago drove the mob of rustics to burn the houses of the nobles and the cardinals. Arnold tried to draw the magistrates of the city into his reform movement. They did not follow him, and he found support among the crowds of the poor and the outcast. He was not responsible for the violence and the anger with which they responded to his appeals for a less corrupt city. The city is always corrupt. The city is the place where today live the people of God, of whom we, are the shepherds. It is the place of scandal in which the rich prelates preach virtue to poor and hungry people. The Paterine disorders were born of this situation. They are sad, but not incomprehensible. The Catharists are something else. That is an Oriental heresy outside the doctrine of the Church. I don't know whether they really commit or have committed the crimes attributed to them. I know they reject matrimony, they deny hell. I wonder whether many acts they have not committed have been attributed to them only because of the ideas, surely unspeakable, they have upheld. And you tell me that the Catharists have not mingled with the Paterines, and that both are not simply two of the faces, the countless faces, of the same demoniacal phenomenon? I say that many of these heresies, independently of the doctrines they assert, encounter success among the simple because they suggest to such people the possibility of a different life. I say that very often the simple do not know much about doctrine. I say that often hordes of simple people have confused Catharist preaching with that of the Paterines, and these together with that of the spirituals. The life of the simple, Abo, is not illuminated by learning and by the lively sense of distinction that makes us wise, and it is haunted by illness and poverty, tongue-tied by ignorance. Joining a heretical group, for many of them, is often only another way of shouting their own despair. You may burn a cardinal's house because you want to perfect the life of the clergy, but also because you believe that the hell he preaches does not exist. It is always done because on earth there does exist a hell where lives the flock whose shepherds we no longer are. But you know very well that just as they do not distinguish between the Bulgarian Church and the followers of the priest Liprando, so often the imperial authorities and their supporters did not distinguish between spirituals and heretics. Not infrequently, imperial forces, to combat their adversaries, encouraged Catharist tendencies among the populace. In my opinion, they acted wrongly. But what I now know is that the same forces often, to rid themselves of these restless and dangerous and too simple adversaries, attributed to one group the heresies of the others and flung them all on the pyre. I have seen, I swear to you, Abo, I have seen with my own eyes, men of virtuous life, sincere followers of poverty and chastity, but enemies of the bishops, whom the bishops thrust into the hands of the secular arm, whether it was in the service of the empire or of the free cities, accusing these men of sexual promiscuity, sodomy, unspeakable practices, of which others, perhaps, but not they, had been guilty. The simple are meat for slaughter, to be used when they are useful in causing trouble for the opposing power, and to be sacrificed when they are no longer of use. Therefore, the abbot said with obvious maliciousness, were Fra Dolcino and his madmen, and Gerardo Segarelli and those evil murderers, wicked Catharists or virtuous Fraticelli, sodomite bogomils or Paterine reformers? Will you tell me, William, you who know so much about heretics, that you seem one of them, where the truth lies? Nowhere, at times, William said sadly. You see, you yourself can no longer distinguish between one heretic and another. I, at least, have a rule. I know that heretics are those who endanger the order that sustains the people of God, and I defend the empire because it guarantees this order for me. I combat the Pope because he is handing the spiritual power over to the bishops of the cities, who are allied with the merchants and the corporations, and will not be able to maintain this order. We have maintained it for centuries. And as for the heretics, I also have a rule, and it is summed up in the reply that Arnold Amalarichus, Bishop of Citeaux, gave to those who asked him what to do with the citizens of Béziers. Kill them all. God will recognize his own. William lowered his eyes and remained silent for a while. Then he said, the city of Béziers was captured, and our forces had no regard for dignity of sex or age, and almost 20,000 people were put to the sword. When the massacre was complete, the city was sacked and burned. A holy war is nevertheless a war. For this reason, perhaps, there should not be holy wars. But what am I saying? I am here to defend the rights of Louis, who is also putting Italy to the sword. I, too, find myself caught in a game of strange alliances. Strange the alliance between spirituals and the empire, and strange that of the empire with Marsilius, who seeks sovereignty for the people. And strange the alliance between the two of us, so different in our ideas and traditions. But we have two tasks in common, the success of the meeting and the discovery of a murderer. Let us try to proceed in peace. The abbot held out his arms. Give me the kiss of peace, Brother William. With a man of your knowledge, I could argue endlessly about fine points of theology and morals. We must not give way, however, to the pleasure of disputation, as the masters of Paris do. You are right, we have an important task ahead of us, and we must proceed in agreement. But I have spoken of these things because I believe there is a connection. Do you understand? A possible connection, or rather a connection others can make, between the crimes that have occurred here and the theses of your brothers. This is why I have warned you, and this is why we must ward off every suspicion or insinuation on the part of the Avignonese. Am I not also to suppose your sublimity has suggested to me a line for my inquiry? Do you believe that the source of the recent events can be found in some obscure story, dating back to the heretical past of one of the monks? The abbot was silent for a few moments, looking at William, but allowing no expression to be read on his face. Then he said, In this sad affair you are the inquisitor. It is your task to be suspicious, even to risk unjust suspicion. Here I am only the general father, and I will add, if I knew that the past of one of my monks lent itself to well-founded suspicion, I would myself already have taken care to uproot the unhealthy plant. What I know, you know. What I do not know should properly be brought to light by your wisdom. He nodded to us and left the church. The story is becoming more complicated, dear Adso, William said, frowning. We pursue a manuscript. We become interested in the diatribes of some over-curious monks, and in the actions of other over-lustful ones, and now, more and more insistently, an entirely different trail emerges. The cellarer, then. and with the cellarer that strange animal Salvatore also arrived here. But now we must go and rest, because we plan to stay awake during the night."
"Then you still mean to enter the library tonight? You are not going to abandon that first trail?"
"Not at all. Anyway, who says the two trails are separate? And finally, this business of the cellarer could merely be a suspicion of the abbot's." He started toward the pilgrim's hospice. On reaching the threshold, he stopped and spoke, as if continuing his earlier remarks. "After all, the abbot asked me to investigate Adelmo's death when he thought that something unhealthy was going on among his young monks. But now that the death of Venantius arouses other suspicions, perhaps the abbot has sensed that the key to the mystery lies in the library, and there he does not wish any investigating. So he offers me the suggestion of the cellarer to distract my attention from the edificium. But why would he not want? Don't ask too many questions. The abbot told me at the beginning that the library was not to be touched. He must have his own good reasons. It could be that he is involved in some matter he thought unrelated to Adelmo's death, and now he realizes the scandal is spreading and could also touch him. And he doesn't want the truth to be discovered, or at least he doesn't want me to be the one who discovers it."
"Then we are living in a place abandoned by God," I said, disheartened.
"Have you found any places where God would have felt at home?" William asked me, looking down from his great height. Then he sent me to rest. As I lay on my pallet, I concluded that my father should not have sent me out into the world, which was more complicated than I had thought. I was learning too many things. "Salva me ab ore leonis," I prayed as I fell asleep.
After Vespers, in which, though the chapter is short, old Alinardo says very interesting things about the labyrinth and about the way to enter it.
I woke when it was almost tolling the hour for the evening meal. I felt dull and somnolent, for daytime sleep is like the sin of the flesh. The more you have, the more you want, and yet you feel unhappy, sated and unsated at the same time. William was not in his cell. Obviously he had risen much earlier. I found him, after a brief search, coming out of the edificium. He told me he had been in the scriptorium, leafing through the catalogue and observing the monks at work, while trying to approach Venantius's desk and resume his inspection. But for one reason or another, each monk seemed bent on keeping him from searching among those papers. First Malachi had come over to him to show him some precious illuminations. Then Benno had kept him busy on trifling pretexts. Still later, when he had bent over to resume his examination, Berengar had begun hovering around him, offering his collaboration. Finally, seeing that my master appeared seriously determined to look into Venantius's things, Malachi told him outright that, before rummaging among the dead man's papers, he ought perhaps to obtain the abbot's authorization. That he himself, even though he was the librarian, had refrained out of respect and discipline from looking, and that in any case, as William had requested, no one had approached that desk, and no one would approach it until the abbot gave instructions. William realized it was not worth engaging in a test of strength with Malachi, though all that stir and those fears about Venantius's papers had of course increased his desire to become acquainted with them. But he was so determined to get back in there that night, though he still did not know how, that he decided not to create incidents. He was harboring, however, thoughts of retaliation which, if they had not been inspired as they were by a thirst for truth, would have seemed very stubborn and perhaps reprehensible. Before entering the refectory, we took another little walk in the cloister to dispel the mists of sleep in the cold evening air. Some monks were still walking there in meditation. In the garden opening off the cloister, we glimpsed old Alinardo of Grottaferrata, who, by now feeble of body, spent a great part of his day among the trees when he was not in church praying. He seemed not to feel the cold, and he was sitting in the outer porch. William spoke a few words of greeting to him, and the old man seemed happy that someone should spend time with him. "A peaceful day," William said. "By the grace of God," the old man answered. "Peaceful in the heavens, but grim on earth. Did you know Venantius well?"
"Venantius who?"
the old man said. Then a light flashed in his eyes.
"Ah, the dead boy. The beast is roaming about the abbey."
"What beast?"
"The great beast that comes from the sea. 7 heads and 10 horns, and upon his horns 10 crowns, and upon his heads 3 names of blasphemy. The beast like unto a leopard, with the feet of a bear and the mouth of a lion. I have seen him."
"Where have you seen him? In the library?"
"Library? Why, there. I have not gone to the scriptorium for years, and I have never seen the library. No one goes to the library. I knew those who did go up to the library."
"Who? Malachi? Berengar?"
"Oh, no," the old man said, chuckling. "Before. The librarian who came before Malachi many years ago."
"Who was that?"
"I do not remember. He died when Malachi was still young, and the one who came before Malachi's master and was a young assistant librarian when I was young. But I never set foot in the library. Labyrinth."
"The library is a labyrinth?"
"Hunc mundum typice labyrinthus denotat ille," the old man recited absently. "Entranti largus rediunti sed nimis artus. The library is a great labyrinth, sign of the labyrinth of the world. You enter and you do not know whether you will come out. You must not transgress the pillars of Hercules."
"So you don't know how one enters the library when the edificium doors are closed?"
"Oh, yes," the old man laughed. "Many know. You go by way of the ossarium. You can go through the ossarium, but you do not want to go through the ossarium. The dead monks keep watch."
"Those dead monks who keep watch, they are not those who move at night through the library with a lamp?"
"With a lamp?" The old man seemed amazed. "I have never heard this story. The dead monks stay in the ossarium. The bones drop gradually from the cemetery and collect there to guard the passage. Have you never seen the altar of the chapel that leads to the ossarium?"
"It is the third on the left after the transept, is it not?"
"The third? Perhaps. It is the one whose altar is carved with 1,000 skeletons. The 4th skull on the right. Press the eyes, and you're in the ossarium. But do not go there. I have never gone. The abbot does not wish it."
"And the beast? Where did you see the beast?"
"The beast? Ah, the Antichrist. He is about to come. The millennium is past. We await him."
"But the millennium was 300 years ago, and he did not come then."
"The Antichrist does not come after 1,000 years have passed. When the 1,000 years have passed, the reign of the just begins. Then comes the Antichrist to confound the just, and there will be the final battle."
But the just will reign for 1,000 years, William said. Or else they reign from the death of Christ to the end of the first millennium, and so the Antichrist should have come then. Or else the just have not yet reigned, and the Antichrist is still far off.
The millennium is not calculated from the death of Christ, but from the donation of Constantine 3 centuries later. Now it is 1,000 years.
So the reign of the just is ending?
I do not know. I do not know any more. I'm tired. The calculation is difficult. Beatus of Liebana made it. Ask Jorge. He is young, he remembers well. But the time is ripe. Did you not hear the 7 trumpets?
Why the 7 trumpets?
Did you not hear how the other boy died, the illuminator? The first angel sounded the first trumpet, and hail and fire fell mingled with blood. And the second angel sounded the second trumpet, and the third part of the sea became blood. Did the second boy not die in the sea of blood? Watch out for the third trumpet. The third part of the creatures in the sea will die. God punishes us. The world all around the abbey is rank with heresy. They tell me that on the throne of Rome there is a perverse pope who uses hosts for practices of necromancy and feeds them to his mores. And in our midst someone has violated the ban, has broken the seals of the labyrinth.
Who told you that?
I heard it. All were whispering that sin has entered the abbey. Do you have any chickpeas?
The question addressed to me surprised me. No, I have no chickpeas, I said, confused.
Next time bring me some chickpeas. I hold them in my mouth. You see my poor, toothless mouth, until they are soft. They stimulate saliva, aqua fons vitae. Will you bring me some chickpeas tomorrow?
Tomorrow I will bring you some chickpeas, I said to him. But he had dozed off. We left him and went to the refectory.
Compline, in which the edificium is entered, a mysterious visitor is discovered, a secret message with necromantic signs is found, and also a book is found, but then promptly vanishes, to be sought through many subsequent chapters. Nor is the theft of William's precious lenses the last of the vicissitudes.
The supper was joyless and silent. It had been just over 12 hours since the discovery of Venantius's corpse. All the others stole glimpses at his empty place at table. When it was the hour for Compline, the procession that marched into the choir seemed a funeral cortege. We followed the office, standing in the nave and keeping an eye on the third chapel. The light was scant, and when we saw Malachi emerge from the darkness to reach his stall, we could not tell exactly where he had come from. We moved into the shadows, hiding in the side nave so that no one would see us stay behind when the office was over. Under my scapula I had the lamp I had purloined in the kitchen during supper. We would light it later at the great bronze tripod that burned all night. I had procured a new wick and ample oil. We would have light for a long time. I was too excited about our imminent venture to pay attention to the service, which ended almost without my noticing. The monks lowered their cowls over their faces and slowly filed out to go to their cells. The church remained deserted, illuminated by the glow of the tripod. Now William said. "To work." We approached the third chapel. The base of the altar was really like an osarium, a series of skulls with deep, hollow eye sockets, which filled those who looked at them with terror, set on a pile of what, in the admirable relief, appeared to be tibias. William repeated in a low voice the words he had heard from Alinado. "Fourth skull on the right, press the eyes." He stuck his fingers into the sockets of that fleshless face, and at once we heard a kind of hoarse creak. The altar moved, turning on a hidden pivot, allowing a glimpse of a dark aperture. As I shed light on it with my raised lamp, we made out some damp steps. We decided to go down them, after debating whether to close off the passage again behind us. "Better not," William said. "We did not know whether we would be able to reopen it afterward. And as for the risk of being discovered, if anyone came at that hour to operate the same mechanism, that meant he knew how to enter, and a closed passage would not deter him." We descended perhaps a dozen steps, and came into a corridor on whose sides there were some horizontal niches, such as I was later to see in many catacombs. But now I was entering an osarium for the first time, and I was very much afraid. The monks' bones had been collected there over the centuries, dug from the earth and piled in the niches, with no attempt to recompose the forms of their bodies. Some niches had only tiny bones, others only skulls, neatly arranged in a kind of pyramid, so that one would not roll over another. And it was a truly terrifying sight, especially in the play of shadows the lamp created as we walked on. In one niche I saw only hands, many hands, now irrevocably interlaced in a tangle of dead fingers. I let out a cry in that place of the dead, for a moment sensing some presence above, a squeaking, a rapid movement in the dark. "Mice," William said, to reassure me. "What are mice doing here?" "Passing through, like us, because the osarium leads to the edificium, and then to the kitchen, and to the tasty books of the library. And now you understand why Malachi's face is so austere. His duties oblige him to come through here twice daily, morning and evening. Truly he has nothing to laugh about." "But why doesn't the Gospel ever say that Christ laughed?" I asked, for no good reason. "Is Jorge right?" Legions of scholars have wondered whether Christ laughed. The question doesn't interest me much. I believe he never laughed, because, omniscient as the Son of God had to be, he knew how we Christians would behave. But here we are. And, in fact, the corridor was ending, thank God. New steps began. After climbing them, we would have only to push an iron-clad wooden door, and we would find ourselves behind the fireplace of the kitchen, just below the circular staircase leading to the scriptorium. As we went up, we thought we heard a noise above us. We remained a moment in silence. Then I said, "It's impossible. No one came in before us." "Assuming this is the only way into the edificium. In centuries past this was a fortress, and it must have more secret entrances than we know of." "We'll go up slowly, but we have little choice. If we put out the light, we can't see where we are going. If we leave it burning, we give anyone upstairs the alarm. Our only hope is that if someone really is there, he will be afraid of us." We reached the scriptorium, emerging from the south tower. Venantius's desk was directly opposite. The room was so vast that as we moved, we illuminated only a few yards of wall at a time. We hoped no one was in the court to see the light through the windows. The desk appeared to be in order, but William bent at once to examine the pages on the shelf below, and he cried out in dismay. "Is something missing?" I asked. "Today I saw 2 books here, one of them in Greek, and that's the one missing. Somebody has taken it, and in great haste, because one page fell on the floor here. But the desk was watched, of course. Perhaps somebody grabbed it just a short while ago. Perhaps he's still here. He turned toward the shadows, and his voice echoed among the columns. "If you are here, beware!" It seemed to me a good idea. As William had said before, it is always better when the person who frightens us is also afraid of us. William set down the page he had found under the desk and bent his face toward it. He asked me for more light. I held the lamp closer and saw a page, the first half of it blank, the second covered with tiny characters whose origin I recognized with some difficulty. "Is it Greek?" I asked. "Yes, but I don't understand clearly." He took his lenses from his habit and set them firmly astride his nose, then bent his head again. "It's Greek, written in a very fine hand, and yet in a disorderly way. Even with my lenses I have trouble reading it. I need still more light. Come closer." He had picked up the sheet of parchment, holding it to his face, and instead of stepping behind him and holding the lamp high over his head, I foolishly stood directly in front of him. He asked me to move aside, and as I did, I grazed the back of the page with the flame. William pushed me away, asking me whether I wanted to burn the manuscript for him. Then he cried out. I saw clearly that some vague signs in a yellow-brown colour had appeared on the upper part of the page. William made me give him the lamp and moved it behind the page, holding the flame fairly close to the surface of the parchment, which he heated without setting it afire. Slowly, as if an invisible hand were writing Mane, Tekel, Peres, I saw some marks emerge, one by one, on the white side of the sheet as William moved the lamp, and as the smoke that rose from the top of the flame blackened the recto. The marks did not resemble those of any alphabet, except that of necromancers. "Fantastic," William said. "More and more interesting." He looked around, but it would be better not to expose this discovery to the tricks of our mysterious companion, if he is still here. He took off his lenses, set them on the desk, then carefully rolled up the parchment and hid it inside his habit. Still amazed by this sequence of events, which were nothing if not miraculous, I was about to ask further explanations when all of a sudden a sharp sound distracted us. It came from the foot of the east stairway leading to the library. "Our man is there! After him!" William shouted, and we flung ourselves in that direction, he moving faster, I more slowly, for I was carrying the lamp. I heard the clatter of someone stumbling and falling. I ran and found William at the foot of the steps, observing a heavy volume, its binding reinforced with metal studs. At the same moment we heard another noise in the direction from which we had come. "Fool that I am!" William cried. "Hurry, to Venantius's desk!" I understood. Somebody from the shadows behind us had thrown the volume to send us far away. Once again William was faster than I and reached the desk first. Following him, I glimpsed among the columns a fleeing shadow, taking the stairway of the west tower. Seized with warlike ardour, I thrust the lamp into William's hands and dashed blindly off toward the stairs where the fugitive had descended. At that moment I felt like a soldier of Christ fighting all the legions of hell, and I burned with the desire to lay my hands on the stranger, to turn him over to my master. I tumbled down almost the whole stairway, tripping over the hem of my habit. That was the only moment of my life, I swear, when I regretted having entered a monastic order. But at that same instant, and it was the thought of an instant, I consoled myself with the idea that my adversary was suffering the same impediment. And, further, if he had taken the book, he would have his hands full. From behind the bread oven, I almost dived into the kitchen, and in the starry light that faintly illuminated the vast entrance, I saw the shadow I was pursuing as it slipped past the refectory door, then pulled this shut. I rushed toward the door. I laboured a few seconds, opening it, entered, looked around, and saw no one. The outside door was still barred. I turned. Shadows and silence. I noticed a glow advancing from the kitchen, and I flattened myself against a wall. On the threshold of the passage between the two rooms, a figure appeared, illuminated by a lamp. I cried out. It was William.
"Nobody around? I foresaw that. He didn't go out through a door. He didn't take the passage through the osarium."
"No, he went out through here, but I don't know where."
"I told you, there are other passages, and it's useless for us to look for them. Perhaps our man is emerging at some distant spot. And with him my lenses."
"Your lenses?"
"Yes. Our friend could not take the page away from me, but with great presence of mind, as he rushed past, he snatched my glasses from the desk."
"Why?"
"Because he is no fool. He heard me speak of these notes. He realized they were important. He assumed that without my lenses I would be unable to decipher them. And he knows for sure that I would not entrust them to anyone else. In fact, now it's as if I didn't have them."
"But how did he know about your lenses?"
Come. Apart from the fact that we spoke about them yesterday with the master glazier, this morning in the scriptorium I put them on to search among Venantius's papers. So there are many people who could know how valuable those objects are to me. Actually, I could read a normal manuscript, but not this one."
And he was again unrolling the mysterious parchment. "The part in Greek is written too fine, and the upper part is too hazy." He showed me the mysterious signs that had appeared as if by magic in the heat of the flame.
"Venantius wanted to conceal an important secret, and he used one of those inks that leave no trace when written but reappear when warmed. Or else he used lemon juice. But since I don't know what substance he used, and the signs could disappear again, quickly, you who have good eyes, copy them at once as faithfully as you can, perhaps enlarging them a bit."
And so I did, without knowing what I was copying. It was a series of 4 or 5 lines, really necromantic. When I had finished copying, William looked, unfortunately without lenses, holding my tablet at some distance from his nose.
"It is unquestionably a secret alphabet that will have to be deciphered," he said. "The signs are badly drawn, and perhaps you copied them worse, but it is certainly a zodiacal alphabet. You see, in the first line we have—"
He held the page away from him again and narrowed his eyes with an effort of concentration.
"Sagittarius, Sun, Mercury, Scorpio."
"And what do they mean?"
"If Venantius had been ingenious, he would have used the most common zodiacal alphabet. A equals Sun, B equals Jupiter. The first line would then read, try transcribing this, R, A, I, Q, A, S, V, L.
He broke off.
"No, it means nothing, and Venantius was not ingenious. He reformulated the alphabet according to another key. I shall have to discover it."
"Is it possible?" I asked, awed.
"Yes, if you know a bit of the learning of the Arabs. The best treatises on cryptography are the work of infidel scholars, and at Oxford I was able to have some read to me. Bacon was right in saying that the conquest of learning is achieved through the knowledge of languages. Abu Bakr Ahmad ben Ali ben Washir an-Nabati wrote centuries ago a book of the frenzied desire of the devout to learn the riddles of ancient writings, and he expounded many rules for composing and deciphering mysterious alphabets, useful for magic practices, but also for the correspondence between armies or between a king and his envoys. I have seen other Arab books that list a series of quite ingenious devices. For example, you can substitute one letter for another, you can write a word backward, you can put the letters in reverse order using only every other one. And then, starting over again, you can, as in this case, replace letters with zodiacal signs, but attributing to the hidden letters their numerical value, and then, according to another alphabet, convert the numbers into other letters."
"And which of these systems can Venantius have used?"
"We would have to test them all, and others besides. But the first rule in deciphering a message is to guess what it means.
But then it's unnecessary to decipher it, I laughed.
Not exactly. Some hypotheses can be formed on the possible first words of the message, and then you see whether the rule you infer from them can apply to the rest of the text. For example, here Venantius has certainly noted down the key for penetrating the finis Africae. If I try thinking that the message is about this, then I am suddenly enlightened by a rhythm. Try looking at the first 3 words, not considering the letters, but the number of the signs. 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1. Now try dividing them into syllables of at least 2 signs each, and recite aloud ta 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 ta. Doesn't anything come to your mind?
No?
To mine, yes. Secretum finis Africae. But if this were correct, then the last word should have the same first and 6th letter, and so it does. In fact, the symbol of the earth is there twice. And the first letter of the first word, the S, should be the same as the last of the second, and, sure enough, the sign of the Virgin is repeated. Perhaps this is the right track, but it could also be just a series of coincidences. A rule of correspondence has to be found.
Found where?
In our heads. Invent it, and then see whether it is the right one. But with one test and another, the game could cost me a whole day. No, more than that, because, remember this, there is no secret writing that cannot be deciphered with a bit of patience. But now we risk losing time, and we want to visit the library, especially since without lenses I will never be able to read the second part of the message, and you cannot help me because these signs, to your eyes—
Grecum est, non legitur.
I finished his sentence, humiliated.
It is Greek to me.
Exactly. And you see that Bacon was right. Study. But we must not lose heart. We'll put away the parchment and your notes, and we'll go up to the library, because tonight not even 10 infernal legions will succeed in keeping us out. I blessed myself.
But who can he have been, the man who was here ahead of us? Benno?
Benno was burning with the desire to know what there was among Venantius's papers, but I can't see him as one with the courage to enter the edificium at night.
Berengar, then? Or Malachi?
Berengar seems to me to have the courage to do such things. And, after all, he shares responsibility for the library. He is consumed by remorse at having betrayed some secret of it. He thought Venantius had taken that book, and perhaps he wanted to return it to the place from which it comes. He wasn't able to go upstairs, and now he is hiding the volume somewhere.
But it could also be Malachi for the same motives.
I would say no. Malachi had all the time he wanted to search Venantius's desk when he remained alone to shut up the edificium. I knew that very well, and there was no way to avoid it. Now we know he didn't do it. And if you think carefully, we have no reason to think Malachi knows Venantius had entered the library and removed something. Berengar and Benno know this, and you and I know it. After Adelmo's confession, Jorge may know it, but he was surely not the man who was rushing so furiously down the circular staircase.
Then either Berengar or Benno.
And why not Pacificus of Tivoli, or another of the monks we saw here today? Or Nicholas the glazier, who knows about my glasses? Or that odd character Salvatore, who they have told us roams around at night on God knows what errands? We must take care not to restrict the field of suspects, just because Benno's revelations have oriented us in a single direction. Perhaps Benno wanted to mislead us.
But he seemed sincere to you.
Certainly. But remember that the first duty of a good inquisitor is to suspect especially those who seem sincere to him.
A nasty job, being an inquisitor.
That's why I gave it up. And as you say, I am forced to resume it. But come now, to the library.
Night, in which the labyrinth is finally broached, and the intruders have strange visions, and, as happens in labyrinths, lose their way.
We climbed back up to the scriptorium, this time by the east staircase, which rose also to the forbidden floor. Holding the light high before us, I thought of Alinardo's words about the labyrinth, and I expected frightful things. I was surprised, as we emerged into the place we should not have entered, at finding myself in a not very large room with 7 sides, windowless, where there reigned, as for that matter throughout the whole floor, a strong odour of stagnation or mould. Nothing terrifying. The room, as I said, had 7 walls, but only 4 of them had an opening, a passage flanked by 2 little columns set in the wall. The opening was fairly wide, surmounted by a round-headed arch. Against the blind wall stood huge cases laden with books neatly arranged. Each case bore a scroll with a number, and so did each individual shelf, obviously the same numbers we had seen in the catalogue. In the midst of the room was a table, also covered with books. On all the volumes lay a fairly light coat of dust, sign that the books were cleaned with some frequency. Nor was there dirt of any kind on the floor. Above one of the archways, a big scroll painted on the wall bore the words, Apocalypsis Jesu Christi. It did not seem faded, even though the lettering was ancient. We noticed afterward also, in the other rooms, that these scrolls were actually carved in the stone, cut fairly deeply, and the depressions had subsequently been filled with colour, as painters do in fresco in churches. We passed through one of the openings. We found ourselves in another room, where there was a window that in place of glass panes had slabs of alabaster, with 2 blind walls and 1 aperture, like the one we had just come through. It opened into another room, which also had 2 blind walls, another with a window, and another passage that opened opposite us. In these 2 rooms, the 2 scrolls were similar in form to the first we had seen, but with different words. The scroll in the first room said, Super Thronos Viginti Quatuor, and the one in the second room, Nomen Illi Mors. For the rest, even though the 2 rooms were smaller than the one by which we had entered the library, actually that one was heptagonal, these 2 rectangular, the furnishing was the same. We entered the third room. It was bare of books and had no scroll. Under the window, a stone altar. There were 3 doors, the one by which we had entered, another leading to the heptagonal room already visited, and a third which led to a new room, no different from the others, except for the scroll, which said, Obscuratus est sol et ir, announcing the growing darkness of sun and air. From here you went into a new room whose scroll said, Facta est grando et ignis, threatening turmoil and fire. This room was without other apertures. Once you reached it, you could proceed no further and had to turn back. Let us think about this, William said. 5 quadrangular or vaguely trapezoidal rooms, each with 1 window, arranged around a windowless heptagonal room to which the stairway leads. It seems elementary to me. We are in the East Tower. From the outside, each tower shows 5 windows and 5 sides. It works out. The empty room is the one facing east, the same direction as the choir of the church. The dawn sun illuminates the altar, which I find right and pious. The only clever idea, it seems to me, is the use of alabaster slabs. In the daytime they admit a fine light, and at night not even the moon's rays can penetrate. Now let's see where the other 2 doors of the heptagonal room lead. My master was mistaken, and the builders of the library had been shrewder than we thought. I cannot explain clearly what happened, but as we left the tower room, the order of the rooms became more confused. Some had 2 doorways, others 3. All had 1 window each, even those we entered from a windowed room, thinking we were heading toward the interior of the edificium. Each had always the same kind of cases and tables. The books arrayed in neat order seemed all the same, and certainly did not help us to recognize our location at a glance. We tried to orient ourselves by the scrolls. Once we crossed a room in which was written "In diebus illis," in those days, and after some roaming we thought we had come back to it. But we remembered that the door opposite the window led into a room whose scroll said "Primogenitus mortuorum," the firstborn of the dead, whereas now we came upon another that again said "Apocalypsis Jesu Christi," though it was not the heptagonal room from which we had set out. This fact convinced us that sometimes the scrolls repeated the same words in different rooms. We found 2 rooms with apocalypses, one after the other, and immediately following them, one with "Succidit de cielo stella magna." A great star fell from the heavens. The source of the phrases on the scrolls was obvious. They were verses from the Apocalypse of John. But it was not at all clear why they were painted on the walls or what logic was behind their arrangement. To increase our confusion, we discovered that some scrolls, not many, were colored red instead of black. At a certain point, we found ourselves again in the original heptagonal room, easily identified because the stairwell began there, and we resumed moving toward our right, trying to go straight from room to room. We went through 3 rooms and then found ourselves facing a blank wall. The only opening led to a new room that had only one other aperture, which we went through, and then, after another 4 rooms, we found ourselves again facing a wall. We returned to the previous room, which had 2 exits, took the one we had not tried before, went into a new room, and then found ourselves back in the heptagonal room of the outset. "What was the name of the last room, the one where we began retracing our steps?" William asked. I strained my memory, and I had a vision of a white horse. "Equus albus." "Good, let's find it again." And it was easy. From there, if we did not want to turn back as we had before, we could only pass through the room called "Gratia vobis et pax." And from there, on the right, we thought we found a new passage which did not take us back. Actually, we again came upon "In diebus illis" and "Primogenitus mortuorum." Were they the rooms of a few moments earlier? Then finally we came to a room that we did not seem to have visited before. "Tertia pars terrae combusta est." But even when we had learned that 1/3 of the earth had been burned up, we still did not know what our position was with respect to the East Tower. Holding the lamp in front of me, I ventured into the next rooms. A giant of threatening dimensions, a swaying and fluttering form, came toward me like a ghost. "A devil!" I cried, and almost dropped the lamp as I wheeled around and took refuge in William's arms. He seized the lamp from my hands and, thrusting me aside, stepped forward with a decisiveness that to me seemed sublime. He also saw something, because he brusquely stepped back. Then he leaned forward again and raised the lamp. He burst out laughing. "Really ingenious. A mirror." "A mirror?" "Yes, my bold warrior. You flung yourself so courageously on a real enemy a short while ago in the scriptorium, and now you are frightened by your own image. A mirror that reflects your image, enlarged and distorted." He took me by the hand and led me up to the wall facing the entrance to the room. On a corrugated sheet of glass, now that the light illuminated it more closely, I saw our 2 images, grotesquely misshapen, changing form and height as we moved closer or stepped back. "You must read some treatise on optics," William said, amused, "as the creators of the library surely did. The best ones are by the Arabs. Alhazen wrote a treatise, De Aspectibus, in which, with precise geometrical demonstrations, he spoke of the power of mirrors, some of which, depending on how their surface is gauged, can enlarge the tiniest things. What else are my lenses? While others make images appear upside down or oblique, or show 2 objects in the place of 1 and 4 in place of 2. Still others, like this one, turn a dwarf into a giant or a giant into a dwarf." "Lord Jesus!" I exclaimed. Are these, then, the visions some say they have had in the library?
Perhaps. A really clever idea.
He read the scroll on the wall over the mirror. Super tronus viginti quatuor. The 24 elders upon their seats. We have seen this inscription before, but it was a room without any mirror. This one, however, has no windows, and yet it is not heptagonal. Where are we? He looked around and went over to a case. Adso, without those wondrous oculi ad legendum, I cannot figure out what is written on these books. Read me some titles. I picked out a book at random. Master, it is not written.
What do you mean? I can see it is written. What do you read?
I am not reading. These are not letters of the alphabet, and it is not Greek. I would recognize it. They look like worms, snakes, fly dung.
Ah, it's Arabic. Are there others like it?
Yes, several. But here is one in Latin, thank God. Al-Khwarizmi Tabile. The Astronomical Tables of Al-Khwarizmi, translated by Adelaide Bath. A very rare work. Continue. Isa ibn Ali, De Oculis, Al-Kindi, De Radiis Stellatis.
Now look on the table.
I opened a great volume lying on the table, a De Bestiis. I happened on a delicately illuminated page where a very beautiful unicorn was depicted. Beautifully made, William commented, able to see the illustrations well. And that? I read, Liber Monstrorum de Diversis Generibus. This also has beautiful images, but they seem older to me. William bent his face to the text. Illuminated by Irish monks at least 5 centuries ago. The Unicorn book, on the other hand, is much more recent. It seems to me made in the French fashion. Once again I admired my master's erudition. We entered the next room and crossed the 4 rooms after it, all with windows, and all filled with volumes in unknown languages, in addition to some texts of occult sciences. Then we came to a wall, which forced us to turn back, because the last 5 rooms opened one into the other with no other egress possible. To judge by the angles of the walls, I would say we are in the pentagon of another tower, William said, but there is no central heptagonal room. Perhaps we are mistaken. But what about the windows? I asked. How can there be so many windows? It is impossible for all the rooms to overlook the outside. You are forgetting the central well. Many of the windows we have seen overlook the octagon, the well.
If it were day, the difference in light would tell us which are external windows and which internal,
and perhaps would even reveal to us a room's position with respect to the sun. But after dusk, no difference is perceptible. Let's go back. We returned to the room with the mirror and headed for the 3rd doorway, which we thought we had not gone through previously. We saw before us a sequence of 3 or 4 rooms, and toward the last we noticed a glow. "Someone's there," I exclaimed in a stifled voice. "If so, he has already seen our light," William said, nevertheless shielding the flame with his hand. We hesitated a moment or 2. The glow continued to flicker slightly, but without growing stronger or weaker. "Perhaps it is only a lamp," William said, "set here to convince the monks that the library is inhabited by the souls of the dead. But we must find out. You stay here and keep covering the light. I'll go ahead cautiously." Still ashamed at the sorry figure I had cut before the mirror, I wanted to redeem myself in William's eyes. "No, I'll go," I said. "You stay here. I'll proceed cautiously. I am smaller and lighter. As soon as I've made sure there is no risk, I'll call you." And so I did. I proceeded through 3 rooms, sticking close to the walls, light as a cat, or as a novice descending into the kitchen to steal cheese from the larder, an enterprise in which I excelled at milk. I came to the threshold of the room from which the glow, quite faint, was coming. I slipped along the wall to a column that served as the right jamb, and I peered into the room. No one was there. A kind of lamp was set on the table, lighted, and it was smoking, flickering. It was not a lamp like ours. It seemed rather an uncovered thurible. It had no flame, but a light ash smouldered, burning something. I plucked up my courage and entered. On the table beside the thurible, a brightly coloured book was lying open. I approached and saw 4 strips of different colours on the page: yellow, cinnabar, turquoise, and burnt sienna. A beast was set there, horrible to see, a great dragon with 10 heads, dragging after him the stars of the sky, and with his tail making them fall to earth. And suddenly I saw the dragon multiply, and the scales of his hide became a kind of...
The pages are waiting, but right now, you're invited to enjoy a calm moment of music and reflection. This audiobook is completely free for you.
forest of glittering shards that came off the page and took to circling around my head. I flung my head back, and I saw the ceiling of the room bend and press down toward me. Then I heard something like the hiss of 1,000 serpents, but not frightening, almost seductive, and a woman appeared, bathed in light, and put her face to mine, breathing on me. I thrust her away with outstretched hands, and my hands seemed to touch the books in the case opposite, or to grow out of all proportion. I no longer realized where I was, where the earth was, and where the sky. In the center of the room I saw Berengar staring at me with a hateful smile, oozing lust. I covered my face with my hands, and my hands seemed the claws of a toad, slimy and webbed. I cried out, I believe. There was an acid taste in my mouth. I plunged into infinite darkness, which seemed to yawn wider and wider beneath me. And then I knew nothing further. I woke again, after a time I thought was centuries, hearing some blows pounding in my head. I was stretched out on the floor, and William was slapping me on the cheeks. I was no longer in that room, and before my eyes was a scroll that said, Requiescant a laboribus suis. May they rest from their labours. Come, come, Adso, William was whispering to me. There's nothing. Everything, I said, still delirious. Over there, the beast. No beast. I found you raving underneath a table with a beautiful Mozarabic apocalypse on it, open to the page of the Mulia Amicta Sole confronting the dragon. But I realized from the odor that you had inhaled something dangerous, and I carried you away immediately. And my head also aches. But what did I see? You saw nothing. The fact is that some substances capable of inducing visions were burning there. I recognized the smell. It is an Arab stuff, perhaps the same that the old man of the mountain gave his assassins to breathe before sending them off on their missions. And so we have explained the mystery of the visions. Someone puts magic herbs there during the night to convince importunate visitors that the library is guarded by diabolical presences. What did you experience, by the way? In confusion, as best I could recall, I told him of my vision, and William laughed. For half of it you were developing what you had glimpsed in the book, and for the other half you let your desires and your fears speak out. This is the operation certain herbs set in action. Tomorrow we must talk about it with Severinus. I believe he knows more than he wants us to believe. They are herbs, only herbs, requiring none of those necromantic preparations that Glazier talked to us about. Herbs, mirrors. This place of forbidden knowledge is guarded by many and most cunning devices. Knowledge is used to conceal rather than to enlighten. I don't like it. A perverse mind presides over the holy defence of the library. But this has been a toilsome night. We must leave here for the present. You're distraught and you need water and fresh air. It's useless to try to open these windows, too high and perhaps closed for decades. How could they think Adelmo had thrown himself down from here? Leave, William had said, as if it were easy. We knew the library could be reached only from one tower, the eastern one. But where were we at that moment? We had completely lost our orientation. We wandered, fearing never to emerge from that place again. I, still stumbling, seized with fits of vomiting, and William somewhat worried about me and irritated by the inadequacy of his learning. But this wandering gave us, or gave him, an idea for the following day. We would come back to the library, assuming we ever got out of it, with a charred firebrand or some other substance capable of leaving signs on the walls. To find the way out of a labyrinth, William recited, there is only one means. At every new junction, never seen before, the path we have taken will be marked with 3 signs. If, because of previous signs on some of the paths of the junction, you see that the junction has already been visited, you will make only 1 mark on the path you have taken. If all the apertures have already been marked, then you must retrace your steps. But if 1 or 2 apertures of the junction are still without signs, you will choose any one, making 2 signs on it. Proceeding through an aperture that bears only 1 sign, you will make 2 more, so that now the aperture bears 3. All the parts of the labyrinth must have been visited if, arriving at a junction, you never take a passage with 3 signs, unless none of the other passages is now without signs. How do you know that? Are you an expert on labyrinths? No, I am citing an ancient text I once read. And by observing this rule you get out? Almost never, as far as I know. But we will try it, all the same. And besides, within the next day or so, I will have lenses and time to devote myself more to the books. It may be that where the succession of scrolls confuses us, the arrangement of the books will give us a rule. You'll have your lenses. How will you find them again? I said I'll have lenses. I'll have new ones made. I believe that Glazier is eager for an opportunity of this kind to try something new. As long as he has the right tools for grinding the bits of glass. When it comes to bits of glass, he has plenty in his workshop. As we roamed, seeking the way, suddenly, in the centre of one room, I felt an invisible hand stroke my cheek, while a groan, not human and not animal, echoed in both that room and the next, as if a ghost was wandering from one to the other. I should have been prepared for the library's surprises, but once again I was terrified and leaped backward. William must have had an experience similar to mine, because he was touching his cheek as he held up the light and looked around. He raised one hand, examined the flame, which now seemed brighter, then moistened a finger and held it straight in front of him. "It's clear," he said, and showed me 2 points on opposite walls at a man's height. 2 narrow slits opened there, and if you put your hand to them, you could feel the cold air coming from outside. Putting your ear to them, you could hear a rustling sound, as of a wind blowing outside. The library must, of course, have a ventilation system, William said, otherwise the atmosphere would be stifling, especially in the summer. Moreover, those slits provide the right amount of humidity so the parchments will not dry out. But the cleverness of the founders did not stop there. Placing the slits at certain angles, they made sure that on windy nights the gusts penetrating from these openings would encounter other gusts and swirl inside the sequence of rooms, producing the sounds we have heard, which, along with the mirrors and the herbs, increase the fear of the foolhardy who come in here, as we have, without knowing the place well. And we ourselves, for a moment, thought ghosts were breathing on our faces. We've realized it only now, because the wind has sprung up only now. So this mystery too is solved. But we still don't know how to get out. As we spoke, we wandered aimlessly, now bewildered, not bothering to read the scrolls, which seemed all alike. We came into a new heptagonal room. We went through the nearby rooms. We found no exit. We retraced our steps and walked for almost an hour, making no effort to discover where we were. At a certain point, William decided we were defeated. All we could do was go to sleep in some room and hope that the next day Malachi would find us. As we bemoaned the miserable end of our bold adventure, we suddenly found again the room from which the stairway descended. We fervently thanked heaven and went down in high spirits. Once we were in the kitchen, we rushed to the fireplace and entered the corridor of the osarium, and I swear that the deathly grin of those fleshless heads looked to me like the smiles of dear friends. We re-entered the church and came out through the north door, finally sitting down happily on the tombstones. The beautiful night air seemed a divine balm. The stars shone around us, and I felt the visions of the library were far away. "How beautiful the world is, and how ugly labyrinths are," I said, relieved. "How beautiful the world would be if there were a procedure for moving through labyrinths," my master replied. We walked along the left side of the church, past the great door. I looked away to avoid seeing the elders of the Apocalypse, super thronos viginti quatuor, and crossed the cloister to reach the pilgrims' hospice. At the door of the building stood the abbot, staring at us sternly. "I have been looking for you all night," he said to William. "I did not find you in your cell. I did not find you in church." "We were pursuing a trail," William said vaguely, with visible embarrassment. The abbot gave him a long look, then said in a slow and severe voice, "I looked for you immediately after Compline. Berengar was not in choir." "What are you telling me?" William said with a cheerful expression. In fact, it was now clear to him who had been in ambush in the scriptorium. "He was not in choir at Compline," the abbot repeated, "and has not come back to his cell. Matins are about to ring, and we will now see if he reappears. Otherwise I fear some new calamity." At Matins, Berengar was absent. Third day.
From Lords to Prime, in which a blood-stained cloth is found in the cell of Berengar, who has disappeared. And that is all.
In setting down these words, I feel weary as I felt that night, or rather that morning. What can be said? After Matins, the abbot sent most of the monks, now in a state of alarm, to seek everywhere, but without any result. Toward Lords, searching Berengar's cell, a monk found under the pallet a white cloth stained with blood. He showed it to the abbot, who drew the direst omens from it. Jorge was present, and as soon as he was informed, he said, "Blood?" as if the thing seemed improbable to him. They told Alinardo, who shook his head and said, "No, no, at the third trumpet, death comes by water." William examined the cloth, then said, "Now everything is clear." "Where is Berengar?" they asked him. "I don't know," he answered. Aymaro heard him and raised his eyes to heaven, murmuring to Peter of St. Albano, "Typically English." Toward Prime, when the sun was already up, servants were sent to explore the foot of the cliff all around the walls. They came back at terse, having found nothing. William told me that we could not have done any better. We had to await events, and he went to the forges to engage in a deep conversation with Nicholas, the master glazier. I sat in church near the central door as the masses were said, and so I fell devoutly asleep, and slept a long time, because young people seem to need sleep more than the old, who have already slept so much and are preparing to sleep for all eternity.
Terce, in which Adso in the scriptorium reflects on the history of his order and on the destiny of books.
I came out of church less tired, but with my mind confused. The body does not enjoy peaceful rest except in the night hours. I went up to the scriptorium and, after obtaining Malachi's permission, began to leaf through the catalogue. But as I glanced absently at the pages passing before my eyes, I was really observing the monks. I was struck by their calm, their serenity. Intent on their work, they seemed to forget that one of their brothers was being anxiously sought throughout the grounds, and that 2 others had disappeared in frightful circumstances. Here, I said to myself, is the greatness of our order. For centuries and centuries, men like these have seen the barbarian hordes burst in, sack their abbeys, plunge kingdoms into chasms of fire, and yet they have gone on cherishing parchments and inks, have continued to read, moving their lips over words that have been handed down through centuries, and which they will hand down to the centuries to come. They went on reading and copying as the millennium approached. Why should they not continue to do so now? The day before, Benno had said he would be prepared to sin in order to procure a rare book. He was not lying and not joking. A monk should surely love his books with humility, wishing their good and not the glory of his own curiosity. But what the temptation of adultery is for laymen, and the yearning for riches is for secular ecclesiastics, the seduction of knowledge is for monks. I leafed through the catalogue, and a feast of mysterious titles danced before my eyes. Quinti sereni de medicamentis, phenomena, liber Aesopi de natura animalium, liber etici peronime de cosmographia, libri trequos aculfus episcopus adamnano excipiente de losis sanctis ultramarinis designavit conscripendus, libellus Q. Julie Hilarius de origine mundi solini polyhistor de situ orbis terrarum et mirabilibus, Almagestus. I was not surprised that the mystery of the crimes should involve the library. For these men devoted to writing, the library was at once the celestial Jerusalem and an underground world on the border between terra incognita and Hades. They were dominated by the library, by its promises and by its prohibitions. They lived with it, for it, and perhaps against it, sinfully hoping one day to violate all its secrets. Why should they not have risked death to satisfy a curiosity of their minds, or have killed to prevent someone from appropriating a jealously guarded secret of their own? Temptations, to be sure, intellectual pride. Quite different was the scribe monk, imagined by our sainted founder, capable of copying without understanding, surrendered to the will of God, writing as if praying, and praying inasmuch as he was writing. Why was it no longer so? Oh, this was surely not the only degeneration of our order. It had become too powerful. Its abbots competed with kings. In Arbo did I not perhaps have the example of a monarch who, with monarch's demeanour, tried to settle controversies between monarchs? The very knowledge that the abbeys had accumulated was now used as barter goods, cause for pride, motive for boasting and prestige. Just as knights displayed armour and standards, our abbots displayed illuminated manuscripts. And all the more so now. What madness, when our monasteries had also lost the leadership in learning. Cathedral schools, urban corporations, universities were copying books, perhaps more and better than we, and producing new ones, and this may have been the cause of many misfortunes. The abbey where I was staying was probably the last to boast of excellence in the production and reproduction of learning. But perhaps for this very reason, the monks were no longer content with the holy work of copying. They wanted also to produce new complements of nature, impelled by the lust for novelty. And they did not realize, as I sensed vaguely at that moment, and know clearly today, now aged in years and experience, that in doing so they sanctioned the destruction of their excellence. Because if this new learning they wanted to produce were to circulate freely outside those walls, then nothing would distinguish that sacred place any longer from a cathedral school or a city university. Remaining isolated, on the other hand, it maintained its prestige and its strength intact. It was not corrupted by disputation, by the quodlibetical conceit that would subject every mystery and every greatness to the scrutiny of sic et non. There, I said to myself, are the reasons for the silence and the darkness that surround the library. It is the preserve of learning, but can maintain this learning unsullied only if it prevents its reaching anyone at all, even the monks themselves. Learning is not like a coin, which remains physically whole even through the most infamous transactions. It is rather like a very handsome dress, which is worn out through use and ostentation. Is not a book like that, in fact? Its pages crumble, its ink and gold turn dull if too many hands touch it. I saw Pacificus of Tivoli leafing through an ancient volume whose pages had become stuck together because of the humidity. He moistened his thumb and forefinger with his tongue to leaf through his book, and at every touch of his saliva those pages lost vigor. Opening them meant folding them, exposing them to the harsh action of air and dust, which would erode the subtle wrinkles of the parchment and would produce mildew where the saliva had softened but also weakened the corner of the page. As an excess of sweetness makes the warrior flaccid and inept, this excess of possessive and curious love would make the book vulnerable to the disease destined to kill it. What should be done? Stop reading and only preserve? Were my fears correct? What would my master have said? Nearby I saw a rubricator, Magnus of Iona, who had finished scraping his vellum with pumice stone and was now softening it with chalk, soon to smooth the surface with the ruler. Another, next to him, Rabbano of Toledo, had fixed the parchment to the desk, pricking the margins with tiny holes on both sides, between which, with a metal stylus, he was now drawing very fine horizontal lines. Soon the 2 pages would be filled with colours and shapes. The sheet would become a kind of reliquary, glowing with gems studied in what would then be the devout text of the writing. Those 2 brothers, I said to myself, are living their hours of paradise on earth. They were producing new books, just like those that time would inexorably destroy. Therefore, the library could not be threatened by any earthly force. It was a living thing. But if it was living, why should it not be opened to the risk of knowledge? Was this what Benno wanted, and what Venantius perhaps had wanted? I felt confused, afraid of my own thoughts. Perhaps they were not fitting for a novice, who should only follow the rule scrupulously and humbly through all the years to come, which is what I subsequently did, without asking myself further questions, while around me the world was sinking deeper and deeper into a storm of blood and madness. It was the hour of our morning meal. I went to the kitchen, where by now I had become a friend of the cook's, and they gave me some of the best morsels.
Sext, in which Adso receives the confidences of Salvatore, which cannot be summarized in a few words, but which cause him long and concerned meditation.
As I was eating, I saw Salvatore in one corner, obviously having made his peace with the cook, for he was merrily devouring a mutton pie. He ate as if he had never eaten before in his life, not letting even a crumb fall, and he seemed to be giving thanks to God for this extraordinary event. He winked at me and said, in that bizarre language of his, that he was eating for all the years when he had fasted. I questioned him. He told me of a very painful childhood in a village where the air was bad, the rains frequent, where the fields rotted while the air was polluted by deathly miasmas. There were floods, or so I understood, season after season, when the fields had no furrows, and with a bushel of seed you harvested a sextary, and then the sextary was reduced to nothing. Even the overlords had white faces like the poor, although, Salvatore remarked, the poor died in greater numbers than the gentry did. Perhaps, he smiled, because there were more of them. A sextary cost 15 pence, a bushel 60 pence. The preachers announced the end of the world, but Salvatore's parents and grandparents remembered the same story in the past as well. So they came to the conclusion that the world was always about to end. And after they had eaten all the bird carcasses and all the unclean animals they could find, there was a rumor in the village that somebody was beginning to dig up the dead. Salvatore explained with great dramatic ability, as if he were an actor, how those homine malissimi behaved, the wicked men who scrabbled with their fingers in the earth of the cemeteries the day after somebody's funeral. "Yum!" he said, and bit into his mutton pie, but I could see on his face the grimace of the desperate man eating the corpse. And then, not content with digging in consecrated ground, some, worse than the others, like highwaymen, crouched in the forest and took travellers by surprise. "Thwack!" Salvatore said, holding his knife to his throat, and "Nyam!" And the worst among the worst accosted boys, offering an egg or an apple, and then devoured them, though, as Salvatore explained to me very gravely, always cooking them first. He told of a man who came to the village selling cooked meat for a few pence, and nobody could understand this great stroke of luck, but then the priest said it was human flesh, and the man was torn to pieces by the infuriated crowd. That same night, however, one man from the village went and dug up the grave of the murdered victim and ate the flesh of the cannibal, whereupon, since he was discovered, the village put him to death too. But Salvatore did not tell me only this tale. In broken words, obliging me to recall what little I knew of Provençal and of Italian dialects, he told me the story of his flight from his native village and his roaming about the world. And in his story I recognized many men I had already known or encountered along the road, and I now recognize many more that I have met since, so that after all this time I may even attribute to him adventures and crimes that belonged to others, before him and after him, and which now in my tired mind flatten out to form a single image. This, in fact, is the power of the imagination, which, combining the memory of gold with that of the mountain, can compose the idea of a golden mountain. Often during our journey I heard William mention the simple, a term by which some of his brothers denoted not only the populace, but at the same time the unlearned. This expression always seemed to me generic, because in the Italian cities I had met men of trade and artisans who were not clerics, but were not unlearned, even if their knowledge was revealed through the use of the vernacular. And, for that matter, some of the tyrants who governed the peninsula at that time were ignorant of theological learning and medical and logical, and ignorant of Latin, but they were surely not simple or benighted. So I believe that even my master, when he spoke of the simple, was using a rather simple concept. But unquestionably Salvatore was simple. He came from a rural land that for centuries had been subjected to famine and the arrogance of the feudal lords. He was simple, but he was not a fool. He yearned for a different world, which, when he fled his family's house, I gathered assumed the aspect of the land of cocaine, where wheels of cheese and aromatic sausages grow on the trees that ooze honey. Driven by such a hope, as if refusing to recognize this world as a vale of tears where, as they taught me, even injustice is foreordained by Providence to maintain the balance of things, whose design often eludes us, Salvatore journeyed through various lands, from his native Montferrat toward Liguria, then up through Provence into the lands of the King of France. Salvatore wandered through the world, begging, pilfering, pretending to be ill, entering the temporary service of some lord, then again taking to the forest or the high road. From the story he told me, I pictured him among those bands of vagrants that in the years that followed I saw more and more often roaming about Europe, false monks, charlatans, swindlers, cheats, tramps and tatterdemalions, lepers and cripples, jugglers, invalid mercenaries, wandering Jews escaped from the infidels with their spirit broken, lunatics, fugitives under banishment, malefactors with an ear cut off, sodomites, and along with them ambulant artisans, weavers, tinkers, chair-menders, knife-grinders, basket-weavers, masons, and also rogues of every stripe, forgers, scoundrels, card-sharps, rascals, bullies, reprobates, recreants, frauds, hooligans, simoniacal and embezzling canons and priests, people who lived on the credulity of others, counterfeiters of bulls and papal seals, peddlers of indulgences, false paralytics who lay at church doors, vagrants fleeing from convents, relic sellers, pardoners, soothsayers and fortune-tellers, necromancers, healers, bogus alms-seekers, fornicators of every sort, corrupters of nuns and maidens by deception and violence, simulators of dropsy, epilepsy, hemorrhoids, gout and sores, as well as melancholy madness. There were those who put plasters on their bodies to imitate incurable ulcerations, others who filled their mouths with a blood-coloured substance to feign accesses of consumption, rascals who pretended to be weak in one of their limbs, carrying unnecessary crutches and imitating the falling sickness, scabies, buboes, swellings, while applying bandages, tincture of saffron, carrying irons on their hands, their heads swathed, slipping into the churches stinking, and suddenly fainting in the squares, spitting saliva and popping their eyes, making the nostrils spurt blood concocted of blackberry juice and vermilion, to wrest food or money from the frightened people who recalled the church fathers' exhortations to give alms. Share your bread with the hungry, take the homeless to your hearth. We visit Christ, we house Christ, we clothe Christ, because as water purges fire, so charity purges our sins. Long after the events I am narrating, along the course of the Danube, I saw many, and still see some, of these charlatans who had their names and their subdivisions in legions, like the devils. It was like a mire that flowed over the paths of our world, and with them mingled preachers in good faith, heretics in search of new victims, agitators of discord. It was Pope John, always fearing movements of the simple who might preach and practice poverty, who inveighed against the mendicant preachers, for, he said, they attracted the curious by raising banners with painted figures, preaching and extorting money. Was the simoniacal and corrupt Pope right in considering the mendicant monks preaching poverty the equivalent of bands of outcasts and robbers? In those days, having journeyed a bit in the Italian peninsula, I no longer had firm opinions on the subject. I had heard of the monks of Alto Pascio, who, when they preached, threatened excommunications and promised indulgences, absolved those who committed robberies and fratricides, homicides and perjury for money. They let it be believed that in their hospital every day up to 100 masses were said, for which they collected donations, and they said that with their income they supplied dowries for 200 poor maidens. And I had heard tales of Brother Paolo Zoppo, who in the forest of Rieti lived as a hermit and boasted of having received directly from the Holy Spirit the revelation that the carnal act was not a sin. So he seduced his victims, whom he called sisters, forcing them to submit to the lash on their naked flesh, making 5 genuflections on the ground in the form of a cross, before he presented them to God, and claimed from them what he called the kiss of peace. But was it true? And what link was there between these hermits who were said to be enlightened and the monks of poor life who roamed the roads of the peninsula, really doing penance, disliked by the clergy and the bishops, whose vices and thefts they excoriated? From Salvatore's tale, as it became mingled with the things I already knew from my own experience, these distinctions did not emerge clearly. Everything looked the same as everything else. At times he seemed to me one of those crippled beggars of Touraine who, as the story goes, took flight at the approach of the miraculous corpse of Saint Martin, for they feared the saint would heal them and thus deprive them of their source of income, and the saint mercilessly saved them before they reached the border, punishing their wickedness by restoring to them the use of their limbs. At times, however, the monk's ferocious face brightened with a sweet glow, as he told me how, when living among those bands, he listened to the word of the Franciscan preachers, as outcast as he was, and he understood that the poor and vagabond life he led should be taken not as a grim necessity, but as a joyous act of dedication, and he joined penitential sects and groups whose names he could not pronounce properly, and whose doctrine he defined in highly unlikely terms. I deduced that he had encountered Paterines and Waldensians, and perhaps Catharists, Arnoldists, and Umiliati, and that, roaming about the world, he had passed from one group to another, gradually assuming as a mission his vagrant state, and doing for the Lord what he had done till then for his belly. But how, and for how long? As far as I could tell, about 30 years before, he had joined a convent of Minorites in Tuscany, and there he had assumed the habit of St. Francis without taking orders. There, I believe, he learned that smattering of Latin he spoke, mixing it with the speech of all the places where he had been as a poor, homeless wanderer, and of all the vagabond companions he had encountered from the mercenaries of my lands to the bogomils of Dalmatia. In the convent he had devoted himself to a life of penance, he said. Penitentiagite, he quoted to me with eyes shining, and I heard again the expression that had aroused William's curiosity. But apparently also the monks he was staying with had confused ideas, because, enraged by the cannon of the neighboring...
The pages are waiting, but right now, you're invited to enjoy a calm moment of music and reflection. This audiobook is completely free for you.
After you lead the way, I'll follow you. Tonight I'll stay. After you lead the way. Heart racing, we're on the prowl. In the dark, we're not backing down. In the dark, we're not backing down. Whispers in my ear, you're taking control. I can't resist, you got me in a hole.
Church, who was accused of thefts and other wickedness, they invaded his house one day and sent him flying down the steps, and the sinner died. Then they looted his house, for which the bishop sent his armed guards. The monks were dispersed, and Salvatore roamed at length in northern Italy with a band of fraticelli, or mendicant minorites, at this point without any law or discipline. From there he took refuge in the Toulouse region, and a strange adventure befell him, for he was inflamed by hearing the story of the Crusaders' great enterprises. A horde of shepherds and humble folk in great numbers gathered one day to cross the sea and fight against the enemies of the faith. They were called the Pastoureaux, the shepherds. Actually, they wanted to escape their own wretched land. There were two leaders who filled their heads with false theories: a priest who had been dismissed from his church because of his conduct, and an apostate monk of the order of St. Benedict. This pair drove ignorant men so mad that they came running after the two in throngs, even boys of 16, against their parents' wishes, carrying only knapsack and stick, all without money, leaving their fields to follow the leaders like a flock, and they formed a great crowd. At this point, they would no longer heed reason or justice, but only power and their own caprice. Gathered together and finally free, with a dim hope of promised lands, they were as if drunk. They stormed through villages and cities, taking everything, and if one of their number was arrested, they would attack the prison and free him. And they killed all the Jews they came upon here and there and stripped them of their possessions. Why the Jews? I asked Salvatore. He answered, "And why not?" He explained to me that all his life preachers had told him the Jews were the enemies of Christianity and accumulated possessions that had been denied the Christian poor. I asked him, however, whether it was not also true that lords and bishops accumulated possessions through tithes, so that the shepherds were not fighting their true enemies. He replied that when your true enemies are too strong, you have to choose weaker enemies. I reflected that this was why the simple are so called. Only the powerful always know with great clarity who their true enemies are. The lords did not want the shepherds to jeopardize their possessions, and it was a great good fortune for them that the shepherds' leaders spread the notion that the greatest wealth belonged to the Jews. I asked him who had put into the crowd's head the idea of attacking the Jews. Salvatore could not remember. I believe that when such crowds collect, lured by a promise and immediately demanding something, there is never any knowing who among them speaks. I recalled that their leaders had been educated in convents and cathedral schools, and they spoke the language of the lords, even if they translated it into terms that the shepherds could understand. The shepherds did not know where the Pope was, but they knew where the Jews were. Anyway, they laid siege to a high and massive tower of the King of France, where the frightened Jews had run in a body to take refuge. And the Jews, sallying forth below the walls of the tower, defended themselves courageously and pitilessly, hurling wood and stones. But the shepherds set fire to the gate of the tower, tormenting the barricaded Jews with smoke and flames. And the Jews, unable to defeat their attackers, preferring to kill themselves rather than die at the hand of the uncircumcised, asked one of their number, who seemed the most courageous, to put them all to the sword. He consented, and killed almost 500 of them. Then he came out of the tower with the children of the Jews, and asked the shepherds to baptize him. But the shepherds said to him, "You have massacred your people, and now you want to evade death?" And they tore him to pieces. But they spared the children, whom they baptized. Then they headed for Carcassonne, carrying out many bloody robberies along the way. Then the King of France warned them that they had gone too far, and ordered that they be resisted in every city they passed through, and he proclaimed that even the Jews should be defended as if they were the king's men. Why did the king become so considerate of the Jews at that point? Perhaps because he was beginning to realize what the shepherds might do throughout the kingdom, and he was concerned because their number was increasing too rapidly. Further, he was moved to tenderness for the Jews, both because the Jews were useful to the trade of the kingdom, and because now it was necessary to destroy the shepherds, and all good Christians had to have a good reason to weep over their crimes. But many Christians did not obey the king, thinking it wrong to defend the Jews, who had always been enemies of the Christian faith. And in many cities the humble people, who had had to pay usury to the Jews, were happy to see the shepherds punish them for their wealth. Then the king commanded, under pain of death, that no aid be given the shepherds. He gathered a considerable army and attacked them, and many of them were killed, while others saved themselves by taking flight and seeking refuge in the forests, but there they died of hardship. Soon all were annihilated. The king's general captured them and hanged them, 20 or 30 at a time, from the highest trees, so the sight of their corpses would serve as an eternal example, and no one would dare to disturb the peace of the realm again. The unusual thing is that Salvatore told me this story as if describing the most virtuous enterprise, and in fact he remained convinced that the horde of so-called shepherds had aimed to conquer the sepulchre of Christ and free it from the infidels, and it was impossible for me to convince him that this fine conquest had already been achieved in the days of Peter the Hermit and St. Bernard, and under the reign of St. Louis of France. In any case, Salvatore did not reach the infidels, because he had to leave French territory in a hurry. He went into the Novara region, he told me, but he was very vague about what happened at this point. And finally he arrived at Casale, where he was received by the convent of Minorites, and here I believe he met Remigio, at the very time when many of them, persecuted by the Pope, were changing habit and seeking refuge in monasteries of other orders to avoid being burned at the stake, as indeed Ubertino had told us. Thanks to his long familiarity with many manual tasks, which he had performed both for dishonest purposes when he was roaming freely, and for holy purposes when he was roaming for the love of Christ, Salvatore was immediately taken on by the cellarer as his personal assistant. And that was why he had been here for many years, with scant interest in the order's pomp, but much in the administration of its cellar and larder, where he was free to eat without stealing, and to praise the Lord without being burned. I looked at him with curiosity, not because of the singularity of his experience, but because what had happened to him seemed to me the splendid epitome of so many events and movements that made the Italy of that time fascinating and incomprehensible. What had emerged from those tales? The picture of a man who had led an adventurous life, capable even of killing a fellow man without realizing his own crime. But although at that time one offense to the divine law seemed to me the same as another, I was already beginning to understand some of the phenomena I was hearing discussed, and I saw that it is one thing for a crowd in an almost ecstatic frenzy, mistaking the laws of the devil for those of the Lord, to commit a massacre, but it is another thing for an individual to commit a crime in cold blood, with calculation, in silence. And it did not seem to me that Salvatore could have stained his soul with such a crime. On the other hand, I wanted to discover something about the abbot's insinuations, and I was obsessed by the idea of Fra Dolcino, of whom I knew almost nothing, though his ghost seemed to hover over many conversations I had heard these past few days. So I asked Salvatore point blank, "In your journeys, did you ever meet Fra Dolcino?" His reaction was most strange. He widened his eyes, if it were possible to open them wider than they were. He blessed himself repeatedly, murmured some broken phrases in a language that this time I really did not understand. But they seemed to me phrases of denial. Until then he had looked at me with good-natured trust, I would say with friendship. At that moment he looked at me almost with irritation. Then, inventing an excuse, he left. Now I could no longer resist. Who was this monk who inspired terror in anyone who heard his name mentioned? I decided I could not remain any longer in the grip of my desire to know. An idea crossed my mind. Ubertino. He himself had uttered that name the first evening we met him. He knew everything of the vicissitudes, open and secret, of monks, friars, and other species of these last years. Where could I find him at this hour? Surely in church, immersed in prayer. And since I was enjoying a moment of liberty, I went there. I did not find him. Indeed, I did not find him until evening. And so my curiosity stayed with me, for other events were occurring, of which I must now tell.
Nones, in which William speaks to Adso of the great river of heresy, of the function of the simple within the Church, of his doubts concerning the possibility of knowing universal laws, and almost parenthetically, he tells how he deciphered the necromantic signs left by Venantius.
I found William at the forge, working with Nicholas, both deeply involved in their task. On the counter they had laid out a number of tiny glass discs, perhaps originally intended as parts of a window. With instruments they had reduced some of these to the desired thickness. William was holding them up before his eyes, testing them. Nicholas, for his part, was issuing instructions to the smiths for making the fork in which the correct lenses would be set. William was grumbling, irritated because so far the most satisfactory lens was an emerald colour, and, as he said, he did not want parchments to seem meadows to him. Nicholas went off to supervise the smiths. As William tried out the various discs, I told him of my dialogue with Salvatore.
"The man has had various experiences," he said. "Perhaps he actually was with the Dulcinians. The Abbey really is a microcosm, and when we have Pope John's envoys and Brother Michael here, we'll be complete."
"Master," I said to him, "I understand nothing."
"About what, Adso?"
"First about the differences among heretical groups, but I'll ask you about that later. Now I am tormented by the problem of difference itself. When you were speaking with Ubertino, I had the impression you were trying to prove to him that all are the same, saints and heretics. But then, speaking with the abbot, you were doing your best to explain to him the difference between one heretic and another, and between the heretical and the orthodox. In other words, you reproached Ubertino for considering different those who were basically the same, and the abbot for considering the same those who were basically different." William set the lenses on the table for a moment.
"My good Adso," he said, "we will try now to make some distinctions, and we may as well use the terms of the School of Paris for our distinguishing. So, they say all men have the same substantial form. Am I right?"
"Of course," I said, proud of my knowledge. "Men are animals, but rational, and the property of man is the capacity for laughing."
"Excellent. But Thomas is different from Bonaventure. Thomas is fat, while Bonaventure is thin, and it may even be that Hugh is bad, while Francis is good, and Aldemar is phlegmatic, while Agilulf is bilious. Or am I mistaken?"
"No, that is the case beyond any doubt."
"Then this means there is identity in different men as to their substantial form, and diversity as to the accidents or as to their superficial shape."
"That is so, unquestionably."
"When I say to Ubertino that human nature itself, in the complexity of its operations, governs both the love of good and the love of evil, I am trying to convince Ubertino of the identity of human nature. When I say to the abbot, however, that there is a difference between a Catharist and a Waldensian, I am insisting on the variety of their accidents. And I insist on it because a Waldensian may be burned after the accidents of a Catharist have been attributed to him, and vice versa. And when you burn a man, you burn his individual substance, and reduce to pure nothing that which was a concrete act of existing, hence in itself good, at least in the eyes of God, who kept him in existence. Does this seem to you a good reason for insisting on the differences?"
"The trouble is," I said, I can no longer distinguish the accidental difference among Waldensians, Catharists, the poor of Lyon, the umiliati, the Beggards, Joachimites, Paterines, Apostles, poor Lombards, Arnoldists, Williamites, followers of the free spirit, and Luciferines. What am I to do?"
"Oh, poor Adso," William said, laughing and giving me an affectionate slap on the nape. "You're not really wrong. You see, it's as if, over the last 2 centuries, and even earlier, this world of ours has been struck by storms of intolerance, hope, and despair, all together. No, that's not a good analogy. Imagine a river, wide and majestic, which flows for miles and miles between strong embankments where the land is firm. At a certain point, the river, out of weariness, because its flow has taken up too much time and too much space, because it is approaching the sea, which annihilates all rivers in itself, no longer knows what it is, loses its identity, it becomes its own delta. A major branch may remain, but many break off from it in every direction, and some flow together again into one another, and you can't tell what begets what, and sometimes you can't tell what is still river and what is already sea. If I understand your allegory, the river is the city of God, or the kingdom of the just, which is approaching the millennium, and in this uncertainty it no longer remains secure, false and true prophets are born, and everything flows into the great plain where Armageddon will take place." "That isn't exactly what I was thinking. I was trying to explain to you how the body of the Church, which for centuries was also the body of all society, the people of God, has become too rich and wide, and it carries along the dross of all the countries it has passed through, and it has lost its own purity. The branches of the delta are, if you like, so many attempts of the river to flow as quickly as possible to the sea, that is, to the moment of purification. My allegory was meant only to tell you how the branches of heresy and the movements of renewal, when the river is no longer intact, are numerous and become mingled. You can also add to my poor allegory the image of someone who is trying to reconstruct the banks of the river with brute strength, but cannot do so. And some branches of the delta silt up, others are redirected to the river by artificial channels, still others are allowed to flow, because it is impossible to restrain everything, and it is better for the river to lose a part of its water and still maintain its course, if it wants to have a recognizable course.
I understand less and less.
So do I. I'm not good at speaking in parables. Forget this story of the river. Try instead to understand that many of the movements you mentioned were born at least 200 years ago and are already dead, yet others are recent. But when heretics are discussed, they are all mentioned together, true. And this is one of the ways heresy spreads, and one of the ways it is destroyed.
Again, I don't understand.
God, how difficult it is. Very well. Imagine you are a reformer of morals, and you collect some companions on a mountain top to live in poverty. And after a while you see that many come to you, even from distant lands, and they consider you a prophet, or a new apostle, and they follow you. Have they really come there for you, or for what you say?
I don't know. I hope so. Why otherwise?
Because from their fathers they have heard stories of other reformers, and legends of more or less perfect communities, and they believe this is that, and that is this.
And so every movement inherits the offspring of others?
Of course, because the majority of those who flock after reformers are the simple, who have no subtlety of doctrine. And yet moral reform movements originate in different places and ways, and with different doctrines. For example, the Catharists and the Waldensians are often mixed up, but there is a great difference between them. The Waldensians preached a moral reform within the Church. The Catharists preached a different church, a different view of God and morality. The Catharists thought the world was divided between the opposing forces of good and evil, and they had built a church in which the perfect were distinguished from simple believers, and they had their sacraments and their rites. They had built a very rigid hierarchy, almost like that of our own Holy Mother, and they didn't for a moment think of destroying every form of power, which explains to you why men in command, landowners, feudal lords, also joined the Catharists. Nor did they think of reforming the world, because the opposition between good and evil for them can never be settled. The Waldensians, on the contrary, and along with them the Arnoldists, or poor Lombards, wanted to construct a different world on an ideal of poverty, and this is why they received the outcasts and lived in community with the labour of their hands. But why then are they confused and spoken of as the same evil weed? I told you, what makes them live is also what makes them die. The movements grow, gathering simple people who have been aroused by other movements and who believe all have the same impulse of revolt and hope. And they are destroyed by the inquisitors, who attribute to one the errors of the other, and if the sectarians of one movement commit a crime, this crime will be attributed to each sectarian of each movement. The inquisitors are mistaken, rationally speaking, because they lump contradictory doctrines together. They are right, according to others' irrationality, because when a movement of them, say Arnoldists, springs up in one city, it is swelled by those who would have been, or have been, Catharists or Waldensians elsewhere. Fra Dolcino's apostles preached the physical destruction of clerics and lords, and committed many acts of violence. The Waldensians are opposed to violence, and so are the Fraticelli. But I am sure that in Fra Dolcino's day there were many in his group who had previously followed the preachings of the Fraticelli or the Waldensians. The simple cannot choose their personal heresy, Adso. They cling to the man preaching in their land, who passes through their village or stops in their square. This is what their enemies exploit, to present to the eyes of the people a single heresy, which perhaps may suggest at the same time the renunciation of sexual pleasure and the communion of bodies, is good preaching technique. It shows the heretics as one jumble of diabolical contradictions which offend common sense. So there is no relationship among them, and it is the devil's deception that makes a simple man who would like to be a Yorkamite or a spiritual fall into the hands of the Catharists, and vice versa. No, that is not quite it. Let's try again from the beginning, Adso. But I assure you, I am attempting to explain to you something about which I myself am not sure I possess the truth. I think the mistake is to believe that the heresy comes first, and then the simple folk who join it, and damn themselves for it. Actually, first comes the condition of being simple, then the heresy. What do you mean? You have a clear conception of the people of God, a great flock, good sheep and bad sheep, kept in order by mastiffs, the warriors or the temporal power, the emperor and the overlords, under the guidance of the shepherds, the clerics, the interpreters of the divine word. The picture is straightforward, but false. The shepherds fight with the dogs because each covets the rights of the other. True, and this is exactly what makes the nature of the flock unsure. Concerned as they are with tearing each other apart reciprocally, dogs and shepherds no longer tend the flock. A part of it is left outside. What do you mean by outside? On the margin. Peasants. Only they are not really peasants because they have no land, or what land they have does not feed them. And citizens. Only they are not citizens because they do not belong to a guild or a corporation. They are the little people, prey of anyone. Have you sometimes seen groups of lepers in the countryside? Yes, once I saw 100 together, misshapen, their flesh decaying and all whitish, hobbling on their crutches, with swollen eyelids, bleeding eyes. They didn't speak or shout, they twittered like mice. For the Christian people, they are the others, those who remain on the fringe of the flock. The flock hates them, they hate the flock, who wish all lepers like them would die. Yes, I recall a story about King Mark, who had to condemn Isolde the Beautiful and was about to have her ascend the stake, when the lepers came and said to the king that the stake was a mild punishment and that there was a worse one. And they cried to him, "Give us Isolde, that she may belong to all of us. Our illness inflames our desires. Give her to your lepers. Look at our rags, glued to our groaning wounds.
she who at your side enjoyed rich stuffs lined with squirrel fur and jewels, when she sees the courtyard of the lepers, when she has to enter our hovels and lie with us, then she will truly recognize her sin and regret this fine pyre of brambles."
"I see that for a novice of St. Benedict you have done some odd reading," William remarked. I blushed, because I knew a novice should not read romances, but they circulated among us young people in the monastery of Melk, and we read them at night by candlelight. "But that doesn't matter," William continued. "You have understood what I meant. The outcast lepers would like to drag everything down in their ruin, and they become all the more evil the more you cast them out. And the more you depict them as a court of lemures who want your ruin, the more they will be outcast. St. Francis realized this, and his first decision was to go and live among the lepers. The people of God cannot be changed until the outcasts are restored to its body."
"But you were speaking of other outcasts. It isn't lepers who form heretical movements. The flock is like a series of concentric circles, from the broadest range of the flock to its immediate surroundings. The lepers are a sign of exclusion in general. St. Francis understood that. He didn't want only to help the lepers. If he had, his act would have been reduced to quite a poor and impotent act of charity. He wanted to signify something else. Have you been told about his preaching to the birds?" "Oh, yes, I've heard that beautiful story, and I admired the saint who enjoyed the company of those tender creatures of God," I said with great fervour.
"Well, what they told you was mistaken, or rather it's a story the order has revised today. When Francis spoke to the people of the city and its magistrates, and saw they didn't understand him, he went out to the cemetery and began preaching to ravens and magpies, to hawks, to raptors feeding on corpses."
"What a horrible thing," I said. "They were not good birds."
"They were birds of prey, outcast birds, like the lepers." Francis was surely thinking of that verse of the Apocalypse that says, "I saw an angel standing in the sun, and he cried with a loud voice, saying to all the fowls that fly in the midst of heaven, Come and gather yourselves together at the supper of the great God, that ye may eat the flesh of kings and the flesh of captains, and the flesh of mighty men, and the flesh of horses, and of them that sit on them, and the flesh of all men, both free and bond, both small and great."
So Francis wanted to incite the outcasts to revolt?
No, that was what Fra Dolcino and his followers wanted, if anybody did. Francis wanted to call the outcast, ready to revolt, to be part of the people of God. If the flock was to be gathered again, the outcasts had to be found again. Francis didn't succeed, and I say it with great bitterness. To recover the outcasts, he had to act within the church. To act within the church, he had to obtain the recognition of his rule, from which an order would emerge, and this order, as it emerged, would recompose the image of a circle at whose margin the outcasts remain. So now do you understand why there are bands of Fraticelli and Joachimites who again gather the outcasts around themselves?
But we weren't talking about Francis. We were talking about how heresy is produced by the simple and the outcast.
Yes, we were talking about those excluded from the flock of sheep. For centuries, as Pope and Emperor tore each other apart in their quarrels over power, the excluded went on living on the fringe, like lepers, of whom true lepers are only the illustration ordained by God to make us understand this wondrous parable, so that in saying lepers, we would understand outcast, poor, simple, excluded, uprooted from the countryside, humiliated in the cities. But we did not understand. The mystery of leprosy has continued to haunt us because we have not recognized the nature of the sign. Excluded as they were from the flock, all of them were ready to hear or to produce every sermon that, harking back to the word of Christ, would condemn the behavior of the dogs and shepherds and would promise their punishment one day. The powerful always realized this. The recovery of the outcasts demanded reduction of the privileges of the powerful,
So the excluded who became aware of their exclusion had to be branded as heretics, whatever their doctrine. As for their part, blinded by their exclusion, they were not really interested in any doctrine. This is the illusion of heresy. Everyone is heretical. Everyone is orthodox. The faith a movement proclaims doesn't count. What counts is the hope it offers. All heresies are the banner of a reality, an exclusion. Scratch the heresy and you will find the leper. Every battle against heresy wants only this, to keep the leper as he is. As for the lepers, what can you ask of them? That they distinguish in the Trinitarian dogma or in the definition of the Eucharist how much is correct and how much is wrong? Come, Adso, these games are for us men of learning. The simple have other problems, and mind you, they solve them all in the wrong way. This is why they become heretics.
But why do some people support them?
Because it serves their purposes, which concern the faith rarely, and more often the conquest of power.
Is that why the Church of Rome accuses all its adversaries of heresy?
That is why, and that is also why it recognizes as orthodoxy any heresy it can bring back under its own control, or must accept because the heresy has become too strong. But there is no precise rule. It depends on the individuals, on the circumstances. This holds true also for the secular lords. Sometimes the city magistrates encourage the heretics to translate the gospel into the vernacular. The vernacular by now is the language of the cities, Latin, the language of Rome and the monasteries. And sometimes the magistrates support the Waldensians because they declare that all, men and women, lowly and mighty, can teach and preach, and the worker who is a disciple, after 10 days, hunts for another whose teacher he can become.
And so they eliminate the distinction that makes clerics irreplaceable. But then, why does it happen that the same city magistrates rebel against the heretics and lend the church a hand in having them burned?
Because they realize the heretics' growth could jeopardize also the privileges of the laity who speak in the vernacular. In the Lateran Council of 1179, you see these questions date back 150 years, Walter Map warned against what would happen if credence were given to those foolish and illiterate men, the Waldensians. He said, if I recall properly, that they have no fixed dwelling, they go about barefoot and possess nothing, holding everything as common property, following naked the naked Christ. They begin in this very humble way because they are outcasts, but if you give them too much room, they will drive out everyone else. This is why the cities favoured the mendicant orders, and us Franciscans in particular. We fostered a harmonious balance between the need for penance and the life of the city, between the church and the burghers concerned for their trade.
Was harmony achieved, then, between love of God and love of trade?
No. The movements of spiritual renewal were blocked. They were channeled within the bounds of an order recognized by the Pope, but what circulated underneath was not channeled. It flowed on the one hand into the movements of the flagellants, who endanger no one, or into the armed bands like Fra Dolcino's, or into the witchcraft rituals of the monks of Montefalco that Ubertino was talking about.
But who was right? Who is right? Who was wrong? I asked, bewildered.
They were all right in their way, and all were mistaken.
And you? I cried, in an access almost of rebellion. Why don't you take a position? Why won't you tell me where the truth is?
William remained silent for a while, holding the lens he was working on up to the light. Then he lowered it to the table and showed me, through the lens, a tool. "Look," he said to me, "what do you see?"
The tool, a bit larger.
There. The most we can do is look more closely.
But the tool remains always the same.
The manuscript of Venantius, too, will remain the same when, thanks to this lens, I've been able to read it. But perhaps when I've read the manuscript, I'll know a part of the truth better. And perhaps we'll be able to make the life of the Abbey better.
But that isn't enough. I'm saying more than I seem to be, Adso. This isn't the first time I've spoken to you of Roger Bacon. Perhaps he was not the wisest man of all time, but I've always been fascinated by the hope that inspired his love of learning. Bacon believed in the strength, the needs, the spiritual inventions of the simple. He wouldn't have been a good Franciscan if he hadn't thought that the poor, the outcast, idiots, and illiterate often speak with the mouth of our Lord. The simple have something more than do learned doctors, who often become lost in their search for broad, general laws. The simple have a sense of the individual, but this sense by itself is not enough. The simple grasp a truth of their own, perhaps truer than that of the doctors of the Church, but then they destroy it in unthinking actions. What must be done? Give learning to the simple. Too easy or too difficult? The Franciscan teachers considered this problem. The great Bonaventure said that the wise must enhance the conceptual clarity with the truth implicit in the actions of the simple. Like the chapter of Perugia and the learned memories of Ubertino, which transform into theological decisions the summons of the simple to poverty, I said. Yes, but as you have seen, this happens too late, and when it happens, the truth of the simple has already been transformed into the truth of the powerful, more useful for the Emperor Louis than for a friar of the poor life. How are we to remain close to the experience of the simple, maintaining, so to speak, their operative virtue, the capacity of working toward the transformation and betterment of their world? This was the problem for Bacon. Quod enim laicali ruditate tergesit non habet effectum nisi fortuito, he said. The experience of the simple has savage and uncontrollable results, sed opera sapientiae certa lege valantur et infine debitum efficaciter diliguntur, which is to say that even in the handling of practical things, be they agriculture, mechanics, or the governing of a city, a kind of theology is required. He thought that the new natural science should be a great new enterprise of the learned, to coordinate through a different knowledge of natural processes the elementary needs that represented also the heap of expectations, disordered but in its way true and right, of the simple. The new science, the new natural magic. According to Bacon, this enterprise was to be directed by the Church, but I believe he said this because in his time the community of clerics was identified with the community of the learned. Today that is no longer the case. Learned men grow up outside the monasteries and the cathedrals, even outside the universities. So I think that, since I and my friends today believe that for the management of human affairs it is not the Church that should legislate but the assembly of the people, then in the future the community of the learned will have to propose this new and humane theology, which is natural philosophy and positive magic. A splendid enterprise, I said, but is it possible? Bacon thought so. And you? I think so too. But to believe in it, we must be sure that the simple are right in possessing the sense of the individual, which is the only good kind. However, if the sense of the individual is the only good, how will science succeed in recomposing the universal laws through which and interpreting which the good magic will become functional? Yes, I said. How can it? I no longer know. I have had arguments at Oxford with my friend William of Ockham, who is now in Avignon. He has sown doubts in my mind, because if only the sense of the individual is just, the proposition that identical causes have identical effects is difficult to prove. A single body can be cold or hot, sweet or bitter, wet or dry, in one place, and not in another place. How can I discover the universal bond that orders all things if I cannot lift a finger without creating an infinity of new entities? For with such a movement, all the relations of position between my finger and all other objects change. The relations are the ways in which my mind perceives the connections between single entities. But what is the guarantee that this is universal and stable?
but you know that a certain thickness of glass corresponds to a certain power of vision, and it is because you know this that now you can make lenses like the ones you have lost. Otherwise, how could you? An acute reply, Adso. In fact, I have worked out this proposition. Equal thickness corresponds necessarily to equal power of vision. I have posited it because, on other occasions, I have had individual insights of the same type. To be sure, anyone who tests the curative property of herbs knows that individual herbs of the same species have equal effects of the same nature on the patient, and therefore the investigator formulates the proposition that every herb of a given type helps the feverish, or that every lens of such a type magnifies the eye's vision to the same degree. The science Bacon spoke of rests unquestionably on these propositions. You understand, Adso, I must believe that my proposition works because I learned it by experience, but to believe it, I must assume there are universal laws. Yet I cannot speak of them, because the very concept that universal laws and an established order exists would imply that God is their prisoner, whereas God is something absolutely free, so that if he wanted, with a single act of his will, he could make the world different. And so, if I understand you correctly, you act, and you know why you act, but you don't know why you know that you know what you do. I must say with pride that William gave me a look of admiration. Perhaps that's it. In any case, this tells you why I feel so uncertain of my truth, even if I believe in it. You are more mystical than Ubertino, I said spitefully. Perhaps, but as you see, I work on things of nature, and in the investigation we are carrying out, I don't want to know who is good and who is wicked, but who was in the scriptorium last night. Who took the eyeglasses? Who left traces of a body dragging another body in the snow? And where Berengar is. Those are facts. Afterward I'll try to connect them, if it's possible, for it's difficult to say what effect is produced by what cause. An angel's intervention would suffice to change everything, so it isn't surprising that one thing cannot be proved to be the cause of another thing, even if one must always try, as I am doing. Yours is a difficult life, I said. But I found Brunellus, William cried, recalling the horse episode of 2 days before. Then there is an order in the world, I cried, triumphant. Then there is a bit of order in this poor head of mine, William answered. At this point Nicholas came back with an almost finished fork, holding it up victoriously. And when this fork is on my poor nose, William said, perhaps my poor head will be even more orderly. A novice came to say the abbot wished to see William, and was waiting for him in the garden. As we started off, William slapped his forehead, as if remembering only at this point something he had forgotten. By the way, he said, I've deciphered Venantius's Kabbalistic signs. All of them? When? While you were asleep, and it depends on what you mean by all. I've deciphered the signs that the flame caused to appear, the ones you copied out. The notes in Greek must wait till I have new lenses. Well, was it the secret of the Finis Africae? Yes, and the key was fairly easy. At his disposal, Venantius had the 12 signs of the zodiac and 8 other signs for the 5 planets, the 2 luminaries, and the Earth. 20 signs in all, enough to associate with them the letters of the Latin alphabet, since you can use the same letter to express the sound of the 2 initials of unum and velut. The order of the letters we know. What could be the order of the signs, then? I thought of the order of the heavens, placing the zodiacal quadrant at the far edge. So then, Earth, Moon, Mercury, Venus, Sun, etc., and afterward the signs of the zodiac in their traditional sequence, as Isidore of Seville classifies them, beginning with Aries and the vernal equinox, ending with Pisces. Now, if you try this key, Venantius's message takes on a meaning. He showed me the parchment on which he had transcribed the message in big Latin letters. secretum finis Africae mana supra idolum age primum et septimum dequatuor. Is that clear? He asked. The hand over the idol works on the 1st and 7th of the 4, I repeated, shaking my head. It isn't clear at all. I know. First of all, we have to know what Venantius meant by idolum. An image, a ghost, a figure. And then what can this 4 be that has a 1st and a 7th? And what is to be done with them? Move them, push them, pull them? So we know nothing, and we are still where we started, I said with great dismay. William stopped and looked at me with an expression not entirely benevolent. My boy, he said, you have before you a poor Franciscan who, with his modest learning and what little skill he owes to the infinite power of the Lord, has succeeded in a few hours in deciphering a secret code whose author was sure would prove sealed to all save himself. And you, wretched, illiterate rogue, dare say we are still where we started? I apologized very clumsily. I had wounded my master's vanity, and yet I knew how proud he was of the speed and accuracy of his deductions. William truly had performed a job worthy of admiration, and it was not his fault if the crafty Venantius not only had concealed his discovery behind an obscure zodiacal alphabet, but had further devised an undecipherable riddle. No matter, don't apologize," William interrupted me. "After all, you're right. We still know too little. Come along."
Vespers, in which the abbot speaks again with the visitors, and William has some astounding ideas for deciphering the riddle of the labyrinth, and succeeds in the most rational way. Then William and Adso eat cheese in batter.
The abbot was waiting for us with a grim, worried look. He was holding a paper in his hand. "I have just received a letter from the abbot of Conques," he said. "He discloses the name of the man to whom John has entrusted the command of the French soldiers and the responsibility for the safety of the legation. He is not a man of arms, he is not a man of the court, and he will be at the same time a member of the legation." "A rare combination of different qualities," William said uneasily. "Who is it?" "Bernard Guy, or Bernardo Guidoni, whichever you choose to call him." William made an ejaculation in his own language that I didn't understand, nor did the abbot understand it, and perhaps it was best for us both, because the word William uttered had an obscene hissing sound. "I don't like this," he added at once. "For years Bernard was the scourge of heretics in the Toulouse area, and he has written a Practica Officia Inquisitionis Heretice Pravitatis for the use of those who must persecute and destroy Waldensians, Begods, Fraticelli, and Dulcinians." "I know. I am familiar with the book. Remarkably learned." "Remarkably learned," William conceded. "He's devoted to John, who in recent years has assigned him many missions in Flanders and here in northern Italy. And even when he was named Bishop of Galicia, he was never seen in his diocese, but continued his activity as inquisitor. I thought he had now retired to the bishopric of Lodève, but apparently John is recalling him to duty, right here in northern Italy. But why Bernard, of all people, and why with a command of soldiers?" "There is an answer," the abbot said, "and it confirms all the fears I expressed to you yesterday. You know well, even if you will not admit it to me, that the positions on the poverty of Christ and of the Church sustained by the chapter of Perugia, though supported by an abundance of theological arguments, are the same ones that many heretical movements sustain, much less prudently and in a much less orthodox fashion. It does not take much to demonstrate that the positions of Michael of Cesena, espoused by the Emperor, are the same as those of Ubertino and Angelus Clarenus. And up to this point the two legations will concur. But Guy could do more, and he has the skill. He will try to insist that the theses of Perugia are the same as those of the Fraticelli or the pseudo-apostles. This was foreseen. I mean, we knew that things would come to this, even without Bernard's presence. At most, Bernard will act more effectively than so many of those inept men of the Curia, and the debate with him will necessarily be more subtle.
Yes, the abbot said. But at this point we come up against the question raised yesterday. If by tomorrow we have not discovered the person guilty of 2, perhaps 3 crimes, I must allow Bernard to exercise control over the abbey's affairs. I cannot conceal from a man invested with the power Bernard will have, and because of our mutual agreement we must not forget, that here in the abbey inexplicable events have taken place, are still taking place. Otherwise, the moment he finds out, the moment, God forbid, some new mysterious event happens, he will have every right to cry betrayal.
True, William murmured, worried. But there is nothing to be done. Perhaps it will be a good thing. Bernard, occupied with the assassin, will have less time to participate in the debate.
Bernard, occupied with discovering the murderer, will be a thorn in the side of my authority. Remember that. This murky business obliges me for the first time to surrender a part of my power within these walls, and it is a new turn in the history not only of this abbey, but of the Cluniac order itself. I would do anything to avoid it. Where is Berengar? What has happened to him? What are you doing?
I am only a monk who, a long time ago, conducted some effective inquisitorial investigations. You know that the truth is not to be found in 2 days. And after all, what power have you granted me? May I enter the library? May I ask all the questions I'd like, always supported by your authority?
I see no connection between the crimes and the library, the abbot said angrily.
Adelmo was an illuminator, Venantius a translator, Berengar the assistant, librarian.
William explained patiently. In this sense, all 60 monks have something to do with the library, as they have with the church. Why not investigate the church, then? Brother William, you are conducting an inquiry at my behest and within the limits I have established. For the rest, within this girdle of walls, I am the only master after God, and by his grace. And this will hold true for Bernard as well. In any event, he added in a milder tone, Bernard may not necessarily be coming here specifically for the meeting. The abbot of Conques writes me that the Pope has asked Cardinal Bertrand del Poggetto to come up from Bologna and assume command of the papal legation. Perhaps Bernard is coming here to meet the cardinal,
which, in a broader perspective, would be worse. Bertrand is the scourge of heretics in central Italy. This encounter between the 2 champions of the battle against heretics may herald a vaster offensive in the country, eventually against the whole Franciscan movement.
And of this we will promptly inform the emperor, the abbot said. But in this case the danger would not be immediate. We will be alert. Goodbye. William remained silent a moment as the abbot departed. Then he said to me,
First of all, Adso, we must try not to let ourselves be overcome by haste. Things cannot be solved rapidly when so many small, individual experiences have to be put together. I am going back to the laboratory because, in addition to keeping me from reading the manuscript, being without my lenses also makes it pointless for me to return tonight to the library.
At that moment, Nicholas of Morimundo came running toward us, bearer of very bad tidings. While he was trying to grind more finely the best lens, the one on which William had based such hope, it had broken, and another, which could perhaps have replaced it, had cracked as he was trying to insert it into the fork. Nicholas, disconsolately, pointed to the sky. It was already the hour of vespers, and darkness was falling. For that day, no more work could be done. Another day lost, William acknowledged bitterly, suppressing, as he confessed to me afterward, the temptation to strangle the master glazier, though Nicholas was already sufficiently humiliated. We left him to his humiliation, and went to inquire about Berengar.
Naturally, no one had found him. We felt we had reached a dead end. We strolled a while in the cloister, uncertain what to do next. But soon I saw William was lost in thought, staring into the air as if he saw nothing. A bit earlier he had taken from his habit a twig of those herbs that I had seen him gather weeks before, and he was chewing it as if it gave him a kind of calm stimulus. In fact, he seemed absent, but every now and then his eyes brightened, as if in the vacuum of his mind a new idea had kindled. Then he would plunge once more into that singular and active habitude of his. All of a sudden he said, "Of course we could." "What?" I asked. I was thinking of a way to get our bearings in the labyrinth. It is not simple, but it would be effective. After all, the exit is in the East Tower, this we know. Now, suppose that we had a machine that tells us where north is. What would happen? Naturally, we would have only to turn to our right, and we would be heading east. Or else it would suffice to go in the opposite direction, and we would know we were going toward the South Tower. But even assuming such magic existed, the labyrinth is in fact a labyrinth, and as soon as we headed east, we would come upon a wall that would prevent us from going straight, and we would lose our way again, I observed. Yes, but the machine I am talking about would always point north, even if we had changed our route, and at every point it would tell us which way to turn. It would be marvellous. But we would have to have this machine, and it would have to be able to recognize north at night and indoors without being able to see the sun or the stars. And I believe not even your Bacon possessed such a machine. I laughed. But you are wrong, William said, because a machine of the sort has been constructed, and some navigators have used it. It doesn't need the stars or the sun, because it exploits the power of a marvellous stone, like the one we saw in Severinus's infirmary, the one that attracts iron, and it was studied by Bacon and by a Picard wizard, Pierre of Maricourt, who described its many uses. But could you construct it? In itself, that wouldn't be difficult. The stone can be used to produce many wonders, including a machine that moves perpetually without any external power. But the simplest discovery was described also by an Arab, Bailek al-Kabaiki. Take a vessel filled with water and set afloat in it a cork into which you have stuck an iron needle. Then pass the magnetic stone over the surface of the water until the needle has acquired the same properties as the stone. At this point the needle, though the stone would also have done it if it had had the capacity to move around a pivot, will turn and point north, and if you move it with the vessel, it will always turn in the direction of the north wind. Obviously, if you bear north in mind, and also mark on the edge of the vessel the positions of east, south, and west, you will always know which way to turn in the library to reach the East Tower. "What a marvel!" I exclaimed. "But why does the needle always point north? The stone attracts iron. I saw that, and I imagine that an immense quantity of iron attracts the stone. But then in the direction of the pole star, at the extreme confines of the globe, there exist great iron mines." Someone, in fact, has suggested such is the case, except that the needle doesn't point precisely in the direction of the day star, but toward the intersection of the celestial meridians, a sign that, as has been said, hic lapis gerit in se similitudinem caeli, and the poles of the magnet receive their inclination from the poles of the sky, not from those of the earth, which is a fine example of movement provoked at a distance, not by direct material causality, a problem that my friend John of Jardin is studying when the Emperor does not ask him to make Avignon sink into the bowels of the earth. "Let's go, then, and take Severinus's stone, and a vessel, and some water, and a cork," I said, excited. "Wait a moment," William said. "I do not know why, but I have never seen a machine that, however perfect in the philosopher's description, is perfect in its mechanical functioning, whereas a peasant's billhook, which no philosopher has ever described, always functions as it should. I'm afraid that wandering around the labyrinth with a lamp in one hand and a vessel full of water in the other— Wait, though, I have another idea. The machine would point north even if we were outside the labyrinth, would it not?
Yes, but at that point it would be of no use to us, because we would have the sun and the stars, I said.
I know. But if the machine functions both indoors and outdoors, why should it not be the same with our heads?
Our heads? Of course, they also function outside, and in fact on the outside we know quite well the layout of the edificium. But it is when we are inside that we become disoriented.
Precisely. But forget the machine for now. Thinking about the machine has led me to think about natural laws and the laws of thought. Here is the point. We must find from the outside a way of describing the edificium as it is inside.
But how?
We will use the mathematical sciences. Only in the mathematical sciences, as Averroes says, are things known to us identified with those known absolutely.
Then you do admit universal notions, you see?
Mathematical notions are propositions constructed by our intellect in such a way that they function always as truths, either because they are innate or because mathematics was invented before the other sciences. And the library was built by a human mind that thought in a mathematical fashion, because without mathematics you cannot build labyrinths. And therefore we must compare our mathematical propositions with the propositions of the builder, and from this comparison science can be produced, because it is a science of terms upon terms. And in any case, stop dragging me into discussions of metaphysics. What the devil has got into you today? Instead, you who have good eyes, take a parchment, a tablet, something you can make signs on, and a stylus. Good, you have it? Good for you, Adso. Let's go and take a turn around the edificium while we still have a bit of light.
So we took a long turn around the edificium. That is, from the distance, we examined the east, south, and west towers, with the walls connecting them. The rest rose over the cliff, though for reasons of symmetry it could not be very different from what we were seeing. And what we saw, William observed as he made me take precise notes on my tablet, was that each wall had 2 windows, and each tower 5.
Now think, my master said to me. Each room we saw had a window.
Except those with 7 sides, I said.
And, naturally, they are the ones in the centre of each tower.
And except some others that we found without windows, but they were not heptagonal.
Forget them. First let us find the rule, then we will try to explain the exceptions. So we will have an outside 5 rooms for each tower, and 2 rooms for each straight wall, each room with a window. But if from a room with a window we proceed toward the interior of the edificium, we meet another room with a window, a sign that there are internal windows. Now what shape is the internal well, as seen from the kitchen and from the scriptorium?
Octagonal, I said.
Excellent. And on each side of the octagon, in the scriptorium, there are 2 windows. Does this mean that for each side of the octagon there are 2 internal rooms? Am I right?
Yes, but what about the windowless rooms?
There are 8 in all. In fact, the internal room of every tower with 7 sides has 5 walls that open each into one of the 5 rooms of the tower. What do the other 2 walls confine with? Not with rooms set along the outside walls, or there would be windows, and not with rooms along the octagon for the same reason, and because they would then be excessively long rooms. Try to draw a plan of how the library might look from above. You see that in each tower there must be 2 rooms that confine with the heptagonal room and open into 2 rooms that confine with the internal octagonal well.
I tried drawing the plan that my master suggested, and I let out a cry of triumph. But now we know everything. Let me count. The library has 56 rooms, 4 of them heptagonal and 52 more or less square, and of these there are 8 without windows, while 28 look to the outside and 16 to the interior.
And the 4 towers each have 5 rooms with 4 walls and 1 with 7. The library is constructed according to a celestial harmony to which various and wonderful meanings can be attributed.
A splendid discovery, I said. But why is it so difficult to get our bearings?
Because what does not correspond to any mathematical law is the arrangement of the openings. Some rooms allow you to pass into several others, some into only one, and we must ask ourselves whether there are not rooms that do not allow you to go anywhere else. If you consider this aspect, plus the lack of light or of any clue that might be supplied by the position of the sun, and if you add the visions and the mirrors, you understand how the labyrinth can confuse anyone who goes through it, especially when he is already troubled by a sense of guilt. Remember, too, how desperate we were last night when we could no longer find our way. The maximum of confusion achieved with the maximum of order. It seems a sublime calculation. The builders of the library were great masters. How will we orient ourselves, then? At this point it isn't difficult. With the map you've drawn, which would more or less correspond to the plan of the library, as soon as we are in the first heptagonal room, we will move immediately to reach one of the blind rooms. Then, always turning right, after 2 or 3 rooms we should again be in a tower, which can only be the North Tower, until we come to another blind room on the left, which will confine with the heptagonal room, and on the right will allow us to rediscover a route similar to what I have just described until we arrive at the West Tower. Yes, if all the rooms opened into all the other rooms, in fact, and for this reason we'll need your map to mark the blank walls on it, so we'll know what detours we're making. But it won't be difficult. But are we sure it will work? I asked, puzzled. It all seemed too simple to me. It will work, William replied. But unfortunately we don't know everything yet. We have learned how to avoid being lost. Now we must know whether there is a rule governing the distribution of the books among the rooms. And the verses from the Apocalypse tell us very little, not least because many are repeated identically in different rooms. And yet in the book of the Apostle they could have found far more than 56 verses, undoubtedly. Therefore only certain verses are good. Strange. As if they had had fewer than 50, 30 or 20. Oh, by the beard of Merlin! Of whom? Pay no attention, a magician of my country. They used as many verses as there are letters in the alphabet. Of course, that's it. The text of the verse doesn't count. It's the initial letters that count. Each room is marked by a letter of the alphabet, and altogether they make up some text that we must discover. Like a figured poem, in the form of a cross or a fish, more or less. And probably in the period when the library was built, that kind of poem was much in vogue. But where does the text begin? With a scroll larger than the others in the heptagonal room of the entrance tower? Or else, why, of course, with the sentences in red. But there are so many of them, and therefore there must be many texts or many words. Now make a better and larger copy of your map. While we visit the library, you will mark down with your stylus the rooms we pass through, the positions of the doors and walls, as well as the windows, and also the first letters of the verses that appear there. And like a good illuminator you will make the letters in red larger. But how does it happen, I said with admiration, that you were able to solve the mystery of the library, looking at it from the outside, and you were unable to solve it when you were inside? Thus God knows the world, because he conceived it in his mind as if from the outside, before it was created, and we do not know its rule because we live inside it, having found it already made. So one can know things by looking at them from the outside, the creations of art, because we retrace in our minds the operations of the artificer, not the creations of nature, because they are not the work of our minds. But for the library this suffices, doesn't it? Yes, William said. But only for the library. Now let's go and rest. I can do nothing until tomorrow morning, when I will have, I hope, my lenses. We might as well sleep and rise early. I will try to reflect. And supper? Ah, of course, supper. The hour has passed by now. The monks are already at Compline. But perhaps the kitchen is still open. Go look for something. And steal it? Ask Salvatore, who is now your friend. But he will steal. Are you perhaps your brother's keeper? William asked, with the words of Cain. But I saw he was joking, and meant to say that God is great and merciful. And so I went looking for Salvatore, and found him near the horses' stalls. "A fine animal," I said, looking at Brunellus as a way of starting a conversation. "I would like to ride him."
"No se puede. Abonis est. But you do not need a pulcar horse to ride hard."
He pointed out a sturdy but ill-favoured horse.
"That one also sufficit. Vide illuc. Tertius equi."
He wanted to point out to me the third horse. I laughed at his comical Latin. "And what will you do with that one?" I asked him. And he told me a strange story. He said that any horse, even the oldest and weakest animal, could be made as swift as Brunellus. You had only to mix into his oats a herb called satyrion, chopped fine, and then grease his thighs with stag fat. Then you mount the horse, and before spurring him, you turn his face eastward, and you whisper into his ear 3 times the words Nicander, Melchior, and Melchizard. And the horse will dash off, and will go as far in 1 hour as Brunellus would in 8. And if you hang around his neck the teeth of a wolf that the horse himself has trampled and killed, the animal will not even feel the effort. I asked him whether he had ever tried this. He said to me, coming closer circumspectly and whispering into my ear with his really foul breath, that it was very difficult, because satyrion was now cultivated only by bishops and by their lordly friends, who used it to increase their power. Then I put an end to his talk and told him that this evening my master wanted to read certain books in his cell and wished to eat up there.
"I will do," he said. "I will do cheese in butter."
"How is that made?"
"Facilis. You take the cheese before it is too antiquum, without too much salis, and cut in cubes or sicut, if you like. And postea, you put a bit of butiero or lardo to réchauffer over the embers, and in it you put 2 pieces of cheese, and when it becomes tenero, zuccarum et cinnamon suprapositurum 2 bis, and immediately take 2 tables, because it must be at caldo.
"Cheese in batter it is then," I said to him, and he vanished towards the kitchen, telling me to wait for him. He arrived half an hour later with a dish covered by a cloth. The aroma was good.
"Yeah,"
he said to me, and he also held out a great lamp filled with oil. "What for?" I asked.
"C'est pas moi," he said slyly. "Peut-être your magister wants to go in dark place esta noche."
Salvatore apparently knew more things than I had suspected. I inquired no further, but took the food to William. We ate, and I withdrew to my cell. Or at least, so I implied. I wanted to find Ubertino again, and stealthily I returned to the church.
After Compline, in which Ubertino tells Adso the story of Fra Dolcino, after which Adso recalls other stories or reads them on his own in the library, and then he has an encounter with a maiden, beautiful and terrible as an army arrayed for battle.
I found Ubertino at the statue of the Virgin. Silently I joined him, and for a while pretended, I confess, to pray. Then I made bold to speak to him. "Holy Father," I said to him, "may I ask enlightenment and counsel of you?" Ubertino looked at me and, taking me by the hand, rose and led me to a bench where we both sat. He embraced me tightly, and I could feel his breath on my face.
"Dearest son," he said, "anything this poor sinner can do for your soul will be done joyfully. What is distressing you? Yearnings?" he asked, almost with yearning himself. "The yearnings of the flesh?"
"No," I replied, blushing. "If anything, the yearnings of the mind. which wants to know too many things. And that is bad. The Lord knows all things, and we must only adore his knowledge. But we must also distinguish good from evil and understand human passions. I am a novice, but I will be a monk and priest, and I must learn where evil lies and what it looks like in order to recognize it one day and teach others to recognize it. This is true, my boy. What do you want to know, then? The tare of heresy, Father, I said with conviction. And then all in one breath, I have heard tell of a wicked man who has led others astray, Fra Dolcino. Ubertino remained silent. Then he said, "That is right. You heard Brother William and me refer to him the other evening. But it is a nasty story, and it grieves me to talk about it, because it teaches... Yes, in this sense you should know it, to derive a useful lesson from it. Because I was saying, it teaches how the love of penance and the desire to purify the world can produce bloodshed and slaughter." He shifted his position on the bench, relaxing his grasp of my shoulders, but still keeping one hand on my neck, as if to communicate to me his knowledge, or, I could not tell, his intensity. "The story begins before Fra Dolcino," he said, "more than 60 years ago, when I was a child. It was in Parma. There a certain Gerardo Segarelli began preaching, exhorting all to a life of penitence, and he would go along the roads crying penitentia agite, which was the uneducated man's way of saying penitentiam agite appropinquabit enim regnum celorum. He enjoined his disciples to imitate the apostles, and he chose to call his sect the Order of the Apostles, and his men were to go through the world like poor beggars, living only on alms. "Like the Fraticelli," I said. "Wasn't this the command of our Lord, and of your own Francis?" "Yes," Ubertino admitted with a slight hesitation in his voice, sighing. "But perhaps Gerardo exaggerated. He and his followers were accused of denying the authority of the priests and the celebration of Mass and confession, and of being idle vagabonds. But the spiritual Franciscans were accused of the same thing, and aren't the Minorites saying today that the authority of the Pope should not be recognized?" "Yes, but not the authority of priests. We Minorites are ourselves priests. It is difficult, boy, to make distinctions in these things. The line dividing good from evil is so fine. In some way Gerardo erred and became guilty of heresy. He asked to be admitted to the order of the Minorites, but our brothers would not receive him. He spent his days in the church of our brothers, and he saw the paintings there of the apostles wearing sandals on their feet and cloaks wrapped around their shoulders, and so he let his hair and beard grow, put sandals on his feet, and wore the rope of the Friars Minor, because anyone who wants to found a new congregation always takes something from the order of the Blessed Francis. Then he was in the right, but somewhere he did wrong. Dressed in a white cloak over a white tunic, with his hair long, he acquired among simple people the reputation for saintliness. He sold a little house of his, and having received the money, he stood on a stone from which in ancient times the magistrates were accustomed to harangue, and he held the little sack of gold pieces in his hand, and he did not scatter them or give them to the poor, but after summoning some rogues dicing nearby, He flung the money in their midst and said, "Let him take who will." And those rogues took the money and went off to gamble it away. And they blasphemed the living God, and he who had given to them heard and did not blush. But Francis also stripped himself of everything, and today from William I heard that he went to preach to ravens and hawks as well as to the lepers, namely to the dregs that the people who call themselves virtuous had cast out. Yes, but Gerardo somehow erred. Francis never set himself in conflict with the Holy Church, and the Gospel says to give to the poor, not to rogues. Gerardo gave and received nothing in return because he had given to bad people, and he had a bad beginning, a bad continuation, and a bad end, because his congregation was disapproved by Pope Gregory X. Perhaps, I said, he was a less broad-minded pope than the one who approved the rule of Francis. He was, but Gerardo somehow erred, and Francis, on the contrary, knew well what he was doing. And finally, boy, these keepers of pigs and cows who suddenly became pseudo-apostles wanted to live blissfully and without sweat off the alms of those whom the friars minor had educated with such efforts and such heroic examples of poverty. But that is not the point, he added promptly. The point is that to resemble the apostles who had still been Jews, Gerardo Segarelli had himself circumcised, which is contrary to the words of Paul to the Galatians. And you know that many holy persons proclaim that the future Antichrist will come from the race of the circumcised. But Gerardo did still worse. He went about collecting the simple people and saying, "Come with me into the vineyard." And those who did not know him went with him into another's vineyard, believing it his, and they ate another's grapes. Surely the Minorites didn't defend private property? I said impertinently. Ubertino stared at me severely. The Minorites ask to be poor, but they have never asked others to be poor. You cannot attack the property of good Christians with impunity. The good Christians will label you a bandit. And so it happened to Gerardo. They said of him, finally, that to test his strength of will and his continence, he slept with women without having carnal knowledge of them. But when his disciples tried to imitate him, the results were quite different. Oh, these are not things a boy should know. The female is a vessel of the devil. And then they began to brawl among themselves over the command of the sect, and evil things happened. And yet many came to Gerardo, not only peasants, but also people of the city, members of the guilds, and Gerardo made them strip themselves so that, naked, they could follow the naked Christ, and he sent them out into the world to preach. But he had a sleeveless tunic made for himself, white, of strong stuff, and in this garb he looked more like a clown than like religious. They lived in the open air, but sometimes they climbed into the pulpits of the churches, disturbing the assembly of devout folk and driving out their preachers. And once they set a child on the bishop's throne in the church of Sant Orso in Ravenna, and they proclaimed themselves heirs of the doctrine of Joachim of Flores. But so did the Franciscans, I said, and also Gerard of Borgo Sant'Onino, and you too, I cried. Calm yourself, boy. Joachim of Flores was a great prophet, and he was the first to understand that Francis would begin a renewal of the church. But the pseudo-apostles used his doctrine to justify their follies. Segarelli took with him a female apostle, one Tripia or Oripia, who claimed to have the gift of prophecy. A woman, you understand?
But, Father, I tried to counter, the other evening you yourself spoke of the saintliness of Clare of Montefalco and Angela of Foligno.
They were saints. They lived in humility, recognizing the power of the Church. They never claimed the gift of prophecy. But the pseudo-apostles asserted that women could go preaching from city to city, as many other heretics also said, and they recognized no difference among the wed and the unwed, nor was any vow considered perpetual. In short, not to weary you too much with very sad stories, whose subtleties you cannot understand well, Bishop Obizzo of Parma finally decided to put Gherardo in irons. But here a strange thing happened that tells you how weak is human nature and how insidious the weed of heresy. Because in the end, the bishop freed Gherardo and received him at his own table and laughed at his japes and kept him as his buffoon. But why? I do not know. Or rather, I fear I do know. The bishop was a nobleman, and did not like the merchants and craftsmen of the city. Perhaps he did not mind Gherardo's preaching against them with his talk of poverty, or did not care that from begging for alms Gherardo proceeded to robbery. But in the end the Pope intervened, and the bishop resumed his proper severity, and Gherardo ended on the pyre as an impenitent heretic. It was at the beginning of this century.
And what do these things have to do with Fra Dolcino?
They are connected, and this shows you how heresy survives even the destruction of the heretics. This Dolcino was a priest's bastard, living in the Novara diocese, this part of Italy, a bit farther north. He was a youth of sharp mind, and he was educated in letters, but he stole from the priest who housed him and fled eastward to the city of Trent. And there he resumed the preaching of Gherardo, but in a more heretical vein, declaring that he was the only true apostle of God, and that everything should be common in love, and that it was licit to lie indiscriminately with all women, whereby no one could be accused of concubinage, even if he went with both a wife and a daughter.
Did he truly preach those things, or was he just accused of preaching them? I have heard that the spirituals, like those monks of Montefalco, were accused of similar crimes.
De hoc satis, Ubertino interrupted me sharply. They were no longer monks. They were heretics, and befouled by Fra Dolcino himself. And furthermore, listen to me. It is enough to know what Fra Dolcino did afterward to call him a wicked man. How he became familiar with the pseudo-apostles' teachings I do not even know. Perhaps he went through Parma as a youth and heard Gherardo. It is known that in the Bologna region he kept in touch with those heretics after Segarelli's death, and it is known for certain that he began his preaching at Trent. There he seduced a very beautiful maiden of noble family, Margaret, or she seduced him, as Eloise seduced Abelard, because, never forget, it is through woman that the devil penetrates men's hearts. At that point, the Bishop of Trent drove him from the diocese, but by then Dolcino had gathered more than 1,000 followers, and he began a long march which took him back to the area where he was born. And along the way, other deluded folk joined him, seduced by his words, and perhaps he was also joined by many Waldensian heretics who lived in the mountains he passed through, or he himself wanted to join the Waldensians of these lands to the north. When he reached the Novara region, Dolcino found a situation favorable to his revolt, because the vassals governing the town of Gattinara in the name of the Bishop of Vercelli had been driven out by the populace, who then welcomed Dolcino's outlaws as their worthy allies.
What had the bishop's vassals done?
I do not know, and it is not my place to judge. But as you see, heresy in many cases is wed to the revolt against overlords, and this is why the heretic begins by preaching Madonna poverty, and then falls prey to all the temptations of power, war, violence. There was a conflict among certain families in the city of Vercelli, and the pseudo-apostles took advantage of it, and these families exploited the disorder brought by the pseudo-apostles. The feudal lords hired mercenaries to rob the citizens, and the citizens sought the protection of the Bishop of Novara.
What a complicated story. But whose side was Dolcino on?
I do not know. He was a faction unto himself. He entered into all these disputes and saw them as an opportunity for preaching the struggle against private ownership in the name of poverty. Dolcino and his followers, who were now 3,000 strong, camped on a hill near Novara, known as Bald Mountain, and they built hovels and fortifications, and Dolcino ruled over that whole throng of men and women who lived in the most shameful promiscuity. From there he sent letters to his faithful, in which he expounded his heretical doctrine. He said, and he wrote, that their ideal was poverty, and they were not bound by any vow of external obedience, and that he, Dolcino, had been sent by God to break the seals of the prophecies and to understand the writings of the Old and the New Testaments. And he called secular clerics, preachers and minorites, ministers of the devil, and he absolved everyone from the duty of obeying them. And he identified 4 ages in the life of the people of God. The first was that of the Old Testament, the patriarchs and prophets before the coming of Christ, when marriage was good because God's people had to multiply. The second was the age of Christ and the apostles, and this was the epoch of saintliness and chastity. Then came the third, when the popes had first to accept earthly riches in order to govern the people. But when mankind began to stray from the love of God, Benedict came and spoke against all temporal possessions. When the monks of Benedict also then went back to accumulating wealth, the monks of St. Francis and St. Dominic came, even more stern than Benedict, in preaching against earthly power and riches. But finally, now, when again the lives of so many prelates were contradicting all those good precepts, we had reached the end of the third age, and it was necessary to follow the teachings of the apostles.
Then Dolcino was preaching the things that the Franciscans had preached, and among the Franciscans, the spirituals in particular, and you yourself, Father.
Ah, yes, but he derived a perfidious syllogism from them. He said that to bring to an end this third age of corruption, all the clergy, monks and friars, had to die a very cruel death. He said that all prelates of the church, all clerics, nuns, religious, male and female, all those who belonged to the preaching orders and the minorites, the hermits, and even Boniface, the Pope, had to be exterminated by the emperor he, Dolcino, had chosen, and this was to be Frederick of Sicily.
But didn't that same Frederick receive with favour in Sicily the spirituals expelled from Umbria? And isn't it the minorites who asked that the emperor, though he is now Louis, destroy the temporal power of the Pope and the cardinals?
It is characteristic of heresy, or of madness, that it transforms the most upright thoughts and aims them at consequences contrary to the law of God and man. The minorites have never asked the emperor to kill other priests.
He was mistaken, I know now, because a few months later, when the Bavarian established his own order in Rome, Marsilius and other minorites did to religious who were faithful to the Pope exactly what Dolcino had asked to have done. By this I don't mean that Dolcino was right.
If anything, Marsilius was equally wrong. But I was beginning to wonder, especially after that afternoon's conversation with William, if it were possible for the simple people who followed Dolcino to distinguish between the promises of the spirituals and Dolcino's enactment of them. Was he not guilty of putting into practice what presumably orthodox men had preached in a purely mystical fashion? Or was that perhaps where the difference lay? Did holiness consist in waiting for God to give us what his saints had promised, without trying to obtain it through earthly means? Now I know this is the case, and I know why Dolcino was in error. The order of things must not be transformed, even if we must fervently hope for its transformation. But that evening I was in the grip of contradictory thoughts. "Finally," Ubertino was saying to me, "you always find the mark of heresy in pride. In a second letter in the year 1303, Dolcino appointed himself supreme head of the apostolic congregation, and named as his lieutenants the perfidious Margaret, a woman, and Longinus of Bergamo, Frederick of Novara, Albert Carantinus, and Walderic of Brescia." And he began raving about a sequence of future popes, 2 good, the first and the last, and 2 wicked, the second and the third. The first is Celestine, the second is Boniface the Eighth, of whom the prophets say, "The pride of your heart has dishonored you, O you who live in the fissures of cliffs." The third pope is not named, but of him Jeremiah is supposed to have said, "There like a lion." And, infamy, Dolcino recognized the lion in Frederick of Sicily. For Dolcino, the 4th pope was still unknown, and he was to be the sainted pope, the angelic pope of whom the abbot Joachim spoke. He would be chosen by God, and then Dolcino and all his people, who at this point were already 4,000, would receive together the grace of the Holy Spirit, and it would renew the Church until the end of the world. But in the 3 years preceding his coming, all evil would have to be consummated, and this Dolcino tried to do, carrying war everywhere. And the 4th pope, and here you see how the devil mocks his familiars, was in fact Clement V, who proclaimed the crusade against Dolcino. And it was right, because in his letters at this point, Dolcino sustained theories that could not be reconciled with orthodoxy. He declared the Roman Church a whore, said that obedience is not due priests, that all spiritual power had now passed to the sect of the apostles, that only the apostles represented the new church. The apostles could annul matrimony. No one would be saved unless he was a member of the sect. No pope could absolve sin. Tithes should not be paid. A more perfect life was lived without vows than with vows, and a consecrated church was worthless for prayer, no better than a stable, and Christ could be worshipped both in the woods and in the churches. Did he really say these things? Of course, this is certain. He wrote them. But unfortunately, he did still worse. After he had settled on Bald Mountain, he began sacking the villages in the valley, raiding them to procure provisions, waging outright war, in short, against the nearby towns. Were all opposed to him? We do not know. Perhaps he received support from some. I told you that he had involved himself in the snarled knot of local dissensions. Meanwhile, winter had come, the winter of the year 1305, one of the harshest in recent decades, and there was great famine all around. Dolcino sent a 3rd letter to his followers, and many more joined him, but on that hill life had become intolerable, and they grew so hungry that they ate the flesh of horses and other animals, and boiled hay, and many died.
But whom were they fighting against now?
The Bishop of Vercelli had appealed to Clement V, and a crusade had been called against the heretics. A plenary indulgence was granted to anyone taking part in it, and Louis of Savoy, the inquisitors of Lombardy, the Archbishop of Milan were prompt to act. Many took up the cross to aid the people of Vercelli and Novara, even from Savoy, Provence, France, and the Bishop of Vercelli was the supreme commander. There were constant clashes between the vanguards of the two armies, but Dolcino's fortifications were impregnable, and somehow the wicked received help.
From whom?
From other wicked men, I believe, who were happy to foment this disorder. Toward the end of the year 1305, the heresiarch was forced, however, to abandon Bald Mountain, leaving behind the wounded and ill, and he moved into the territory of Trivero, where he entrenched himself on a mountain that was called Zupello at the time, and later was known as Rubello or Rebello, because it had become the fortress of the rebels of the church. In any case, I cannot tell you everything that happened. There were terrible massacres, and in the end the rebels were forced to surrender. Dolcino and his people were captured, and they rightly ended up on the pyre.
The beautiful Margaret, too?
Ubertino looked at me. So you remembered she was beautiful. She was beautiful, they say, and many local lords tried to make her their bride to save her from the stake. But she would not have it. She died impenitent with her impenitent lover. And let this be a lesson to you. Beware of the whore of Babylon, even when she assumes the form of the most exquisite creature.
But now tell me, Father, I have learned that the cellarer of the convent, and perhaps also Salvatore, met Dolcino and were with him in some way.
Be silent! Do not utter rash statements. I found the cellarer in a convent of Minorites. I do not know where Remigio had been before that. I know he was always a good monk, at least from the standpoint of orthodoxy. As for the rest, alas, the flesh is weak.
What do you mean?
These are not things you should know. He drew me close again, embracing me and pointing to the statue of the Virgin. You must be introduced to the Immaculate Love. There is she in whom femininity is sublimated. This is why you may call her beautiful, like the beloved in the Song of Songs. In her, he said, his face carried away by an inner rapture, like the abbot's the day before, when he spoke of gems and the gold of his vessels. In her, even the body's grace is a sign of the beauties of heaven, and this is why the sculptor has portrayed her with all the graces that should adorn a woman.
He pointed to the Virgin's slender bust, held high and tight by a cross-laced bodice, which the child's tiny hands fondled. You see, as the doctors have said, beautiful also are the breasts, which protrude slightly, only faintly tumescent, and do not swell licentiously, suppressed but not depressed. What do you feel before this sweetest of visions? I blushed violently, feeling myself stirred as if by an inner fire. Ubertino must have realized it, or perhaps he glimpsed my flushed cheeks, for he promptly added, "But you must learn to distinguish the fire of supernatural love from the raving of the senses. It is difficult, even for the saints." "But how can the good love be recognized?" I asked, trembling. "What is love? There is nothing in the world, neither man nor devil nor anything,
that I hold as suspect as love, for it penetrates the soul more than any other thing. Nothing exists that so fills and binds the heart as love does. Therefore, unless you have those weapons that subdue it, the soul plunges through love into an immense abyss. And I believe that without Margaret's seductions, Dolcino would not have damned himself, and without the reckless and promiscuous life on Bald Mountain, fewer would have felt the lure of his rebellion. Mind you, I do not say these things to you only about evil love, which of course all must shun as a thing of the devil. I say this also, and with great fear, of the good love between God and man, between man and his neighbour. It often happens that 2 or 3 people, men or women, love one another quite cordially and harbour reciprocal special fondness and desire to live always close, and what one party wishes the other desires. And I confess that I felt something of the kind for most virtuous women, like Angela and Claire. Well, that too is blameworthy, even though it is spiritual and conceived in God's name. Because even the love felt by the soul, if it is not forearmed, if it is felt warmly, then falls or proceeds in disorder. Oh, love has various properties. First the soul grows tender, then it sickens. But then it feels the true warmth of divine love, and cries out and moans, and becomes as stone flung in the forge to melt into lime, and it crackles, licked by the flame. And this is good love? Ubertino stroked my head, and as I looked at him, I saw his eyes melt with tears. Yes. This finally is good love. He took his hand from my shoulder. But how difficult it is, he added, how difficult it is to distinguish it from the other. And sometimes, when devils tempt your soul, you feel like the man hanged by the neck who, with his hands tied behind him and his eyes blindfolded, remains hanging on the gallows and yet lives, with no help, no support, no remedy, swinging in the empty air. His face was bathed not only with tears, but also by a faint perspiration. "Go now," he said to me quickly. "I have told you what you wanted to know. On this side the choir of angels, on that the gaping maw of hell. Go, and the Lord be praised." He prostrated himself again before the Virgin, and I heard him sobbing softly. He was praying. I did not leave the church. The talk with Ubertino had kindled in my spirit and in my viscera a strange fire and an unspeakable restlessness. Perhaps for this reason I felt inclined to disobedience and decided to return to the library alone. I myself didn't know what I was looking for. I wanted to explore an unknown place on my own. I was fascinated by the idea of being able to orient myself there without my master's help. I climbed the stairs as Dolcino had climbed up Monte Rubello. I had the lamp with me. Why had I brought it? Was I perhaps already harbouring this secret plan? And I entered the osarium almost with my eyes closed. In no time I was in the scriptorium. It was a fatal evening, I believe, because as I was wandering among the desks, I glimpsed one on which lay an open manuscript that a monk had been copying. Historia Fratris Dulcini Heresiarche. I believe it was the desk of Peter of Sant'Albano, who I had been told was writing a monumental history of heresy. After what happened in the abbey, he naturally gave up writing it, but we must not get ahead of the story. So it was therefore normal that the text should be there, and with it others on kindred subjects, on the Paterines and the Flagellants. But I took this circumstance as a supernatural sign, whether celestial or diabolical I still cannot say, and I bent eagerly to read the writing. It was not very long, and I found there also what Ubertino had not told me, obviously recounted by one who had seen all, and whose imagination was still inflamed by it. I learned then how, in March of 1307, on Holy Saturday, Dolcino, Margaret, and Longinus, captured at last, were taken into the city of Biella and handed over to the bishop, who was awaiting the decision of the Pope. The Pope, hearing the news, transmitted it to King Philip of France, writing, "We have received most welcome news, rich in joy and exultation, for that pestiferous demon, son of Belial, the most horrendous heresiarch Dolcino, after many dangers, long efforts, massacres, and frequent battles, is finally incarcerated with his followers in our prisons, thanks to our venerated brother Ranier, Bishop of Vercelli, captured on the day of the Lord's Holy Supper, and numerous people who were with him, infected by the contagion, were killed that same day." The Pope was merciless toward the prisoners, and ordered the bishop to put them to death. Then, in July of that same year, the first day of the month, the heretics were handed over to the secular arm. As the bells of the city rang joyously, the heretics were placed in a wagon, surrounded by the executioners, followed by the militia, and carried through the entire city, and at every corner, men with red-hot pincers tore the flesh of the guilty. Margaret was burned first, before Dolcino, who did not move a muscle of his face, just as he had not uttered a moan when the pincers bit into his limbs. Then the wagon continued on its way, while the executioners thrust their irons into pots filled with glowing coals. Dolcino underwent other torments and remained silent, though when they amputated his nose he shrugged a bit, and when they tore off his male member he emitted a long sigh, like a groan. The last things he said sounded impertinent, for he warned that he would rise on the third day. Then he was burned, and his ashes scattered in the wind. I folded the manuscript with trembling hands. Dolcino had committed many crimes, I had been told, but he had been horribly burned to death, and at the stake he had behaved. How? With the steadfastness of martyrs, or with the arrogance of the damned? As I staggered up the steps to the library, I realized why I was so upset. I suddenly recalled a scene I had witnessed not many months before, shortly after my arrival in Tuscany. I wondered, indeed, why I had almost forgotten it till then, as if my sick soul had wanted to erase a memory that weighed on me like a nightmare. Or rather, I had not forgotten it, because every time I heard the Fraticelli discussed, I saw again the scenes of that event, but I immediately thrust them down into the recesses of my spirit, as if witnessing that horror had been a sin. I had first heard talk of the Fraticelli in the days when, in Florence, I had seen one burned at the stake. It was shortly before I met Brother William in Pisa. He had delayed his arrival in that city, and my father had given me leave to visit Florence, whose churches I had heard praised as most beautiful. I wandered about Tuscany to learn better the vulgar Italian tongue, and I finally stayed a week in Florence, because I had heard much talk of that city and wished to know it. And so it was that when I had barely arrived, I learned of a great trial that was stirring up the whole city. A heretic Fraticello, accused of crimes against religion, and haled before the bishop and other ecclesiastics, was being subjected to severe inquisition at the time, and following those who told me about it, I went to the place where the trial was taking place, for I heard the people say that this friar, Michael by name, was truly a very pious man who had preached penance and poverty, repeating the words of St. Francis, and had been brought before the judges because of the spitefulness of certain women who, pretending to confess themselves to him, had then attributed heretical notions to him. And he had indeed been seized by the bishop's men in the house of those same women, a fact that amazed me, because a man of the church should never go to administer the sacraments in such unsuitable places. But this seemed to me to be a weakness of the Fraticelli, this failure to take propriety into due consideration, and perhaps there was some truth in the popular belief that held them to be not only heretics, but also of dubious behaviour, as it was always said of the Catholists that they were Bulgars and Sodomites. I came to the church of San Salvatore, where the Inquisition was in progress, but I could not enter because of the great crowd outside it. However, some had hoisted themselves to the bars of the windows, and, clinging there, could see and hear what was going on, and they reported it to those below. The inquisitors were reading to Brother Michael the confession he had made the day before, in which he said that Christ and his apostles held nothing individually or in common as property, but Michael protested that the notary had now added many false consequences, and he shouted, this I heard from outside, "You will have to defend yourselves on the day of judgment." But the inquisitors read the confession as they had drawn it up, and at the end they asked him whether he wanted humbly to follow the opinions of the church and all the people of the city. And I heard Michael shouting in a loud voice that he wanted to follow what he believed, namely that he wanted to keep Christ poor and crucified, and Pope John the 22nd was a heretic because he said the opposite. A great debate ensued, in which the inquisitors, many of them Franciscans, sought to make him understand that the Scriptures had not said what he was saying, and he accused them of denying the very rule of their order, and they assailed him, asking whether he thought he understood Scripture better than they, who were masters. And Fra Michael, very stubborn indeed, contested them, so that they began provoking him with such assertions as, "Then we want you to consider Christ a property owner, and Pope John a Catholic and holy man." And Michael, never faltering, said, "No, a heretic." And they said they had never seen anyone so tenacious in his own wickedness. But among the crowd outside the building I heard many compare him to Christ before the Pharisees, and I realized that among the people many believed in the holiness of the Friar Michael. Finally the bishop's men took him back to prison in irons, and that evening I was told that many monks, friends of the bishop, had gone to insult him and enjoin him to retract, but he answered like a man sure of his own truth. And he repeated to each of them that Christ was poor, and that St. Francis and St. Dominic had said so as well, and that if for professing this upright opinion he had to be condemned to the stake, so much the better, because in a short time he would be able to see what the Scriptures describe, the 24 elders of the Apocalypse, and Jesus Christ, and St. Francis, and the glorious martyrs. And I was told that he said, "If we read with such fervour the doctrine of certain sainted abbots, how much greater should be our fervour and our joy in desiring to be in their midst." And after words of this sort, the inquisitors left the prison with grim faces, crying out in indignation, and I heard them, "He has a devil in him." The next day we learned that the sentence had been pronounced. I went to the bishop's palace, where I could see the parchment, and I copied a part of it onto my tablet. It began, "In nomine Domini, Amen. Hec est quedam condemnatio corporalis et sententia condemnationis corporalis lata data et in hies scriptis sententialiter pronunciata et promulgata," etc. And it went on with a stern description of the sins and crimes of the said Michael. Among these, one seemed to me most foul, even if I do not know, considering the conduct of the trial, whether he really affirmed this. But it was said, in short, that the aforementioned Minorite had proclaimed that St. Thomas Aquinas was not a saint, nor did he enjoy eternal salvation, but was, on the contrary, damned and in a state of perdition. And the sentence concluded, establishing the punishment, since the accused would not mend his ways. Id circo dictum Johannem vocatum fratrum Michaelem hereticum et schismaticum quod ducator ad locum justitiae consuetum et ibidem igne et flammis igneis ad sensis concremetur et comburatur ita quod penitus moriatur et anima a corpore separatur. And after the sentence had been made public, more men of the church came to the prison and warned Michael of what would happen, and I heard them say then, Brother Michael, the mitres and copes have already been made, and painted on them are fraticelli accompanied by devils, to frighten him and force him finally to retract. But Brother Michael knelt down and said, I believe that beside the pyre there will be our Father Francis, and I further believe there will be Jesus and the apostles and the glorious martyrs Bartholomew and Antony, which was a way of refusing for the last time the Inquisitor's offers. The next morning I too was on the bridge before the bishop's palace, where the Inquisitors had gathered. Brother Michael, still in irons, was brought to face them. One of his faithful followers knelt before him to receive his benediction, and this follower was seized by the men-at-arms and taken at once to prison. Afterward the Inquisitors again read the sentence to the condemned man, and asked him once more whether he wished to repent. At every point where the sentence said he was a heretic, Michael replied, I am no heretic, a sinner, yes, but Catholic. And when the text named the most venerable and holy Pope John the 22nd, Michael answered, No, a heretic. Then the bishop ordered Michael to come and kneel before him, and Michael said no one should kneel before heretics. They forced him to his knees, and he murmured, God will pardon me. And after he had been led out in all his priestly vestments, a ritual began, and one by one his vestments were stripped away until he remained in that little garment that the Florentines call a cioppa. And as is the custom when a priest is defrocked, they seared the pads of his fingers with a hot iron, and they shaved his head. Then he was handed over to the captain and his men, who treated him very harshly and put him in irons, to take him back to prison, as he said to the crowd, Per Dominum moriemur. He was to be burned, as I found out, only the next day, and on this day they also went to ask him whether he wished to confess himself and receive communion. And he refused, saying it was a sin to accept the sacraments from one in a state of sin. Here I believe he was wrong, and he showed he had been corrupted by the heresy of the Paterines. Finally it was the day of the execution, and a gonfalonier came for him, appearing friendly, for he asked what sort of man Michael was, and why he was so stubborn, when he had only to affirm what the whole populace affirmed, and accept the opinion of Holy Mother Church. But Michael very harshly said, I believe in Christ poor and crucified. And the gonfalonier went away, making a helpless gesture. Then the captain arrived with his men, and took Michael into the courtyard, where the bishop's vicar reread the confession and the sentence to him. Michael interrupted again to contest opinions falsely attributed to him. These truly were matters of such subtlety that I do not recall them, and at that time did not understand them clearly. But these were surely what decided the death of Michael and the persecution of the Fraticelli. I did not understand why the men of the church and of the secular arm were so violent against people who wanted to live in poverty and held that Christ had not owned worldly goods. Because, I said to myself, if anything, they should fear men who wish to live in wealth and take money away from others, and lead the church into sin and introduce simoniacal practices into it. And I spoke of this with a man standing near me, for I could not keep silent any more. He smiled mockingly, and said to me that a monk who practices poverty sets a bad example for the populace, for then they cannot accept monks who do not practice it. And, he added, the preaching of poverty put the wrong ideas into the heads of the people, who would consider their poverty a source of pride, and pride can lead to many proud acts. And finally he said that I should know, thanks to some syllogism which was not clear to him either, that preaching poverty for monks put you on the side of the emperor, and this did not please the Pope. All excellent reasons, they seemed to me, even if expounded by a man of scant learning, except that at this point I did not understand why Brother Michael wanted to die so horribly to please the emperor or to settle a controversy among religious orders. And in fact, some of those present were saying, "He is not a saint. He was sent by Louis to stir up discord among the citizens, and the Fraticelli are Tuscans, but behind them are the emperor's agents." And the others said, "He is a madman. He is possessed by the devil, swollen with pride, and he enjoys martyrdom for his wicked pride. They make these monks read too many lives of the saints. It would be better for them to take a wife." And still others added, "No, all Christians should be like him, ready to proclaim their faith as in the time of the pagans." As I listened to those voices, no longer knowing what to think myself, it so happened that I looked straight at the condemned man's face, which at times was hidden by the crowd ahead of me, and I saw the face of a man looking at something that is not of this earth, as I had sometimes seen on statues of saints in ecstatic vision. And I understood that, madman or seer as he might be, he knowingly wanted to die because he believed that in dying he would defeat his enemy, whoever it was. And I understood that his example would lead others to death. And I remain amazed by the possessors of such steadfastness, only because I do not know, even today, whether what prevails in them is a proud love of the truth they believe, which leads them to death, or a proud desire for death, which leads them to proclaim their truth, whatever it may be. And I am overwhelmed with admiration and fear. But let us go back to the execution, for now all were heading for the place where Michael would be put to death. The captain and his men brought him out of the gate, with his little skirt on him, and some of the buttons undone, and as he walked with a broad stride and a bowed head, reciting his office, he seemed one of the martyrs. And the crowd was unbelievably large, and many cried, "Do not die!" And he would answer, "I want to die for Christ." "But you are not dying for Christ," they said to him, and he said, "No, for the truth." When they came to a place called the Proconsul's Corner, one man cried to him to pray to God for them all, and he blessed the crowd. At the Church of the Baptist they shouted to him, "Save your life!" And he answered, "Run for your life from sin." At the Old Market they shouted to him, "Live, live!" And he replied, "Save yourselves from hell." At the New Market they yelled, "Repent, repent!" And he replied, "Repent of your usury." And on reaching Santa Croce, he saw the monks of his order on the steps, and he reproached them because they did not follow the rule of St. Francis. And some of them shrugged, but others pulled their cowls over their faces to cover them in shame. And going toward the Justice Gate, many said to him, "Recant, recant! Don't insist on dying." And he said, "Christ died for us." And they said, "But you are not Christ. You must not die for us." And he said, "But I want to die for him." At the Field of Justice, one said to him he should do as a certain monk, his superior, had done, abjuring. But Michael answered that he would not abjure. And I saw many in the crowd agree and urge Michael to be strong. So I and many others realized those were his followers, and we moved away from them. Finally we were outside the city, and before us the pyre appeared, the hut, as they called it there, because the wood was arranged in the form of a hut, and there a circle of armed horsemen formed to keep people from coming too close. And there they bound Brother Michael to the stake. And again I heard someone shout to him, "But what is it you're dying for?" And he answered, "For a truth that dwells in me, which I can proclaim only by death." They set fire to the wood, and Brother Michael, who had chanted the Credo, afterward chanted the Te Deum. He sang perhaps 8 verses of it. Then he bent over as if he had to sneeze, and fell to the ground because his bonds had burned away. He was already dead, Before the body is completely burned, it has already died from the great heat which makes the heart explode, and from the smoke that fills the chest. Then the hut burned entirely, like a torch, and there was a great glow, and if it had not been for the poor charred body of Michael, still glimpsed among the glowing coals, I would have said I was standing before the burning bush. And I was close enough to have a view, I recalled as I climbed the steps of the library, that made some words rise spontaneously to my lips about ecstatic rapture. I had read them in the books of St. Hildegard. The flame consists of a splendid clarity, of an unusual vigour, and of an igneous ardour, but possesses the splendid clarity that it may illuminate, and the igneous ardour that it may burn. I remembered some words of Ubertino about love. The image of Michael on the pyre became confused with that of Dolcino, and that of Dolcino with that of the beautiful Margaret. I felt again the restlessness that had seized me in church. I tried not to think about it, and headed straight for the labyrinth. This was the first time I entered it alone. The long shadows cast by the lamp on the floor terrified me as much as had the visions the previous night. At every moment I feared I would find myself before another mirror, because the magic of mirrors is such that even when you know they are mirrors, they still upset you. On the other hand, I did not try to orient myself, or to avoid the room with the perfumes that induce visions. I proceeded as if in the grip of a fever, nor did I know where I wanted to go. In fact, I did not move far from my starting point, because a short time later I found myself again in the heptagonal room by which I had entered. Here, on a table, some books were laid out that I did not seem to have seen the night before. I guessed they were works that Malachi had withdrawn from the scriptorium and had not yet replaced on their proper shelves. I could not comprehend how far I was from the perfume room, because I felt dazed, which could be the effect of some effluvium that reached even that spot, or else of the things I had been pondering until then. I opened a richly illuminated volume that, by its style, seemed to me to come from the monasteries of Ultima Thule. On a page where the Holy Gospel of the Apostle Mark began, I was struck by the image of a lion. I was certain it was a lion, even though I had never seen one in the flesh, and the artist had reproduced its features faithfully, inspired perhaps by the sight of the lions of Hibernia, land of monstrous creatures. And I was convinced that this animal, as for that matter the Physiologus says, concentrates in itself all the characteristics of the things at once most horrible and most regal. So that image suggested to me both the image of the enemy and that of Christ our Lord, nor did I know by what symbolic key I was to read it, and I was trembling all over, out of fear, and also because of the wind coming through the fissures in the walls. The lion I saw had a mouth bristling with teeth, and a finely armoured head like a serpent's. The immense body was supported by 4 paws with sharp, fierce claws, and its coat resembled one of those rugs that later I saw brought from the Orient, with red and emerald scales on which were drawn, yellow as the plague, horrible and sturdy armatures of bone. Also yellow was the tail, which twisted from the rump to the head, ending in a final scroll of black and white tufts. I was already quite awed by the lion, and more than once I had looked around as if I expected to see an animal of that description suddenly appear, when I decided to look at other pages, and my eye fell, at the opening of the Gospel of St. Matthew, on the image of a man. I do not know why, but it frightened me more than the lion. The face was a man's, but this man was sheathed in a kind of stiff chasuble that covered him to his feet, and this chasuble, or cuirass, was encrusted with red and yellow semi-precious stones. The head, which emerged enigmatically from a castle of rubies and topazes, seemed, how blasphemous terror made me, that of the mysterious murderer whose impalpable trail we were following. And then I realized why I linked the animal and the armored man so closely with the labyrinth. Both illustrations, like all in that book, emerged from a pattern of interlocking labyrinths, whose lines of onyx and emerald, threads of chrysoprase, ribbons of beryl, seemed all to refer to the tangle of rooms and corridors where I was. My eye became lost on the page, along gleaming paths, as my feet were becoming lost in the troublous succession of the rooms of the library, and seeing my own wandering depicted on those parchments filled me with uneasiness, and convinced me that each of those books was telling, through mysterious cachinnations, my present story. De te fabula narratur, I said to myself, and I wondered if those pages did not already contain the story of future events in store for me. I opened another book, and this seemed of the Hispanic school. The colours were violent, the red suggested blood or fire. It was the book of Revelation of the Apostle, and once again, as the night before, I happened upon the page of the Mulia Amicta Soli. But it was not the same book. The illumination was different. Here the artist had dwelled at greater length on the woman's form. I compared her face, her bosom, her curving thighs, with the statue of the Virgin I had seen with Ubertino. The line was different, but this Mulia also seemed very beautiful to me. I thought I should not dwell on these notions, and I turned several more pages. I found another woman, but this time it was the whore of Babylon. I was not so much struck by her form as by the thought that she, too, was a woman like the other, and yet this one was the vessel of every vice, whereas the other was the receptacle of every virtue. But the forms were womanly in both cases, and at a certain point I could no longer understand what distinguished them. Again I felt an inner agitation. The image of the Virgin in the church became superimposed on that of the beautiful Margaret. I am damned, I said to myself, or I am mad, and I decided I should leave the library. Luckily I was near the staircase. I rushed down at the risk of stumbling and extinguishing the lamp. I found myself again under the broad vaults of the scriptorium, but I did not linger even there, and hurled myself down the stairs leading to the refectory. Here I paused, gasping. The light of the moon came through the windows, very radiant, and I hardly needed the lamp, which would have been indispensable for cells and for passages of the library. Nevertheless, I kept it burning, as if to seek comfort. But I was still breathless, and I decided I should drink some water to calm my tension. Since the kitchen was near, I crossed the refectory and slowly opened one of the doors that led into the second half of the ground floor of the edificium. And at this point, my terror, instead of lessening, increased, because I immediately realized someone else was in the kitchen, near the bread oven, or at least I realized a light was shining in that corner. Filled with fear, I blew mine out. Frightened as I was, I instilled fright, and in fact the other person, or persons, immediately put out their light too. But in vain, because the moonlight illuminated the kitchen sufficiently to cast before me one or more confused shadows on the floor. Frozen, I did not dare draw back or advance. I heard a stammering sound, and I thought I heard, softly, a woman's voice. Then from the shapeless group that could be discerned vaguely near the oven, a dark, squat form broke away and fled toward the outside door, evidently left ajar, closing it after himself. I remained on the threshold between refectory and kitchen, and so did a vague something near the oven. A vague and, how to say it, moaning something. From the shadows, in fact, came a groan, a kind of subdued weeping, rhythmic sobs of fear. Nothing gives a fearful man more courage than another's fear. But it was not fear that impelled me toward the shadow. Rather, I would say, I was driven by an intoxication, not unlike the one that had gripped me when I was having visions. In the kitchen there was something kin to the fumes that had overcome me in the library the night before. It was perhaps not the same substance, but on my overexcited senses it had the same effect. I sniffed a pungent smell of tragacanth, alum and tartar, which cooks use to make wine aromatic. Or perhaps, as I learned later, in those days they were brewing beer, which in that northern part of the peninsula was held in some esteem, and it was prepared with the method of my country, with heather, swamp myrtle, and wild rosemary. All spices that intoxicated, more than my nostrils, my mind. And while my rational instinct was to cry out, "Vade retro," and get away from the moaning thing, that was certainly a succubus summoned for me by the evil one, something in my vis appetitiva urged me forward, as if I wanted to take part in some marvel. And so I approached the shadow, until, in the moonlight that fell from the high windows, I realized that it was a woman, trembling, clutching to her breast, one hand holding a package, and drawing back, weeping, toward the mouth of the oven. May God, the Blessed Virgin, and all the saints of paradise assist me in telling what then happened. Modesty, the dignity of my position as an aged monk by now in this handsome monastery of Melk, a haven of peace and serene meditation, would counsel me to take the most devout precautions. I should simply say that something evil took place, and that it would not be meet to tell what it was, and so I would upset neither my reader nor myself. But I have determined to tell of those remote events the whole truth, and truth is indivisible. It shines with its own transparency and does not allow itself to be diminished by our interests or our shame. The problem is, rather, of telling what happened not as I see it now, and remember it, even if I still remember everything with pitiless vividness, nor do I know whether my subsequent repentance has so fixed in my memory these situations and thoughts, or whether the inadequacy of that same repentance still torments me, resuscitating in my oppressed mind the smallest details of my shame. But as I saw it and felt it then, and I can do so with the fidelity of a chronicler, for if I close my eyes I can repeat not only everything I did, but also what I thought in those moments, as if I were copying a parchment written at the time. I must therefore proceed in this way. St. Michael Archangel protect me, because for the edification of future readers and the flaying of my guilt, I want now to tell how a young man can succumb to the snares of the devil, that they may be known and evident, so anyone encountering them in the future may defeat them. So, it was a woman, or rather a girl, having had until then, and since then, God be thanked, little intimacy with creatures of that sex. I cannot say what her age may have been. I know she was young, almost adolescent. Perhaps she had passed 16 or 18 springs, or perhaps 20. And I was struck by the impression of human reality that emanated from that form. It was not a vision, and in any case it seemed to me Valdebona. Perhaps because she was trembling like a little bird in winter, and was weeping, and was afraid of me. Thinking that the duty of every good Christian is to succour his neighbour, I approached her with great gentleness, and in good Latin told her she should not fear, because I was a friend, and in any case not an enemy, certainly not the enemy she perhaps dreaded. Because of the meekness of my gaze, I imagine, the creature grew calm and came to me. I sensed that she did not understand my Latin, and instinctively I addressed her in my German vernacular, and this frightened her greatly, whether because of the harsh sounds unfamiliar to the people of those parts, or because those sounds reminded her of some other experience with soldiers from my lands, I cannot say which. Then I smiled, considering that the language of gestures and of the face is more universal than that of words, and she was reassured. She smiled at me, too, and said a few words. I knew her vernacular very slightly. It was different from the bit I had learned in Pisa, but I realized from her tone that she was saying sweet words to me, and she seemed to be saying something like, "You are young, you are handsome." It is rare for a novice who has spent his whole childhood in a monastery to hear declarations of his beauty. Indeed, we are regularly admonished that physical beauty is fleeting and must be considered base. But the snares of the enemy are infinite, and I confess that this reference to my comeliness, though mendacious, fell sweetly on my ears and filled me with an irrepressible emotion, especially since the girl, in saying this, had extended her hand until the tips of her fingers grazed my cheek, then quite beardless. I felt a kind of delirium, but at that moment I was unable to sense any hint of sin in my heart. Such is the force of the devil when he wants to try us and dispel from our spirit the signs of grace. What did I feel? What did I see? I remember only that the emotions of the first moment were bereft of any expression, because my tongue and my mind had not been instructed in how to name sensations of that sort. Until I recalled other inner words, heard in another time and in other places, spoken certainly for other ends, but which seemed wondrously in keeping with my joy in that moment, as if they had been born consubstantially to express it. Words pressed into the caverns of my memory rose to the dumb surface of my lips, and I forgot that they had served in Scripture, or in the pages of the saints, to express quite different, more radiant realities. But was there truly a difference between the delights of which the saints had spoken and those that my agitated spirit was feeling at that moment? At that moment, the watchful sense of difference was annihilated in me, and this, it seems to me, is precisely the sign of rapture in the abysses of identity. Suddenly the girl appeared to me as the black but comely virgin of whom the Song of Songs speaks. She wore a threadbare little dress of rough cloth that opened in a fairly immodest fashion over her bosom, and around her neck was a necklace made of little coloured stones, very commonplace, I believe. But her head rose proudly on a neck as white as an ivory tower. Her eyes were clear as the pools of Heshbon. Her nose was as the Tower of Lebanon, her hair like purple. Yes, her tresses seemed to me like a flock of goats, her teeth like flocks of sheep coming up from their bath, all in pairs, so that none preceded its companion. And I could not help murmuring, "Behold, thou art fair, my love, behold, thou art fair. Thy hair is as a flock of goats that lie along the side of Mount Gilead. Thy lips are like a thread of scarlet, thy temples are like a piece of a pomegranate, thy neck is like the Tower of David, whereon there hang 1,000 bucklers." And I asked myself, frightened and rapt, who was she who rose before me like the dawn, beautiful as the moon, radiant as the sun, terribilis ut castorum asiis ordinata? Then the creature came still closer to me, throwing into a corner the dark package she had till then held pressed to her bosom, and she raised her hand to stroke my face and repeated the words I had already heard. And while I did not know whether to flee from her or move even closer, while my head was throbbing as if the trumpets of Joshua were about to bring down the walls of Jericho, as I yearned and at once feared to touch her, she smiled with great joy, emitted the stifled moan of a pleased she-goat, and undid the strings that closed her dress over her bosom, slipped the dress from her body like a tunic, and stood before me as Eve must have appeared to Adam in the Garden of Eden. Pulchra sunt ubera, que paululum super eminent et tument modisse, I murmured, repeating the words I had heard from Ubertino, because her breasts appeared to me like two fawns that are twins of a roe, feeding among the lilies. Her navel was a goblet wherein no mingled wine is wanting, her belly a heap of wheat set about with lilies. "O situs clarum pellarum," I cried to her, "O porta clausa fons hortorum, sella custos unguentorum, sella pigmentaria." Inadvertently I found myself against her body, feeling its warmth and the sharp perfume of unguents never known before. I remembered, sons, when mad love comes, man is powerless, and I understood that whether what I felt was a snare of the enemy or a gift of heaven, I was now powerless against the impulse that moved me, and I cried, "O langueo!" and "Causum languoris video nec cavio," also because a rosy perfume breathed from her lips, and her feet were beautiful in sandals, and her legs were like columns, and jewels were the joints of her thighs, the work of the hands of a cunning workman. O love, daughter of delights, a king is held captive in your tresses, I murmured to myself, and I was in her arms, and we fell together onto the bare floor of the kitchen, and whether on my own initiative or through her wiles, I found myself free of my novice's habit, and we felt no shame at our bodies, ancuncta erant bona. And she kissed me with the kisses of her mouth, and her loves were more delicious than wine, and her ointments had a goodly fragrance, and her neck was beautiful among pearls, and her cheeks among earrings. Behold, thou art fair, my beloved, behold, thou art fair. Thine eyes are as doves, I said, and let me see thy face, let me hear thy voice, for thy voice is harmonious, and thy face enchanting. Thou hast ravished my heart, my sister, thou hast ravished my heart with one of thine eyes, with one chain of thy neck. Thy lips drop as the honeycomb, honey and milk are under thy tongue. The smell of thy breath is of apples. Thy two breasts are clusters of grapes, thy palate a heady wine that goes straight to my love and flows over my lips and teeth. A fountain sealed, spikenard and saffron, calamus and cinnamon, myrrh and aloes. I have eaten my honeycomb with my honey. I have drunk my wine with my milk. Who was she? Who was she who rose like the dawn, fair as the moon, clear as the sun, terrible as an army with banners? O Lord, when the soul is transported, the only virtue lies in loving what you see. Is that not true? The supreme happiness in having what you have, their blissful life is drunk at its source. Has this not been said? There you savor the true life that we will live after this mortal life among the angels for all eternity. This is what I was thinking, and it seemed to me the prophecies were being fulfilled at last, as the girl lavished indescribable sweetness on me, and it was as if my whole body were an eye, before and behind, and I could suddenly see all surrounding things, and I understood that from it, from love, unity and tenderness are created together, as are good and kiss and fulfillment, as I had already heard, believing I was being told about something else. And only for an instant, as my joy was about to reach its zenith, did I remember that perhaps I was experiencing, and at night, the possession of the noontime devil, who was condemned finally to reveal himself in his true diabolical nature to the soul that in ecstasy asks, "Who are you? who knows how to grip the soul and delude the body. But I was immediately convinced that my scruples were indeed devilish, for nothing could be more right and good and holy than what I was experiencing, the sweetness of which grew with every moment. As a little drop of water added to a quantity of wine is completely dispersed and takes on the colour and taste of wine, as red-hot iron becomes like molten fire, losing its original form, as air when it is inundated with the sun's light is transformed into total splendour and clarity, so that it no longer seems illuminated, but rather seems to be light itself. So I felt myself die of tender liquefaction, and I had only the strength left to murmur the words of the psalm. Behold, my bosom is like new wine, sealed, which bursts new vessels. And suddenly I saw a brilliant light, and in it a saffron-coloured form which flamed up in a sweet and shining fire. And that splendid light spread through all the shining fire, and this shining fire through that golden form, and that brilliant light and that shining fire through the whole form. As, half fainting, I fell on the body to which I had joined myself, I understood in a last vital spurt that flame consists of a splendid clarity, an unusual vigour, and an igneous ardour, but it possesses the splendid clarity so that it may illuminate, and the igneous ardour that it may burn. Then I understood the abyss, and the deeper abysses that it conjured up. Now that, with a hand that trembles, either in horror at the sin I am recounting, or in guilty nostalgia of the event I recall, I write these lines, I realize that to describe my wicked ecstasy of that instant, I have used the same words that I used, not many pages before, to describe the fire that burned the martyred body of the Fraticello Michael. Nor is it an accident that my hand, passive agent of the soul, has penned the same expression for two experiences so disparate, because probably I experienced them in the same way, both at the time when I lived through them, and now as I have tried to bring them back to life on this parchment. There is a mysterious wisdom by which phenomena among themselves disparate can be called by analogous names, just as divine things can be designated by terrestrial terms, and through equivocal symbols God can be called lion or leopard, and death can be called sword, joy, flame, flame, death, death, abyss, abyss, perdition, perdition, raving, and raving, passion. Why did I, as a youth, depict the ecstasy of death that had impressed me in the martyr Michael, in the words the saint had used for the ecstasy of divine life? And yet I could not refrain from depicting in the same words the ecstasy, culpable and fleeting, of earthly pleasure, which immediately afterward had spontaneously appeared to me as a sensation of death and annihilation. I shall try now to reflect both on the way I felt, a few months apart, two experiences at once uplifting and painful, and on the way in which that night in the abbey I consciously remembered the one and felt with my senses the other a few hours apart, and, further, on the way I have relived them now, penning these lines, and on how in all three instances I recited them to myself with the words of the different experience of that sainted soul annihilated in the divine vision. Have I perhaps blasphemed? Then? Now? What was similar in Michael's desire for death, in the transport I felt at the sight of the flame consuming him, in the desire for carnal union I felt with the girl, in the mystic shame with which I translated it allegorically, and in the desire for joyous annihilation that moved the saint to die in his own love, in order to live longer and eternally? Is it possible that things so equivocal can be said in such a univocal way? And this, it seems, is the teaching left us by St. Thomas, the greatest of all doctors. The more openly it remains a figure of speech, the more it is a dissimilar similitude and not literal, the more a metaphor reveals its truth. But if love of the flame and of the abyss are the metaphor for the love of God, can they be the metaphor for love of death and love of sin? Yes, as the lion and the serpent stand both for Christ and the devil. The fact is that correct interpretation can be established only on the authority of the Fathers, and in the case that torments me, I have no auctoritas to which my obedient mind can refer, and I burn in doubt, and again the image of fire appears to define the void of the truth and the fullness of the error that annihilate me. What is happening, O Lord, in my spirit, now that I allow myself to be gripped by the vortex of memories, and I conflagrate different times at once, as if I were to manipulate the order of the stars and the sequence of their celestial movements? Certainly, I am overstepping the boundaries of my sinful and sick intelligence. Now, let us return to the task I had humbly set myself. I was telling about that day and the total bewilderment of the senses into which I sank. There, I have told what I remembered on that occasion, and let my feeble pen, faithful and truthful chronicler, stop there. I lay, how long I do not know, the girl at my side. With a light motion, her hand continued to touch my body, now damp with sweat. I felt an inner exaltation, which was not peace, but like the last subdued flicker of a fire, taking time to die beneath the embers when the flame is already dead. I would not hesitate to call blessed a man to whom it was granted to experience something similar in this life, I murmured as if in my sleep, even rarely, and in fact I experienced it only that time, and very rapidly for the space of a single moment, as if one no longer existed, not feeling one's identity at all, or feeling lowered, almost annihilated. If some mortal, I said to myself, could for a single moment and most rapidly enjoy what I have enjoyed, he would immediately look with a baleful eye at this perverse world, would be upset by the bane of daily life, would feel the weight of the body of death. Was this not what I had been taught? That invitation of my whole spirit to lose all memory and bliss was surely, now I understood it, the radiance of the eternal sun, and the joy that it produces opens, extends, enlarges man, and the gaping chasm man bears within himself is no longer sealed so easily, for it is the wound cut by the blow of love's sword, nor is there anything else here below more sweet and terrible. But such is the right of the sun. It riddles the wounded man with its rays, and all the wounds widen. The man uncloses and extends, his very veins are laid open, his strength is now incapable of obeying the orders it receives, and is moved solely by desire. The spirit burns, sunk into the abyss of what it is now touching, seeing its own desire and its own truth outstripped by the reality it has lived and is living. And one witnesses, dumbfounded, one's own raving, and in the grip of these sensations of ineffable inner joy. I dozed off. I reopened my eyes some time later, and the moonlight, perhaps because of a cloud, had grown much fainter. I stretched out my hand at my side and no longer felt the girl's body. I turned my head. She was gone. The absence of the object that had unleashed my desire and slaked my thirst made me realize suddenly both the vanity of that desire and the perversity of that thirst. Omne animal triste post coitum. I became aware that I had sinned. Now, after years and years, while I still bitterly bemoan my error, I cannot forget how that evening I had felt great pleasure, and I would be doing a wrong to the Almighty who created all things in goodness and beauty if I did not admit that also, between those two sinners, something happened that in itself, naturaliter, was good and beautiful. But perhaps it is my present old age which makes me feel culpably how beautiful and good all my youth was, just when I should turn my thoughts to death, which is approaching. Then a young man, I did not think of death, but hotly and sincerely I wept for my sin. I stood up, trembling, also because I had lain a long time on the cold stones of the kitchen and my body was numb. I dressed, almost feverish. I glimpsed then, in a corner, the package that the girl had abandoned in her flight. I bent to examine the object. It was a kind of bundle, a rolled-up cloth that seemed to come from the kitchen. I unwrapped it, and at first I did not understand what was inside, both because of the scant light and because of the shapeless shape of the contents. Then I understood. Among clots of blood and scraps of flabbia and whitish meat, before my eyes, dead but still throbbing with the gelatinous life of dead viscera, lined by livid nerves, a heart of great size. A dark veil descended over my eyes. An acid saliva rose in my mouth. I let out a cry and fell as a dead body falls.
Night, in which Adso, distraught, confesses to William and meditates on the function of woman in the plan of creation. But then he discovers the corpse of a man.
I came around to find someone bathing my face. There, holding a lamp, was Brother William, who had put something under my head. "What happened, Adso?" he asked me. "Have you been roaming about at night, stealing offal from the kitchen?" In short, William had awakened, sought me, for I forget what reason, and, not finding me, suspected me of going to perform some bit of bravado in the library. Approaching the edificium on the kitchen side, he saw a shadow slip from the door toward the vegetable garden. It was the girl leaving, perhaps because she had heard someone approaching. He tried to figure out who it was and follow her, but she, or rather the shadow, as she was for him, went toward the outside wall of the compound and disappeared. Then William, after an exploration of the environs, entered the kitchen and found me lying in a faint. When, still terrified, I mentioned to him the package with the heart, blurting out something about another crime, he started laughing. "Adso, what man could have such a big heart?" "It's the heart of a cow, or an ox. They slaughtered an animal today, in fact. But tell me, how did it come into your hands?" At that point, overwhelmed with remorse and still stunned by my great fear, I burst into a flood of tears and asked him to administer to me the sacrament of confession. Which he did, and I told him all, concealing nothing. Brother William heard me out earnestly, but with a hint of indulgence. When I had finished, his face turned grave, and he said, "Adso, you have sinned, that is certain, against the commandment that bids you not to fornicate, and also against your duties as a novice. In your defense, there is the fact that you found yourself in one of those situations in which even a father in the desert would have damned himself. And of woman,
As source of temptation, the scriptures have already said enough. Ecclesiastes says of woman that her conversation is like burning fire, and the Proverbs say that she takes possession of man's precious soul, and the strongest men are ruined by her. And Ecclesiastes further says, "And I find more bitter than death the woman whose heart is snares and nets, and her hands as bands." And others have said she is the vessel of the devil. Having affirmed this, dear Adso, I cannot convince myself that God chose to introduce such a foul being into creation without also endowing it with some virtues. And I cannot help reflecting that he granted her many privileges and motives of prestige, 3 of them very great indeed. In fact, he created man in this base world, and from mud. Woman he created later, in paradise, and of noble human matter. And he did not mould her from Adam's feet or his viscera, but from the rib. In the second place, the Lord, who is all-powerful, could have become incarnate as a man directly in some miraculous way, but he chose instead to dwell in the womb of a woman, a sign that it was not so foul after all. And when he appeared after the resurrection, he appeared to a woman. And finally, in the celestial glory, no man shall be king of that realm, but the queen will be a woman who has never sinned. If, then, the Lord showed such favour to Eve herself and to her daughters, is it so abnormal that we also should feel drawn by the graces and the nobility of that sex? What I mean to say to you, Adso, is that you must not do it again, of course, but it is not so monstrous that you were tempted to do it. And as far as that goes, for a monk to have at least once in his life experience of carnal passion, so that he can one day be indulgent and understanding with the sinners he will counsel and console, well, dear Adso, it is not a thing to be wished before it happens, but it is not something to vituperate too much once it has happened. So go with God and let us speak of it no more. Indeed, rather than reflect and dwell too much on something best forgotten, if possible. And it seemed to me at this point that his voice faded, as if at some private emotion. Let us ask ourselves the meaning of what happened this night. Who was this girl, and whom was she meeting?
"This I don't know, and I didn't see the man who was with her," I said.
Very well, but we can deduce who it was from many and certain clues. First of all, the man was old and ugly, one with whom a girl does not go willingly, especially if she is beautiful, as you say, though it seems to me, my dear wolf cub, that you were prepared to find any food delicious.
"Why old and ugly?"
Because the girl didn't go with him for love, but for a pack of scraps. Certainly she is a girl from the village who, perhaps not for the first time, grants her favours to some lustful monk out of hunger, and receives as recompense something for her and her family to eat.
"A harlot!"
I said, horrified. A poor peasant girl, Adso, probably with smaller brothers to feed, who, if she were able, would give herself for love and not for lucre, as she did last night. In fact, you tell me she found you young and handsome, and gave you gratis and out of love what to others she would have given for an ox heart and some bits of lung.
And she felt so virtuous for the free gift she made of herself, and so uplifted that she ran off without taking anything in exchange.
This is why I think the other one, to whom she compared you, was neither young nor handsome.
I confess that, profound as my repentance was, that explanation filled me with a sweet pride. But I kept silent and allowed my master to continue.
This ugly old man must have the opportunity to go down to the village and deal with the peasants for some purpose connected with his position. He must know how to get people into the abbey and out of it, and know there would be that offal in the kitchen. Perhaps tomorrow it would be said that the door had been left open and a dog had come in and eaten the scraps. And finally, he must have had a certain sense of economy and a certain interest in seeing that the kitchen was not deprived of more precious victuals. Otherwise he would have given her a steak or some choice cut.
And so you see that the picture of our stranger is drawn very clearly, and that all these properties, or accidents, are suited to a substance that I would have no fear in defining as our cellarer, Remedio Veragine. Or, if I am mistaken, our mysterious Salvatore, who, for that matter, since he comes from these parts, can speak easily with the local people, and would know how to persuade a girl to do what he would have made her do, if you had not arrived.
That is certainly all correct, I said, convinced. But what is the good of knowing it now?
None, or much, William said. The story may or may not have a connection with the crimes that concern us. On the other hand, if the cellarer was a Dulcinian, that would explain this, and vice versa. And we now know, finally, that this abbey is a place of many bizarre events at night. And who can say that our cellarer and Salvatore, who move through it in darkness with such ease, do not know, in any event, more things than what they tell?
But will they tell them to us?
No, not if we behave in a compassionate manner, ignoring their sins. But if we were really to know something, we would possess a way of persuading them to speak. In other words, if there is need, the cellarer and Salvatore are ours, and may God forgive us this deception, since he forgives so many other things, he said, looking at me slyly. I did not have the heart to make any comment on the licitness of these notions of his. And now we should go to bed, because in an hour it is matins. But I see you are still agitated, my poor Adso, still fearful because of your sin. There is nothing like a good spell in church to calm the spirit. I have absolved you, but one never knows. Go and ask the Lord's confirmation. And he gave me a rather brisk slap on the head, perhaps as a show of paternal and virile affection, perhaps as an indulgent penance, or perhaps, as I culpably thought at that moment, in a sort of good-natured envy, since he was a man who so thirsted for new and vital experiences. We headed for the church, taking our usual path, which I followed in haste, closing my eyes, because all those bones reminded me too obviously that night of how I was dust and how foolish had been the pride of my flesh. When we reached the nave, we saw a shadowy figure before the main altar. I thought it was again Ubertino, but it was Alinardo, who did not recognize us at first. He said he was unable to sleep, and had decided to spend the night praying for that young monk who had disappeared. He could not even remember the name. He prayed for his soul if he were dead, and for his body if he were lying ill and alone somewhere.
"Too many dead," he said, "too many dead. But it was written in the book of the Apostle, with the first trumpet came the hail, with the second a third part of the sea became blood, and you found one body in the hail, the other in blood. The third trumpet warns that a burning star will fall in the third part of rivers and fountains of waters. So I tell you, our third brother has disappeared, and fear for the fourth, because the third part of the sun will be smitten, and of the moon and the stars, so there will be almost complete darkness."
As we came out of the transept, William asked himself whether there were not some element of truth in the old man's words. But, I pointed out to him, this would mean assuming that a single diabolical mind, using the apocalypse as guide, had arranged the three disappearances, also assuming that Berengar is dead. But on the contrary, we know Adelmo died of his own volition.
True, William said, but the same diabolical or sick mind could have been inspired by Adelmo's death to arrange the other two in a symbolic way. And if this were so, Berengar should be found in a river or a fountain. And there are no rivers or fountains in the abbey, at least not such as someone could drown or be drowned in.
"There are only the baths," I observed, almost by chance.
"Adso," William said, "you know that could be an idea. The Balneary.
"But they must have looked there. I saw the servants this morning when they were making the search. They opened the door of the balneary and took a glance inside without investigating. They did not expect to find something carefully hidden. They were looking for a corpse lying somewhere theatrically, like Venantius's body in the jar. Let's go and have a look. It is still dark anyway, and our lamp seems to go on burning merrily." So we did, and without difficulty we opened the door of the balneary, next to the infirmary. Separated one from the other by thick curtains were some tubs. I cannot recall how many. The monks used them for their ablutions on the days the rule established, and Severinus used them for therapeutic reasons, because nothing can restore body and mind better than a bath. A fireplace in one corner enabled the water to be heated easily. We found it dirty with fresh ashes, and before it a great cauldron lay overturned. The water could be drawn from a font in another corner. We looked in the first tubs, which were empty. Only the last, concealed by a drawn curtain, was full, and next to it lay a garment in a heap. At first sight, in the beam of our lamp, the surface of the liquid seemed smooth. But as the light struck it, we glimpsed on the bottom, lifeless, a naked human body. We pulled it out slowly. Berengar. And this one, William said, truly had the face of a drowned man. The features were swollen. The body, white and flabby, without hair, seemed a woman's, except for the obscene spectacle of the flaccid pudenda. I blushed, then shuddered. I made the sign of the cross as William blessed the corpse.
4th day.
Lords, in which William and Severinus examine Berengar's corpse and discover that the tongue is black, unusual in a drowned man. Then they discuss most painful poisons and a past theft.
I will not go into how we informed the abbot, how the whole abbey awoke before the canonical hour, the cries of horror, the fear and grief that could be seen on every face, and how the news spread to all the people of the compound, the servants blessing themselves and uttering formulas against the evil eye. I don't know whether the first office that morning proceeded according to regulations, or who took part in it. I followed William and Severinus, who had Berengar's body wrapped up, and ordered it laid out on a table in the infirmary. When the abbot and the other monks had left, the herbalist and my master studied the corpse at length, with the cold detachment of men of medicine. "He died by drowning," Severinus said. "There's no doubt. The face is swollen, the belly taut. But he was not drowned by another's hands," William observed, "for in that case he would have reacted against the murderer's violence, whereas everything was neat and clean, as if Berengar had heated the water, filled the bath, and lain in it of his own free will." "This doesn't surprise me," Severinus said. "Berengar suffered from convulsions, and I myself had often told him that warm baths served to calm agitation of the body and the spirit. On several occasions he asked me leave to light the balneary fire. So he may have done last night. Night before last, William said, because this body, as you see, has remained in the water at least one day." William informed him of some of the events of that night. He did not tell him we had been in the scriptorium furtively, but, concealing various circumstances, he told him that we had pursued a mysterious figure who had taken a book from us. Severinus realized William was telling him only a part of the truth, but he asked no further questions. He observed that the agitation of Berengar, if he had been the mysterious thief, could have led him then to seek calm in a refreshing bath. Berengar, he said, was of a very sensitive nature, and sometimes a vexation or an emotion brought on his trembling and cold sweats, and made his eyes bulge, and he would fall to the ground, spitting out a whitish slime. "In any case," William said, "before coming here he went somewhere else, because in the balneary I didn't see the book he stole. So he had been somewhere else, and afterward,
We'll assume that, to calm his emotion and perhaps to elude our search, he slipped into the balneary and immersed himself in the water. Severinus, do you believe his illness could make him lose consciousness and drown?"
"That's possible," Severinus said dubiously. For some moments he had been examining the hands of the corpse. "Here's a curious thing," he said.
"What?"
"The other day I observed Venantius's hands when the blood had been washed off, and I noticed a detail to which I attached little importance. The tips of 2 fingers of Venantius's right hand were dark, as if blackened by some dark substance. Exactly, you see, like 2 fingertips of Berengar now. In fact, here we have a trace also on the 3rd finger. At the time I thought that Venantius had handled some inks in the scriptorium." "Interesting," William said pensively, taking a closer look at Berengar's fingers. Dawn was breaking, the light indoors was still faint, and my master was obviously suffering the lack of his lenses. "Interesting," he repeated, "but there are fainter traces also on the left hand, at least on the thumb and index. If it were only the right hand, they would be the fingers of someone who grasps something small, or long and thin, like a stylus, or some food, or an insect, or a serpent, or a monstrance, or a stick, too many things. But if there are signs also on the other hand, it could also be a goblet. The right hand holds it firmly, and the left helps, exerting less strength." Severinus was now gently rubbing the dead man's fingers, but the dark colour did not disappear. I noticed he had put on a pair of gloves, which he probably used when he handled poisonous substances. He sniffed, but without receiving any sensation. "I could cite for you many vegetable and also mineral substances that leave traces of this sort. Some lethal, others not. The illuminators sometimes have gold dust on their fingers." "Adelmo was an illuminator," William said. "I imagine that, shattered as his body was, you didn't think of examining the fingers. But these others may have touched something that had belonged to Adelmo." "I really don't know," Severinus said. "2 dead men, both with blackened fingers? What do you deduce from that?" "I deduce nothing. Nihil sequitur geminis ex particularibus unquam. Both cases would have to conform to a rule. For example, a substance exists that blackens the fingers of those who touch it." Triumphantly, I completed the syllogism. "Venantius and Berengar have blackened fingers, ergo they touch this substance." "Good, Adso," William said. "A pity that your syllogism is not valid, because aut simul aut iterum medium generaliter esto. And in this syllogism, the middle term never appears as general." A sign that we haven't chosen the major premise well. I shouldn't have said that all those who touch a certain substance have black fingers, because there could also be people with black fingers who have not touched the substance. I should have said that all those, and only all those, who have black fingers have certainly touched a given substance. Venantius and Berengar, etc., with which we would have a darii, an excellent 3rd mode of the first syllogistic figure. "Then we have the answer," I said, delighted. "Alas, Adso, you have too much faith in syllogisms. What we have once again is simply the question. That is, we have ventured the hypothesis that Venantius and Berengar touched the same thing, an unquestionably reasonable hypothesis. But when we have imagined a substance that, alone among all substances, causes this result, which is still to be established, we still don't know what it is, or where they found it, or why they touched it. And, mind you, we don't even know if it's the substance they touched that brought them to their death. Imagine a madman who wants to kill all those who touch gold dust. Would we say it's gold dust that kills?" I was upset. I had always believed logic was a universal weapon, and now I realized how its validity depended on the way it was employed. Further, since I had been with my master, I had become aware, and was to become even more aware in the days that followed, that logic could be especially useful when you entered it but then left it. Severinus, who was surely not a logician, was meanwhile reflecting on the basis of his own experience. "The universe of poisons is various, as the mysteries of nature are various," he said. He pointed to a series of pots and ampoules, which we had already admired, neatly arranged on shelves along the walls, together with many volumes. "As I told you before, many of these herbs, duly compounded and administered in the proper dosage, could be used for lethal beverages and ointments. Over there, Datura stramonium, belladonna, hemlock, they can bring on drowsiness, stimulation, or both. Taken with due care, they are excellent medicines, but in excess doses they bring on death." "But none of these substances would leave marks on the fingers?" "None, I believe." "Then there are substances that become dangerous only if ingested, whereas others act instead on the skin. An hellebore can cause vomiting in a person who grasps it to uproot it. Dittany and fraxinella, when in flower, bring on intoxication in gardeners who touch them, as if the gardeners had drunk wine. Black hellebore, merely at the touch, provokes diarrhea. Other plants cause palpitations of the heart, others of the head, still others silence the voice. But viper's venom, applied to the skin and not allowed to enter the blood, produces only a slight irritation. And once I was shown a compound that, when applied to the inside of a dog's thighs, near the genitalia, causes the animal to die in a short time in horrible convulsions, as the limbs gradually grow rigid." "You know many things about poisons," William said, with what sounded like admiration in his voice. Severinus looked hard into his eyes for a few moments. "I know what a physician, an herbalist, a student of the sciences of human health, must know." William remained thoughtful for some time. Then he asked Severinus to open the corpse's mouth and observe the tongue. Severinus, his curiosity aroused, took a thin spatula, one of the instruments of his medical art, and obeyed. He uttered a cry of amazement. "The tongue is black!" "So then," William murmured. He grasped something with his fingers and ingested it. "This eliminates the poisons you mentioned before, which kill by penetrating the skin. But it doesn't make our deductions any easier, because now, for him and for Venantius, we must presume a voluntary act. They grasped something and put it in their mouths, knowing what they were doing. Something to eat, to drink? Perhaps. Or perhaps, why not, a musical instrument, like a flute?" "Absurd," Severinus said. "Of course it's absurd, but we mustn't dismiss any hypothesis, no matter how far-fetched. Now let's return to the poisonous substance. If someone who knows poisons, as you do, had broken in here and had used some of these herbs of yours, could he have produced a lethal ointment capable of causing those marks on the fingers and the tongue, capable of being mixed with food or drink, smeared on a spoon, on something that is put in the mouth?" "Yes," Severinus admitted. "But who? And besides, even if we accept this hypothesis, how would he have administered the poison to our two poor brothers?" Frankly, I myself couldn't imagine Venantius or Berengar letting himself be approached by someone who handed him a mysterious substance and being persuaded to eat it or drink it. But William did not seem upset by this unlikelihood. "We will think about that later," he said, "because now I would like you to try to remember some event that perhaps you haven't recalled before. Someone who asked you questions about your herbs, for instance. Someone who has easy access to the infirmary." "Just a moment," Severinus said. "A long time ago, yes it was, on one of those shelves I kept a highly powerful substance, given to me by a brother who had travelled in distant lands. He couldn't tell me what it was made of, herbs for sure, but not all of them familiar. To look at, it was slimy and yellowish, but I was advised not to touch it, because if it only came into contact with my lips it would kill me in a short time. The brother told me that, when ingested even in minimal doses, in the space of half an hour it caused a feeling of great weariness, then a slow paralysis of all the limbs, and finally death. He didn't want to carry it with him, and so he presented it to me. I kept it for a long time because I meant to examine it somehow. Then one day there was a great storm up here. One of my assistants, a novice, had left the infirmary door open, and the hurricane wrought havoc in this room where we are now. Bottles broken, liquids spilled on the floor, herbs and powders scattered. I worked a whole day putting my things back in order, and I accepted help only in sweeping away the broken vessels and the herbs that could not be recovered. At the end, I realized that the very ampoule I mentioned to you was missing. At first I was worried. Then I decided it had been broken and become confused with the other rubbish. I had the infirmary floor washed carefully, and the shelves. And you had seen the ampoule a few hours before the storm? Yes. Or rather, no, now that I think about it. It was behind a row of pots, carefully hidden, and I didn't check it every day. Therefore, as far as you know, it could have been stolen quite a while before the storm without your finding out. Now that I think about it, yes, unquestionably. And that novice of yours could have stolen it, and then could have seized the occasion of the storm deliberately to leave the door open and create confusion among your things? Severinus seemed very excited. Yes, of course. Not only that, but as I recall what happened, I was quite surprised that the hurricane, violent though it was, had upset so many things. It could quite well be that someone took advantage of the storm to devastate the room and produce more damage than the wind could have done. Who was the novice? His name was Augustine, but he died last year, a fall from scaffolding, as he and other monks and servants were cleaning the sculptures of the facade of the church. Actually, now that I think about it, he swore up and down that he had not left the door open before the storm. I was the one, in my fury, who held him responsible for the accident. Perhaps he really was not guilty. And so we have a third person, perhaps far more expert than a novice, who knew about your rare poison. Whom had you told about it? That I really don't remember. The abbot, of course, to ask his permission to keep such a dangerous substance, and a few others, perhaps in the library, because I was looking for some herbaria that might give me information. But didn't you tell me you keep here the books that are most useful to your art? Yes, and many of them, he said, pointing to a corner of the room where some shelves held dozens of volumes. But then I was looking for certain books I couldn't keep here, which Malachi actually was very reluctant to let me see. In fact, I had to ask the abbot's authorization. His voice sank, and he was almost shy about letting me hear his words. You know, in a secret part of the library they keep books on necromancy, black magic, and recipes for diabolical philters. I was allowed to consult some of these works of necessity, and I was hoping to find a description of that poison and its functions. In vain. So you spoke about it with Malachi. Of course, with him, definitely, and perhaps also with Berengar, who was his assistant. But you mustn't jump to conclusions. I don't remember clearly. Perhaps other monks were present as I was talking. The scriptorium at times is fairly crowded, you know. I'm not suspecting anyone. I'm only trying to understand what kind of happened. In any event, you tell me this took place some years ago, and it's odd that anyone would steal a poison and then not use it until so much later. It would suggest a malignant mind brooding for a long time in darkness over a murderer's plan. Severinus blessed himself, an expression of horror on his face. God forgive us all, he said. There was no further comment to be made. We again covered Berengar's body, which had to be prepared for the funeral.
Prime, in which William induces first Salvatore and then the cellarer to confess their past. Severinus finds the stolen lenses, Nicholas brings the new ones, and William, now with 6 eyes, goes to decipher the manuscript of Venantius.
We were coming out as Malachi entered. He seemed very annoyed to find us there and started to leave again. From inside, Severinus saw him and said, Were you looking for me? Is it for—" He broke off, glancing at us. Malachi signalled to him imperceptibly, as if to say, "We'll talk about it later." We were going out as he was entering, and so all three of us were in the doorway. Malachi said, somewhat redundantly, "I was looking for the brother herbalist. I have a headache." "It must be the enclosed air of the library," William said to him, in a tone of considerate sympathy. "You should inhale something." Malachi's lips twitched as if he wanted to speak again, but then he gave up the idea, bowed his head, and went on inside as we moved off. "What is he seeing Severinus for?" I asked. "Adso," my master said to me impatiently, "learn to use your head and think." Then he changed the subject. "We must question some people now. At least," he added, as his eyes explored the grounds, "while they're still alive. By the way, from now on we must be careful about what we eat and drink. Always take your food from the common plate and your beverage from the pitcher the others have filled their cups from. After Berengar, we are the ones who know most. Except, naturally, the murderer." "But whom do you want to question now?" "Adso," William said, "you will have observed that here the most interesting things happen at night. They die at night, they wander about the scriptorium at night, women are brought at night into the abbey. We have a daytime abbey and a nighttime abbey, and the nighttime one seems, unhappily, the more interesting. So, every person who roams about at night interests us, including, for example, the man you saw last night with the girl. Perhaps the business of the girl does not have anything to do with the poisonings, and perhaps it has. In any case, I have my ideas about last night's man, and he must be the one who knows other things about the nocturnal life of this holy place. And, speak of the devil, here he is coming this way." He pointed to Salvatore, who had also seen us. I noticed a slight hesitation in his step, as if, wishing to avoid us, he was about to turn around. But it was only for a moment. Obviously he realized he couldn't escape the meeting, and he continued toward us. He greeted us with a broad smile and a fairly unctuous "Benedicite." My master hardly allowed him to finish, and spoke to him sharply. "You know the Inquisition arrives here tomorrow?" he asked him. Salvatore didn't seem pleased with this news. In a faint voice he asked, "And me?" "And you would be wise to tell the truth to me, your friend and a friar minor as you once were, rather than have to tell it tomorrow to those whom you know quite well." Attacked so brusquely, Salvatore seemed to abandon all resistance. With a meek air, he looked at William, as if to indicate he was ready to tell whatever he was asked. "Last night there was a woman in the kitchen. Who was with her?"
"Oh, a female who sells herself like Mercandia cannot be bona or have cortesia,"
Salvatore recited. "I don't want to know whether the girl is pure. I want to know who was with her."
"Deo, these evil females are all clever. They think dia and noche about how to trap a man."
William seized him roughly by the chest. "Who was with her, you or the cellarer?" Salvatore realized he couldn't go on lying. He began to tell a strange story, from which, with great effort, we learned that to please the cellarer, he procured girls for him in the village, introducing them within the walls at night by paths he would not reveal to us, but he swore he acted out of the sheer goodness of his heart, betraying a comic regret that he could not find a way to enjoy his own pleasure and see that the girl, having satisfied the cellarer, would give something also to him. He said all this with slimy, lubricious smiles and winks, as if to suggest he was speaking to men made of flesh, accustomed to such practices. He stole glances at me, nor could I check him as I would have liked, because I felt myself bound to him by a common secret, his accomplice and companion in sin. At this point William decided to stake everything. He asked Salvatore abruptly, "Did you know Remigio before or after you were with Dolcino?" Salvatore knelt at his feet, begging him, between sobs, not to destroy him, to save him from the Inquisition. William solemnly swore not to tell anyone what he would learn, and Salvatore did not hesitate to deliver the Celera into our hands. The two men had met on Bald Mountain, both in Dolcino's band. Salvatore and the Celera had fled together and had entered the convent of Casale, and, still together, they had joined the Cluniacs. As he stammered out pleas for forgiveness, it was clear there was nothing further to be learned from him. William decided it was worth taking Remigio by surprise, and he left Salvatore, who ran to seek refuge in the church. The Celera was on the opposite side of the abbey, in front of the granaries, bargaining with some peasants from the valley. He looked at us apprehensively and tried to act very busy, but William insisted on speaking with him.
"For reasons connected with your position, you are obviously forced to move about the abbey, even when the others are asleep, I imagine?" William said.
"That depends," Remigio answered. "Sometimes there are little matters to deal with, and I have to sacrifice a few hours' sleep."
"Has nothing happened to you, in these cases, that might indicate there is someone else roaming about, without your justification, between the kitchen and the library?"
"If I had seen anything, I would have told the abbot."
"Of course,"
William agreed, and abruptly changed the subject.
"The village down below is not very rich, is it?"
"Yes and no," Remigio answered. "Some prebenders live there, abbey dependents, and they share our wealth in the good years. For example, on St. John's Day they received 12 bushels of malt, a horse, 7 oxen, a bull, 4 heifers, 5 calves, 20 sheep, 15 pigs, 50 chickens, and 17 hives. Also 20 smoked pigs, 27 tubs of lard, half a measure of honey, 3 measures of soap, a fish net—"
I understand, William interrupted him. "But you must admit that this still tells me nothing of the situation of the village, how many among its inhabitants have prebends, and how much land those who are not prebendaries possess to cultivate on their own."
"Oh, as far as that goes," Remigio said, "a normal family down there has as much as 50 tablets of land."
"How much is a tablet?"
4 square trabucchi, of course."
"Square trabucchi, how much are they?"
36 square feet is a square trabucco. Or, if you prefer, 800 linear trabucchi make a Piedmont mile, and calculate that a family in the lands to the north can cultivate olives for at least half a sack of oil."
"Half a sack?"
"Yes, 1 sack makes 5 emine, and 1 emina makes 8 cups."
"I see," my master said, disheartened. "Every locality has its own measures. Do you measure wine, for example, by the tankard?"
"Or by the rubio. 6 rubiae make 1 brenta, and 8 brente a keg. If you like, 1 rubio is 6 pints from 2 tankards."
"I believe my ideas are clear now," William said, resigned.
"Do you wish to know anything else?" Remigio asked, with a tone that seemed to me defiant.
"Yes, I was asking you about how they live in the valley, because today in the library I was meditating on the Sermons to Women by Humbert of Romance, and in particular on that chapter Ad mulieres pauperis invilulis, in which he says that they, more than others, are tempted to sins of the flesh because of their poverty, and wisely he says that they commit mortal sin when they sin with a layman, but the mortality of the sin becomes greater when it is committed with a priest, and greatest of all when the sin is with a monk who is dead to the world. You know better than I that even in holy places such as abbeys, the temptations of the noontime devil are never wanting. I was wondering whether, in your contacts with the people of the village, you had heard that some monks, God forbid, had induced maidens into fornication." Although my master said these things in an almost absent tone, my reader can imagine how the words upset the poor Celera. I cannot say he blanched, but I will say that I was so expecting him to turn pale that I saw him look whiter.
"You ask me about things that I would already have told the abbot if I knew them," he answered humbly. "In any case, if, as I imagine, this information serves for your investigation, I will not keep silent about anything I may learn. Indeed, Now that you remind me with regard to your first question, the night poor Adelmo died, I was stirring about the yard. A question of the hens, you know. I had heard rumours that one of the blacksmiths was stealing from the chicken coops at night. Yes, that night I did happen to see, from the distance, I couldn't swear to it, Berengar going back into the dormitory, moving along the choir as if he had come from the edificium. I wasn't surprised. There had been whispering about Berengar among the monks for some time. Perhaps you've heard. No, tell me. Well, how can I say it? Berengar was suspected of harbouring passions that are not proper for a monk. Are you perhaps trying to tell me he had relations with village girls, as I was asking you? The cellarer coughed, embarrassed, and flashed a somewhat obscene smile. Oh, no, even less proper passions. Then a monk who enjoys carnal satisfaction with a village maid is indulging in passions, on the other hand, that are somehow proper? I didn't say that, but you'll agree that there is a hierarchy of depravity as there is of virtue. The flesh can be tempted according to nature and against nature. You're telling me that Berengar was impelled by carnal desires for those of his own sex? I'm saying that such were the whisperings. I'm informing you of these things as proof of my sincerity and my goodwill, and I thank you. And I agree with you that the sin of sodomy is far worse than other forms of lust, which, frankly, I am not inclined to investigate. Sad, wretched things, even if they prove to have taken place, the cellarer said philosophically. Yes, Remigio, we are all wretched sinners. I would never seek the mote in a brother's eye, since I am so afraid of having a great beam in my own. But I will be grateful to you for any beams you may mention to me in the future. So we will talk great, sturdy trunks of wood, and we will allow the motes to swirl in the air. How much did you say a square trabuco was? 36 square feet. But you mustn't waste your time. When you wish to know something specific, come to me. Consider me a faithful friend. I do consider you as such, William said warmly. Ubertino told me that you once belonged to my own order. I would never betray a former brother, especially in these days when we are awaiting the arrival of a papal legation led by a Grand Inquisitor famous for having burned many Dulcinians. You said a square trabuco equals 36 square feet. The cellarer was no fool. He decided it was no longer worthwhile playing at cat and mouse, particularly since he realized he was the mouse. Brother William, he said, I see you know many more things than I imagined. Help me, and I'll help you. It's true I am a poor man of flesh, and I succumb to the lures of the flesh. Salvatore told me that you or your novice caught them last night in the kitchen. You have travelled widely, William. You know that not even the cardinals in Avignon are models of virtue. I know you are not questioning me because of these wretched little sins, but I also realize you have learned something of my past. I have had a strange life, like many of us minorites. Years ago, I believed in the ideal of poverty, and I abandoned the community to live as a vagabond. I believed in Dolcino's preaching, as many others like me did. I'm not an educated man. I've been ordained, but I can barely say Mass. I know little of theology, and perhaps I'm not really moved by ideas. You see, I once tried to rebel against the overlords. Now I serve them, and for the sake of the Lord of these lands I give orders to men like myself. Betray or rebel. We simple folk have little choice. Sometimes the simple understand things better than the learned, William said. Perhaps, the cellarer said with a shrug, but I don't even know why I did what I did then. You see, for Salvatore it was comprehensible. His parents were serfs. He came from a childhood of hardship and illness. Dolcino represented rebellion, the destruction of the lords. For me it was different. I came from a city family. I wasn't running away from hunger. It was, I don't know how to say it, a feast of fools, a magnificent carnival. On the mountains with Dolcino, before we were reduced to eating the flesh of our companions killed in battle, before so many died of hardship that we couldn't eat them all, and they were thrown to the birds and the wild animals on the slopes of Rebello. Or maybe in those moments too, there was an atmosphere, can I say, of freedom? I didn't know before what freedom was. The preachers said to us, "The truth will make you free." We felt free. We thought that was the truth. We thought everything we were doing was right.
And there you took to uniting yourself freely with women? I asked, and I don't even know why, but since the night before, Ubertino's words had been haunting me, along with what I had read in the scriptorium and the events that had befallen me. William looked at me, curious. He had probably not expected me to be so bold and outspoken. The cellarer stared at me as if I were a strange animal.
"On Rebello," he said, "there were people who throughout their childhood had slept 10 or more of them in a room of a few cubits. Brothers and sisters, fathers and daughters. What do you think this new situation meant to them? They did from choice what they had formerly done from necessity. And then at night, when you fear the arrival of the enemy troops and you cling tight to your neighbour on the ground so as not to feel cold. The heretics. You pitiful monks who come from a castle and end up in an abbey think that it's a form of belief inspired by the devil, but it's a way of living, and it was a new experience. There were no more masters, and God, we were told, was with us. I'm not saying we were right, William, and in fact you find me here because I abandoned them before long. But I never really understood our learned disputes about the poverty of Christ and ownership and rights. I told you it was a great carnival, and in carnival time everything is done backward. As you grow old, you grow not wise but greedy. And here I am, a glutton. You can condemn a heretic to death, but would you condemn a glutton?
That's enough, Remigio, William said. I'm not questioning you about what happened then, but about what happened recently. Be frank with me, and I will surely not seek your downfall. I cannot and would not judge you, but you must tell me what you know about events in the Abbey. You move about too much, night and day, not to know something. Who killed Venantius?
I do not know, I give you my solemn oath. I know when he died, and where.
When? Where?
I'll tell you. That night, an hour after Compline, I went into the kitchen.
How did you enter, and for what reasons?
By the door from the vegetable garden. I have a key I had the smiths make for me long ago. The kitchen door is the only one not barred on the inside. And my reasons are not important. You said yourself you don't want to condemn me for my weaknesses of the flesh. He smiled, embarrassed. But I wouldn't want you to believe I spend my days in fornication either. That night I was looking for food to give to the girl Salvatore was to bring into the kitchen. Where from? Oh, the outside walls have other entrances besides the gate. The abbot knows them, I know them. But that evening the girl didn't come in. I sent her back precisely because of what I discovered, what I'm about to tell you. This is why I tried to have her return last night. If you'd arrived a bit later, you would have found me instead of Salvatore. It was he who warned me there were people in the edificium, so I went back to my cell.
Let's return to the night between Sunday and Monday.
Yes, then. I entered the kitchen, and on the floor I saw Venantius, dead.
In the kitchen?
Yes, near the sink. Perhaps he had just come down from the scriptorium.
No sign of a struggle?
None, though there was a broken cup beside the body and traces of water on the ground.
How do you know it was water?
I don't know. I thought it was water. What else might it have been?
As William pointed out to me later, that cup could mean two different things. Either someone had given Venantius a poisoned potion to drink right there in the kitchen, or else the poor youth had already taken the poison. But where and when? And had come down to drink, to soothe a sudden burning, a spasm, a pain that seared his viscera or his tongue, for certainly his must have been black like Berengar's. In any case, we could learn no more for the moment.
Having glanced at the corpse, terrified, Remigio asked himself what he should do, and decided he would do nothing. If he sought help, he would have to admit he had been wandering around the edificium at night, nor would it do his now lost brother any good. Therefore he resolved to leave things as they were, waiting for someone else to discover the body in the morning when the doors were opened. He rushed to head off Salvatore, who was already bringing the girl into the abbey. Then he and his accomplice went off to sleep, if their agitated vigil till matins could be called that. And at matins, when the swineherds brought the news to the abbot, Remigio believed the body had been discovered where he had left it, and was aghast to find it in the jar. Who had spirited the corpse out of the kitchen? For this Remigio had no explanation. "The only one who can move freely about the edificium is Malachi," William said. The cellarer reacted violently. "No, not Malachi. That is, I don't believe. In any case, I didn't say anything to you against Malachi. Rest assured, whatever your debt to Malachi may be. Does he know something about you?" "Yes." The cellarer blushed. "And he has behaved like a man of discretion. If I were you, I would keep an eye on Benno. He had strange connections with Berengar and Venantius. But I swear to you, I've seen nothing else. If I learn something, I'll tell you. For the present, this will do. I'll seek you out again if I need you." The cellarer, obviously relieved, returned to his dealings, sharply reproaching the peasants, who in the meantime had apparently shifted some sacks of seeds. At that point, Severinus joined us. In his hand he was carrying William's lenses, the ones stolen 2 nights before. "I found them inside Berengar's habit," he said. "I saw them on your nose the other day in the scriptorium. They are yours, aren't they?"
"God be praised!" William cried joyously. "We've solved 2 problems. I have my lenses, and I finally know for sure that it was Berengar who robbed us the other night in the scriptorium."
We had barely finished speaking when Nicholas of Morimondo came running up, even more triumphant than William. In his hands he held a finished pair of lenses mounted on their fork. "William," he cried, "I did it all by myself. I finished them. I believe they'll work." Then he saw that William had other lenses on his nose, and he was stunned. William didn't want to humiliate him. He took off his old lenses and tried on the new ones. "Well, these are better than the others," he said. "So I'll keep the old ones as a spare pair, and we'll always use yours." Then he turned to me. "Adso, now I shall withdraw to my cell to read those papers you know about. At last. Wait for me somewhere. And thank you. Thank all of you, dearest brothers." Terce was ringing, and I went to the choir to recite with the others the hymn, the psalms, the verses, and the Kyrie. The others were praying for the soul of the dead Berengar. I was thanking God for having allowed us to find not 1, but 2 pairs of lenses. In that great peace, forgetting all the ugly things I had seen and heard, I dozed off, waking only as the office ended. I realized I hadn't slept that night, and I was distressed to think also how I had expended much of my strength. And at this point, coming out into the fresh air, I began to find my thoughts obsessed by the memory of the girl. Trying to distract myself, I began to stride rapidly over the grounds. I felt a slight dizziness. I clapped my numbed hands together. I stamped my feet on the earth. I was still sleepy, and yet I felt awake and full of life. I could not understand what was happening to me.
Terce, in which Adso writhes in the torments of love. Then William arrives with Venantius's text, which remains undecipherable even after it has been deciphered.
To tell the truth, the other terrible events following my sinful encounter with the girl had caused me almost to forget that occurrence, and once I had confessed to Brother William, my spirit was relieved of the remorse I had felt on waking after my guilty lapse. So it was as if I had handed over to the monk with my words the burden itself, of which they were the signifying voice. What is the purpose of the holy cleansing of confession, if not to unload the weight of sin and the remorse it involves into the very bosom of our Lord, obtaining with absolution a new and airy lightness of soul, such as to make us forget the body tormented by wickedness? But I was not freed of everything. Now, as I walked in the cold, pale sun of that winter morning, surrounded by the fervour of men and animals, I began to remember my experiences in a different way, as if from everything that had happened, my repentance and the consoling words of the penitential cleansing no longer remained, but only visions of bodies and human limbs. Into my feverish mind came abruptly the ghost of Berengar, swollen with water, and I shuddered with revulsion and pity. Then, as if to dispel that lemur, my mind turned to other images of which the memory was a fresh receptacle, and I could not avoid seeing, clear before my eyes, the eyes of the soul, but almost as if it appeared before my fleshly eyes, the image of the girl, beautiful and terrible as an army arrayed for battle. I have vowed, aged amanuensis of a text till now unwritten, though for long decades it has spoken in my mind, to be a faithful chronicler, not only out of love for the truth or the desire, worthy though it be, to instruct my future readers, but also out of a need to free my memory, dried up and weary of visions that have troubled it for a whole lifetime. Therefore, I must tell everything decently, but without shame. And I must say now, and clearly, what I thought then, and almost tried to conceal from myself, walking over the grounds, sometimes breaking into a run, so that I might attribute to the motion of my body the sudden pounding of my heart, or stopping to admire the work of the villains, deluding myself that I was being distracted by such contemplation, breathing the cold air deeply into my lungs, as a man drinks wine to forget fear or sorrow. In vain. I thought of the girl. My flesh had forgotten the intense pleasure, sinful and fleeting, a base thing, that union with her had given me. But my soul had not forgotten her face, and could not manage to feel that this memory was perverse. Rather it throbbed as if in that face shone all the bliss of creation. I sensed, in a confused way, and almost denying to myself the truth of what I felt, that the poor, filthy, impudent creature who sold herself, who knows with what stubborn constancy, to other sinners, that daughter of Eve, weak like all her sisters, who had so often bartered her own flesh, was yet something splendid and wondrous. My intellect knew her as an occasion of sin. My sensitive appetite perceived her as the vessel of every grace. It is difficult to say what I felt. I could try to write that, still caught in the snares of sin, I desired culpably for her to appear at every moment, and I spied on the labour of the workers to see whether, around the corner of a hut or from the darkness of a barn, that form that had seduced me might emerge. But I would not be writing the truth, or rather I would be attempting to draw a veil over the truth to attenuate its force and clarity. Because the truth is that I saw the girl. I saw her in the branches of the bare tree that stirred lightly when a benumbed sparrow flew to seek refuge there. I saw her in the eyes of the heifers that came out of the barn, and I heard her in the bleating of the sheep that crossed my erratic path. It was as if all creation spoke to me of her, and I desired to see her again, true, but I was also prepared to accept the idea of never seeing her again, and of never lying again with her, provided that I could savour the joy that filled me that morning, and have her always near, even if she were to be, and for eternity, distant. It was, now I am trying to understand, as if, just as the whole universe is surely like a book written by the finger of God, in which everything speaks to us of the immense goodness of its Creator, in which every creature is description and mirror of life and death, in which the humblest rose becomes a gloss of our terrestrial progress. Everything, in other words, spoke to me only of the face I had hardly glimpsed in the aromatic shadows of the kitchen. I dwelled on these fantasies because I said to myself, or rather did not say, at that moment I did not formulate thoughts translatable into words, that if the whole world is designed to speak to me of the power, goodness, and wisdom of the Creator, and if that morning the whole world spoke to me of the girl who, sinner though she may have been, was nevertheless a chapter in the great book of creation, a verse of the great psalm chanted by the cosmos, I said to myself, I say now, that if this occurred, it could only be part of the great theophanic design that sustains the universe, arranged like a lyre, miracle of consonance and harmony. As if intoxicated, I then enjoyed her presence in the things I saw, and desiring her in them, with the sight of them, I was sated. And yet I felt a kind of sorrow, because at the same time I suffered from an absence, though I was happy with the many ghosts of a presence. It is difficult for me to explain this mystery of contradiction, sign that the human spirit is fragile and never proceeds directly along the paths of divine reason, which has built the world as a perfect syllogism, but instead grasps only isolated and often disjointed propositions of this syllogism, whence derives the ease with which we fall victims to the deceptions of the evil one. Was it a deception of the evil one, that morning, that so moved me? I think today that it was, because I was a novice, but I think that the human feeling that stirred me was not bad in itself, but only with regard to my estate, because in itself it was the feeling that moves man toward woman, so that one couples with the other as the apostle of the Gentiles wants, and that both be flesh of one flesh, and that together they procreate new human beings, and succor each other from youth to old age. Only the apostle spoke thus for those who seek a remedy for lust, and who do not wish to burn, recalling, however, that the condition of chastity is far preferable, the condition to which, as a monk, I had consecrated myself. And therefore what I suffered that morning was evil for me, but for others perhaps was good, the sweetest of good things. Thus I understand now that my distress was not due to the depravity of my thoughts, in themselves worthy and sweet, but to the depravity of the gap between my thoughts and the vows I had pronounced. And therefore I was doing evil in enjoying something that was good in one situation, bad in another, and my fault lay in trying to reconcile natural appetite and the dictates of the rational soul. Now I know that I was suffering from the conflict between the illicit appetite of the intellect, in which the will's rule should have been displayed, and the illicit appetite of the senses, subject to human passions. In fact, as Aquinas says, the acts of the sensitive appetite are called passions precisely because they involve a bodily change. And my appetitive act was, as it happened, accompanied by a trembling of the whole body, by a physical impulse to cry out and to writhe. The angelic doctor says that the passions in themselves are not evil, but they must be governed by the will, led by the rational soul. But my rational soul that morning was dazed by weariness, which kept in check the irascible appetite addressed to good and evil as terms of conquest, but not the concupiscent appetite addressed to good and evil as known entities. To justify my irresponsible recklessness of that time, I will say now that I was unquestionably seized by love, which is passion and is cosmic law, because the weight of bodies is actually natural love. And by this passion I was naturally seduced, and I understood why the angelic doctor said that amor est magis cognitivus quam cognitio, that we know things better through love than through knowledge. In fact, I now saw the girl better than I had seen her the previous night, and I understood her intus et incute, because in her I understood myself, and in myself her. I now wonder whether what I felt was the love of friendship, in which like loves like, and wants only the other's good, or love of concupiscence, in which one wants one's own good, and the lacking wants only what completes it. And I believe that the night-time love had been concupiscent, for I wanted from the girl something I had never had, whereas that morning I wanted nothing from the girl, and I wanted only her good, and I wished her to be saved from the cruel necessity that drove her to barter herself for a bit of food, and I wished her to be happy. Nor did I want to ask anything further of her, but only to think of her and see her in sheep, oxen, trees, in the serene light that bathed in happiness the grounds of the abbey. Now I know that good is cause of love, and that which is good is defined by knowledge, and you can only love what you have learned is good, whereas I had, indeed, learned that the girl was the good of the irascible appetite, but the evil of the will. But I was in the grip of so many and such conflicting emotions, because what I felt was like the holiest love, just as the doctors describe it. It produced in me that ecstasy in which lover and beloved want the same thing, and by mysterious enlightenment I, in that moment, knew that the girl, wherever she was, wanted the same things I myself wanted, and for her I felt jealousy, but not the evil kind condemned by Paul in 1 Corinthians, but that which Dionysius speaks of in the divine names, whereby God also is called jealous, because of the great love he feels for all creation. And I loved the girl precisely because she existed, and I was happy, not envious, that she existed. I was jealous in the way in which, for the angelic doctor, jealousy is motus in amatum, the jealousy of friendship, which inspires us to move against all that harms the beloved, and I dreamed at that moment only of freeing the girl from the power of him who was buying her flesh and befouling it with his own infamous passions. Now I know, as the doctor says, that love can harm the lover when it is excessive. And mine was excessive. I have tried to explain what I felt then, not in the least to justify what I felt. I am speaking of what were my sinful ardours of youth. They were bad, but truth obliges me to say that at the time I felt them to be extremely good. And let this serve to instruct anyone who may fall, as I did, into the nets of temptation. Today, an old man, I would know 1,000 ways of evading such seductions. And I wonder how proud of them I should be, since I am free of the temptations of the noontime devil, but not free from others, so that I ask myself whether what I am now doing is not a sinful succumbing to the terrestrial passion of recollection, a foolish attempt to elude the flow of time and death. Then I saved myself, as if by miraculous instinct. The girl appeared to me in nature, and in the works of man that surrounded me. I sought then, thanks to a happy intuition of my soul, to lose myself in the relaxed contemplation of those works. I observed the cowherds as they led the oxen out of the stable, the swineherds taking food to the pigs, the shepherds shouting to the dogs to collect the sheep, peasants carrying cracked wheat and millet to the mills and coming out with sacks of good food. I lost myself in the contemplation of nature, trying to forget my thoughts and to look only at beings as they appear, and to forget myself joyfully in the sight of them. How beautiful was the spectacle of nature, not yet touched by the often perverse wisdom of man. I saw the lamb, to which this name was given as if in recognition of its purity and goodness. In fact, the noun agnus derives from the fact that this animal agnosit, it recognizes its mother, and recognizes her voice in the midst of the flock, while the mother, among many lambs of the same form, with the same bleating, recognizes always and only her offspring, and nourishes him. I saw the sheep, which is called ovis, from ab oblatione, because from earliest times it served for sacrificial rites. The sheep which, as is its habit as winter approaches, seeks grass greedily and stuffs itself with forage before the pastures are seared by frost. And the flocks were watched by dogs called canes, from the verb canor, because of their barking. The perfect animal among animals, with superior gifts of perception, the dog recognizes its master and is trained to hunt wild animals in the forests, to guard flocks against wolves. It protects the master's house and his children, and sometimes in its office of defense it is killed. King Garamant, who had been taken away to prison by his enemies, was brought back to his homeland by a pack of 200 dogs who made their way past the enemy troops. The dog of Jason Lysias, after its master's death, persisted in refusing food until it died of starvation. And the dog of King Lysimachus threw himself on his master's funeral pyre to die with him. The dog has the power to heal wounds by licking them with his tongue, and the tongue of his puppies can heal intestinal lesions. By nature he is accustomed to making second use of the same food after vomiting it. His property is the symbol of perfection of spirit, as the thaumaturgical power of his tongue is the symbol of the purification of sins through confession and penance. But the dog's returning to his vomit is also a sign that, after confession, we return to the same sins as before, and this moral was very useful to me that morning, to admonish my heart as I admired the wonders of nature. Meanwhile, my steps were taking me to the oxen's stable, where they were coming out in great number, led by their drovers. They immediately appeared to me as they were and are, symbols of friendship and goodness, because every ox at his work turns to seek his companion at the plough. If by chance the partner is absent at that moment, the ox calls him with affectionate lowing. Oxen learn obediently to go back by themselves to the barn when it rains, and when they take refuge at the manger, they constantly stretch their necks to look out and see whether the bad weather has stopped, because they are eager to resume work. With the oxen at that moment also came from the barn the calves, whose name, Vituli, derives from viriditas, or from Virgo, because at that age they are still fresh, young, and chaste. And I had done wrong, and was still wrong, I said to myself, to see in their graceful movements an image of the girl who was not chaste. I thought of these things, again at peace with the world and with myself, observing the merry toil of that morning hour. And I thought no more of the girl, or rather, I made an effort to transform the ardour I felt for her into a sense of inner happiness and devout peace. I said to myself that the world was good and admirable, that the goodness of God is made manifest also in the most horrid beasts, as Honorius Augustoduniensis explains. It is true, there are serpents so huge that they devour stags and swim across the ocean. There is the bestia Senocruca, with an ass's body, the horns of an ibex, the chest and maw of a lion, a horse's hoofs but cloven like an ox's, a slit from the mouth that reaches the ears, an almost human voice, and in the place of teeth, a single solid bone. And there is the manticore, with a man's face, triple set of teeth, lion's body, scorpion's tail, glaucous eyes the colour of blood, and a voice like the hissing of snakes, greedy for human flesh. And there are monsters with 8 toes, wolf's muzzle, hooked talons, sheep's fleece, and dog's back, who in old age turn black instead of white, and who outlive us by many years. And there are creatures with eyes on their shoulders and 2 holes in the chest instead of nostrils because they lack a head, and others that dwell along the river Ganges, who live only on the odour of a certain apple, and when they go away from it, they die. But even all these foul beasts sing in their variety the praises of the Creator and his wisdom, as do the dog and the ox, the sheep and the lamb and the lynx. How great, I said to myself then, repeating the words of Vincent Belovicensis, the humblest beauty of this world, and how pleasing to the eye of reason the consideration of not only the modes and numbers and orders of things so decorously established for the whole universe, but also the cycle of times that constantly unravel through successions and lapses, marked by the death of what has been born. I confess that, sinner as I am, my soul only for a little while still prisoner of the flesh, I was moved then by spiritual sweetness toward the Creator and the rule of this world, and with joyous veneration I admired the greatness and the stability of creation. I was in this good frame of mind when my master came upon me. Drawn by my feet, and without realizing it, I had almost circled the abbey and found myself back where we had parted 2 hours before. There was William, and what he told me jolted me from my thoughts and directed my mind again to the obscure mysteries of the abbey. William seemed well pleased. In his hand he had Venantius's parchment, which he had finally deciphered. We went to his cell, far from indiscreet ears, and he translated for me what he had read. After the sentence in zodiacal alphabet, secretum finis Africae manus supra idolum primum et septimum dequatuor, this is what the Greek text said. The terrible poison that gives purification, the best weapon for destroying the enemy. Use humble persons, base and ugly, take pleasure from their defect. They must not die, not in the houses of the noble and the powerful, but from the peasants' villages after abundant meal and libations. Squat bodies, deformed faces. They rape virgins and lie with whores, not evil, without fear. A different truth, a different image of the truth. The venerable figs. A shameless stone rolls over the plain, before the eyes. Deceit is necessary, and to surprise in deceit, to say the opposite of what is believed, to say one thing and mean another. To them, the cicadas will sing from the ground. That was all. In my opinion, too little, almost nothing. The words seemed the ravings of a madman, and I said as much to William. Perhaps, and it surely seems even madder thanks to my translation. My knowledge of Greek is rather scanty. And yet, even if we assume that Venantius was mad, or that the author of the book was mad, this would not tell us why so many people, not all of them mad, went to great trouble, first to hide the book, and then to recover it. But do the things written here come from the mysterious book? They are unquestionably things written by Venantius. You can see for yourself.
This is not an ancient parchment, and these must be notes taken down while he was reading the book. Otherwise Venantius would not have written in Greek. He has certainly copied, condensing them, some sentences he found in the book stolen from the Finis Africae. He carried it to the scriptorium and began to read it, noting down what seemed to him noteworthy. Then something happened. Either he felt ill, or he heard someone coming up. So he put the book, with his notes, under his desk, probably planning to pick it up again the next evening. In any case, this page is our only possible starting point in recreating the nature of the mysterious book, and it's only from the nature of that book that we will be able to infer the nature of the murderer. For in every crime committed to possess an object, the nature of the object should give us an idea, however faint, of the nature of the assassin. If someone kills for a handful of gold, he will be a greedy person. If for a book, he will be anxious to keep for himself the secrets of that book. So we must find out what is said in the book we do not have. And from these few lines will you be able to understand what that book is? Dear Adso, these seem like the words of a holy text whose meaning goes beyond the letter. Reading them this morning, after we had spoken with the cellarer, I was struck by the fact that here, too, there are references to the simple folk and to peasants as bearers of a truth different from that of the wise. The cellarer hinted that some strange complicity bound him to Malachi. Can Malachi have hidden a dangerous, heretical text that Remigio had entrusted to him? Then Venantius would have read and annotated some mysterious instructions concerning a community of rough and base men in revolt against everything and everybody. But two facts work against this hypothesis of mine. The first is that Venantius didn't seem interested in such questions. He was a translator of Greek texts, not a preacher of heresies. The other is that sentences like the ones about the figs and the stone and the cicadas would not be explained by this first hypothesis. Perhaps they are riddles with another meaning, I ventured. Or do you have another hypothesis? I have, but it is still vague. It seemed to me, as I read this page, that I had read some of these words before, and some phrases that are almost the same which I have seen elsewhere return to my mind. It seems to me, indeed, that this page speaks of something that has been talked about during these past days. But I cannot recall what. I must think it over. Perhaps I'll have to read other books. Why? To know what one book says you must read others? At times this can be so. Often books speak of other books. Often a harmless book is like a seed that will blossom into a dangerous book, or it is the other way around. It is the sweet fruit of a bitter stem. In reading Albert, couldn't I learn what Thomas might have said? Or in reading Thomas know what Averroes said? True, I said, amazed. Until then I had thought each book spoke of the things, human or divine, that lie outside books. Now I realized that not infrequently books speak of books. It is as if they spoke among themselves. In the light of this reflection, the library seemed all the more disturbing to me. It was then the place of a long